Welcome to OBS World, a revolution in car culture and technology. It's a 3D metaverse that merges real-life petrol heads with Web3 enthusiasts. Come inside and let me show you around. It all started with Dmitry, a die-hard car enthusiast who gathered a community around his love for cars. His vision went far beyond collecting cars. He dreamt of a space where anyone, anywhere in the world could tap into their passion and love for cars. This is where the OBS world takes shape, a fully immersive experience created by petrolheads for petrolheads. It's a place where the lines between the physical and the digital world blur. Meet our mascot, embodying the adrenaline, excitement, and precision that is the OBS world, a constant symbol of the fusion between human spirit and technological innovation. The OBS world is all about the community, about bringing car enthusiasts together, sharing experiences, and creating a digital automotive ecosystem like no other. The heart of the OBS World app is built to connect and inspire petrolheads. It's a place where you can keep up with the latest car news, join virtual and real events, and share your passion with others just like you from around the globe. The app lets you customize your garage, showcasing your personal NFT car collection. And then there's our NFT marketplace, a treasure trove of unique digital collectibles and experiences. Cars, garage spaces, and even tickets to exclusive events. All of these become pieces of the automotive world you can own and interact with in exciting new ways. We're not just bringing the thrill of driving to your fingertips, we're building bridges between the virtual and the real. With OBS World, we're giving every car enthusiast a chance to be a part of the global car culture. It's not just about driving or owning cars, it's about the passion, the community, the thrill of being part of something bigger than yourself. Every feature, every detail of the OBS world is designed with one goal in mind: to fuel your passion for cars, to bring car enthusiasts together, to create a global, immersive, and dynamic car culture. And this is just the beginning. We're constantly innovating and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the real and the virtual world. We believe that everyone should experience the automotive world, regardless of where they are. So join us. Be a part of this revolution and help shape the future of car culture. Because at OBS World, we're not just an app. We're building a community, a lifestyle, a movement. Welcome to OBS World.
Cars for me is mentor, style of your discipline, of your life of goals. I believe and I know car can charge your batteries when you need it, because you have some special connection with your car, because car has story, and this story is not just it's part of your story. This is we are petrolheads. OBS World is not just about cars, it's more about community, dreams, passion, networking in petrolhead life. Nürburgring event is an example for our future users who will join us and create his history on new page of culture. This is possibility they can find in OBS World.
Right before last year's OBS World Endurance Cup, sponsored by OpTibet, we announced that the winners will receive a ticket to go to real track day and experience something which not many people do. The most difficult thing going from sim to real is obviously the feeling of the car. You start to feel the weight, and also there's no reset button. They've all adapted incredibly throughout the day and started setting really good lap times with the cars. I think they really maximized it and have impressed many people around the paddock.
Young people now starts with sim racing, and if they like it, of course I'm sure they will say, one time I have to drive at Nürburgring Nordschleife. They want to feel it in nature.
Very, very lovely, very expensive car, so I was a little bit cautious, just starting to get up to speed, get confidence in the car, especially on the braking. The braking was quite a big difference. You get a lot of G-force in the real car, so just being able to just get up to speed with that was important at first, but I think by the end of the first session I was starting to feel confident, and then when I went into the second session, you know, it was flat out, and the instructor was fantastic. It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot, and I still think there's more time in it. The racer inside me wants to go faster, but yeah, massively enjoyed the experience, and I'm very grateful to OBS.
už saugių karių, saugi Ukraina ir Europa. Radarom ir vėl kviečia vienytis, kad padėtume kiekvienam Ukrainos kariui.
Mes jau parodėm, ką galim.
Su radarom
apsaugokim kiekvieną karį.
Prisidėti gali kiekvienas. Prisijunkite prie akcijos Radarom ir padėkite Ukrainos kovotojams nupirkti saugaus karių rinkinių. Skambinkite trumpuoju numeriu 1485 arba prisidėkite Radarom LT.
Welcome to OBS World, a revolution.
have heard them lifting off. So I believe this is more of a preparation lap for that one final lap in this session. It only takes about 66 seconds to get round here. It is a very, very short lap. And like you say, with basically 2 minutes left to go in this session, once we hit 15, that's the session done basically. You've got plenty of time there to get another lap onto the board. We'll see what Abel Torres is able to do.
All right, takes off on that flyer with only 66 seconds. When they actually take off under green, they're probably going to have maybe a couple laps of clean racing before they get caught up in that traffic. Of course, the restarts will also affect that. Did you see Fordzilla get caught up like I did just now?
I did, but I also saw Race Onion have just gone up to the top of the session. You're absolutely right. I did see Abel Torres got slowed down and maybe confused by slow and confused going through the SS section. So that's not ideal for Abel Torres.
No, so they're probably abandoning this lap and setting up. In fact, yes, they have abandoned, so they're now just kind of trying to ease up. I wonder if they're going to go ahead of slow and confused here because they're letting them stay ahead of them right now. But
whoa! That's a big crash in the background. I don't know who that was.
Try to find them.
It was Sierra Esports had an enormous crash going through turn 5. That's why we're going to see some safety cars today, Joe.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Turn 5, I feel like, is one of the more underrated. It's one of those corners that needs a name because it is so eventful. Every single race I've called, it catches out somebody in that race. It is tricky.
Yeah, it really is. Like I say, turn 5 doesn't really do it justice. Also because it's really not the 5th corner on the circuit. But we're not going to go into that. It's fine. Me and corner numbers in this place. It's the only thing that's dropped it down the list in my top 5 favourite tracks on planet Earth. It is the corner numbers. And trust me, it does drop it down. Alpha Esports session comes to an end then. Third will be as good as they get. You can see they're not even pushing on this lap, so they will call it there. And let's see now if Fordzilla can improve that 400th of a second and grab themselves pole position. There's a large gap up to slow and confused now.
Yes, checkered flag is indeed out, so drivers who cross the line are ending their qualifying. Sierra Esports parks it. Slow and confused looks like they're going to be the next one, and then behind them is Team Fordzilla. You can see them approaching. I think they're not going to catch them before this lap is over. But OBS World by Simsa, we also caught a flash of them there in the background, going to be following through immediately. I'm not seeing Torres looking like he will improve on this lap, and into the pits goes Slow and Confused to get out of the way. Fordzilla will cross the line. The lap is going to not be any better, so they will stay second at best.
That'll be a bit disappointing. Maybe there'll be the whole thing of, was it Slow and Confused that got in our way? Maybe there'll be a report from that. I don't know. I don't know if they were catching Slow and Confused on a lap that Slow and Confused already started, at which point it's kind of, there isn't too much to deal with. That's a race control decision. But Fordzilla looking pretty quick, but it's not the pole position. It is the team which is on the absolute charge at the moment. 2 victories, 2 pole positions in the previous 2 races, now making it 3 poles from 3.
Yeah, and Race Onion, like you said, on pole position once again. They're over Team Fordzilla. It's a long race, so track position won't be as critical at the start, but certainly it could keep you out of trouble here, considering how dangerous it can be once that green flag falls. But of course, we'll be talking to a few of our other drivers here at the start when we grid up, because we'll have our pole sitters to chat with. Beaver Grease Racing Plus down in the 815 looks like they're going to be up at the top for the LMP2s, and then, or LMP3s, I should say, and then Valkyrie Competition with an excellent pole there in the 177 car, bringing that Ferrari up to the top. But we're just waiting for the drivers to bring them back in down to pit lane, and then we'll start going through the field in a bit. I gotta wonder how the strategy is going to play out for this one because of the likelihood of the safety cars, Lewis.
It's not going to be an easy one. You've got to take it one lap at a time and kind of not overthink it. I wouldn't be too worried about running the strategy completely backwards from the to the very end of the race, like what you would do over a typical sprint race, because you're expecting a safety car. I think every single driver on this grid, they are expecting the intervention of the safety car at some point today. Whether that is early, whether it is late, we don't fully know. but if you're closed off to it, you're just going to be on the back foot.
All right, so here is your starting order on the pole. It is going to be Race Onion with Team Fordzilla. Next to them, Torres and Moss starting off the cars for them. Then you get to Camilo de Haan in the Alpha Esports red, flanked by OBS World by Simsa, starting from 4th position. And you get back to row 3, where it is Beerskin by Simsa, starting on the inside in the number 11, followed by BC Vault by Simsa, starting in the number 47, with Arijus Jamontes starting that number 47 car in 6th position. ATRS Community will start the next row in 7th spot in the number 75. They'll have Aljaz Pristov starting in that car. WSR Esports Butt Kicker OBS will see Bilan starting in 8th spot. From there, a crowd favorite, Slow and Confused, starting from the 9th position with Baustunius in that machine. Michael Cook will start from the 10th position for Sierra Esports, and then we will have SRB Motorsports by R&R starting in 11th. We did not see a lap time set by Grow Racing Team Blue. What about our LMP 3s here, Lewis?
Indeed, it is Beaver Grease Racing Plus starting from the pole position. They're 6 points behind the championship leaders who join them on the front row of the grid. SRB Motorsport being that car, of course. This is the first pole position for Beaver Grease Racing Plus in the LMP3 category. So congratulations to them. We'll see what they can do. Back on row 2, it's the second of the SRB Motorsports cars, the SRB Motorsport Bylint Vega machine. So they'll be looking to try and help their teammates as much as they can before we get the Locals Autosport car, a team that's had some severe up and downs, had a podium last time at Mugello. They'll be starting this one from 4th position. SRB Motorsports G&E, a couple of positions behind their teammates, but they can still help. The Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car will be starting from 6th position after having 2 wins this season in that 532. They've had a poor last couple of rounds. ANR Endurance Esports are the next team, only about 200ths of a second slower than the Yellow Submarine Squad car, to drop them down into 8th position rather. The other Yellow Submarine Squad car is the single position ahead, so we might see those 2 YSS SimLab cars working together. Behind that is the SimSpot Racing car, and then we find the second of the Beaver Grease Racing cars way further down their teammates, back in the back end of the top 10, but still we might well see them work their way forwards. Just 2 more rows to go in the LMP3 category, with 2 to go. Green and Locals Autosport Black, who have had a fair few problems this season, did pick up a few points in rounds 1 and 3, but have struggled ever since, really. The last row sees 4SR Racing and MTS Garage starting from the rear of the LMP3 field in 14th.
And of course, we get to the GT3's Valkyrie competition, trying to come back after being wrecked out of the lead, and seeing if they can make up for that here today, starting from pole. PPF Racing Team will be starting next to them with Jonathan Poulet and Klepikas starting next to him. Then it's 10 tenths starting from 3rd, as they will be flanked by Over the Limit Racing Blue to their outside. Bambulis and Stasiokas starting things off for them. Then we've got row 3 with Blue by TC starting in the 5th spot. Ledauskis will be next to Martinez for Turbo Turtles. Excellent qualifying for them, starting from P6. Icarus International starts in the 7th spot, as they will have HundredForce next to them in the Mercedes. If we go next to the row 5, Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, going to return and see what they can do from the 9th spot. Top 10 going to be rounded out by Renoverse by Tomedo out there next to them. In 11th position, Yellow by TC is going to be starting in the number 82 Porsche. And they've got Sapphire Simsport Alpha in that number 22 BMW next to them. Trispalv Esports will begin in the 13th position with Thomas Sibis in that car, and the number 28 SR Technic Endurance has Sergio Vieira starting in the number 28 in the Porsche. And then the last 2 cars I see are Yellow Submarine Squad and TVR Racing. We'll see if they, it looks like Are they? No, they are not out on the grid. One is out on the grid right now, it looks like. But we're missing TVR Racing currently. 44 cars. That's probably about the most you really want to have out here. And I have confirmation TVR Racing is not going to be taking part here today. So don't expect them to grid up. And I believe, are going to be talking to Race Onion here in a second. Just getting a bit of a chat with Robin, who put the qualifying laps down, but we're going to have Bence start off the car. Robin, you guys have managed to put it on pole yet again. You had a great race last time out, 2 wins in a row. Can you make it a hat trick?
Yeah, we hope so, yeah. Will be difficult, of course, with the safety cars and a lot of traffic, which is really difficult there. But yeah, we just hope to have a clean race, and we'll see where it ends.
Is that your main focus today? Just try and survive some of the chaos that tends to come with Road Atlanta, or do you feel like you need pace to truly win this one?
Yeah, just survive the chaos, but that's almost every round in general. But especially here with some, let's say interesting corners for traffic management. But yeah, pace you only need at the end, at the last safety car actually.
Yeah, it looks like it should keep you on your toes, but you've managed it 2 times in a row, so I'm sure you guys have the experience.
Yes, for sure.
All right. Thank you very much, Robin. That was Robin Moss of the number 15, with Bence starting in that car. And let's check out Beaver Grease Racing's number 815 starting on the pole, with Montes Armalas starting off things with us. He's got Andre in the car. Montes, you guys are also coming off of a good one here in the LMP3 car, taking a win last time out in Mugello, your first of the season. Is this where things start to turn around for you guys?
We hope so. We hope so, really. So 2 weeks ago we had a first win. Now we had a first pole. Yeah, we will try to deliver it to the finish in the first, or at least in the podium. Yes, I think the most important will be here to survive, because GTPs will round us around each 10 minutes, so it will be lots of traffic.
And usually the pace is so similar to the GT3 class. Here, you guys are 3 seconds difference to the pole on those GT3s. Do you feel like it might be a tad easier for your class this time?
No, because, for example, Porsche has a big ballast, so it's a bit easier to overtake them, but BMWs and Ferraris has a good top speed, so it will be a challenge to take them over. So, it will be fun.
Well, best of luck. I certainly think you guys have shown yourself to be very capable from what we saw back in Italy, so we will look forward to hopefully talking to you more later on.
Yeah, let's see. I hope to. Thank you.
All right, Mantis racing for the 815, watching his teammate take off today. Valkyrie competition. We'll have Jonathan Poulet starting out in the car, but he's going to actually talk to us here from that 177. I mentioned it, Jonathan. You guys kind of have a point to prove after you were doing so well back at Mugello and things kind of went sideways for you. What are you taking from that to try and turn things around this time?
Basically, we need to stay alive, I guess. Pace was there at Mugello and even before that. So pace is not really the biggest problem. We need to stay alive on the racetrack to be on the race and at the end of the time.
To finish first you must finish, is the old adage. So,
exactly.
I'm sure, that's going to be job one. I mean, even the other classes have been saying that they're expecting things to be a bit wild out there. How do you tackle going through those S's with those 2 faster classes always kind of breathing down your neck every time they rock up behind you?
We need, especially in the slower car, we need to be the most predictable possible for the faster car to know what we are going to do. If we are predictable. I believe they will understand what we are doing. We need to also, as a slower car, to understand what is their race situation. If you are two cars coming up fighting, you know they are going to send it. So you need to know that before entering the corner and manage it all the way through.
Well, sounds like you guys have a good plan today. Best of luck, and we look forward to hopefully chatting with you later.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Brulé for Valkyrie Competition and the 177. So, Lewis, it looks like everybody's kind of in the same mindset we are. We're expecting things to be a bit wild out there. Do you think that might actually help it? Because I've seen cases where drivers have all been almost so prepared for it that everything winds up being clean because everybody's trying to be on their best behavior.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I've had this example before. Is that I was commentating on a championship called the Formula SimRacing World Championship. We had a round at the Hockenheim Ring, and no one was expecting anything major, like drama-wise. And we had over half the field retire, and these are all quality drivers, by the way. And half of them retired. The next round, we went to the Hungaroring Ring, which everyone was like, "This is much harder to drive in this car. Much harder to drive in this car." No one retired. Not a single driver retired. And it's because you have that expectation, the preparation that it is going to be a tough afternoon of driving, that you are mentally prepared for it. So you are driving a little bit more careful because you don't want to be the one that causes that safety car. Whereas, if you go to a circuit like the Circuit de la Sarthe, for example, where it's not exactly common, for a safety car in sort of sim racing terms, but that's where you let your guard down and something like that might happen. Here, I don't know, maybe they will drive sensibly. We had that at Spa, didn't we? They drove sensibly for about half the race, and then a red flag happened, and let's just say it went slightly downhill.
Exactly. That changed the tone of things tremendously. As you can see, it is starting pretty late in the day. It is currently past 5 p.m. virtual standard time here, and we're still waiting for the 2 pace laps that we should be having. So we're going to be going well into the night, as they do for the Petit Le Mans, the main event that runs here in the real world. Their big class event. But drivers are going to be used to that since we have the virtual Petit Le Mans here for iRacing every year pretty much. So a lot of the drivers have got to do this sort of thing before. But you can see that it's going to be starting pretty warm. We've got a little bit of heat haze out on the pavement from the camera shots we've been getting. I can report it is actually over 100 Fahrenheit right now on the track.
That's 38 degrees Celsius. To clarify, by the way, when it comes to qualifying, again, I don't know what the translation is, but going back the other way, qualifying was 21 degrees Celsius. So we're up 17 degrees Celsius from qualifying, which the balance change on the car. Yeah, I know obviously fuel is going to be a big difference, but the balance change from the temperature alone is going to be, like, you've got to completely reset yourself.
Exactly. And the drivers probably on top of that, I'm sure they were aware, checked it before they hopped into the car, made sure that they've got the setup that they want on this one. Didn't put accidentally qualifying out there on the car, but we'll now follow behind the pace car for a little bit before we take off racing here as everybody gets ready to prepare the cars for what will either be 237 laps or 6 hours. One of the big talking points that we had at Mugello was the tires. There was a lot of saving. In fact, there's a number of cars that had flats that lost air in the tire because they ran it too much and went through the tread. This time they have 4 total tire sets, but it is a longer race than what we experienced at Mugello, Lewis. And there are a number of high-speed corners around here where they're going to be putting pressure on those tires. Will we see the same sort of concerns about having to manage their rubber?
In this temperature, definitely. I think as the race goes on, as things start to cool down, less so, because you do have large stretches like this one, down towards, out of turn 7 down towards turn A and turn B. Yes, again, I will complain about the sport broadcast because that is unacceptable that you've got turn 7 the next one you come across the 7. It's fine. You've got a large portion of the track where you do cool your tyres down. Obviously, that's fine later on in the race. When it's 38 degrees Celsius, or let's say above 100 Fahrenheit, you don't. Your tyres aren't going to cool down that much. So, I don't know. I think for the start of the race, we're going to be talking tyres. I think as the race goes on, whilst obviously the limited sets and stuff, I think we won't be talking tyres as much once it cools down, because I think it becomes fairly easy to double stint them later on in the race.
Yeah, that's a good point. Especially, by that point, we are expecting to see some retirements, so should be hopefully more chances to try and manage things late in the race. So that's an excellent point you bring up about things maybe changing in picture towards the end, and the way that the drivers approach it as they come around here and get ready to line up pretty soon for the last of our pace laps, of our formation laps here for today's event. Penultimate round for this series. They have gone through a number of races, traipsed around the virtual world to now come over here to Road Atlanta, and then, as we said, heading down for a classic at Sebring for the finale at another track that is very, very difficult, but for quite different reasons here. So now we start to go 2 by 2 as they come out of the S's and up through turn 5 over the crest. A lot easier going at about 60 miles an hour than it is at full tilt, especially in these prototypes. So this is one of the last times until we get a full course caution that they'll really get to enjoy the scenery here down in the southern US. And then from there, it is going to be all out.
That's what we love to see. That is what we absolutely love to see. I will give you the updates, as I did in Spa, as to what we're expecting race time-wise. At the moment, as you said before, the absolute limit is 6 hours. The race will be no longer than 6 hours unless we get a red flag like we had at Spa. But the actual predicted race length, if everything runs green, which it won't, but the predicted race length is 4.5 hours. So we do have an hour and a half basically to work with in safety car time. Remember at Zandvoort, the safety car was out on circuit for basically 2 hours over the 6 hours of racing. So you never really know. Last round, obviously, we didn't have any, so who knows? But 4.5 hours, can they keep it clean for that kind of time? If they can, this race is going to fly past, because the average speed around here for these OBSP is going to be incredibly high.
Yeah, especially because of this back stretch where it is just foot to the floor all the way from turn 7 down here to the chicane. But for now, they're not as worried about those top speeds because they are getting ready to start this race. The Porsche pace car getting ready to pull in. There it goes. And Bence has control of the fields. Green flag is out as we go racing the OBSP category, heading down towards turn 1. Will we be clean through this swift right hand around the outside for Abel Torres going for the lead. They're going to carry on side by side up towards turn 3, and they're not done with that battle as it looks like Race Onion's going to chop them off finally. Let's go to the GT3 start.
Yeah, that was very impressive from Abel Torres to have given that one a go. But let's take a look in the GT3s, because we do have the Valkyrie competition car. Poulet behind the wheel, you're catching up with him before the race. You've got 10 tenths trying to get around the outside. There's already a big crash in the background. You can quite see who is fully involved in that one, and 10 tenths are going to sweep their way through to maybe take the race lead, but they've gone too deep, and it will be Valkyrie again.
Blue by TC and PPF Racing looks like they were off course, so I'm going to assume they were involved in some form or fashion. But right now, Valkyrie will lead from the pole position, keeping 10 tenths behind them. Over the limit, Blue still hot on their heels up on the top. We've been watching Bence leading Dahan there down into the chicane for the lead of the OBSPs. So he's managed to stay ahead. Fordzilla, though, lost that second place after a valiant effort trying to take the lead away at the very first corner.
I did see, by the way, you are absolutely right. It was the Blue by TC car. It was trying making it 3 wide down into T1, going around the outside, which I would recommend around this circuit. Isn't the piece? Oh my goodness me! There's the classic 2-foot hack save. Slap both the brake pedal down and the throttle down as hard as you can. As we'll see what happened to the Blue by TC on the inset. Just trying to make it 3 wide and straight out into the barrier. Joined out there as well. So not great. That was an unbelievable save by the Beerskin by Simsa car.
Yeah, and it's going to lose them a position, but that's all. And considering we're at the start of the race, that's amazing. Usually you go to the back of the field with something like that. Still, they are right behind WSR Esports butt kicker. The 116 currently has Bilon in the car, and he's inherited that position. Can he hold on to it with an absolute train behind him?
We'll have to wait and see, won't we? I mean, defending around here is not like the hardest thing in the world, but you've got that really long stretch we're on here down towards 10A, where there are, obviously many overtaking opportunity. We're looking further down the order, I believe, to the likes of Locals Autosport, who have just cleared their way past the SRB Motorsport car. A couple of other moves in that LMP3 category, as we're seeing a big move around the outside from the Alpha Esports red car on the 66 OBS World by Simsa.
Wow, yeah, that was a switchback as they basically cut back underneath. That is a hard one to do. They're still fighting hard with Alpha Esports Red. That number 37 seems a bit feisty. In fact, I'd say that the front of the field in the OBSPs, considering what they're about to have, seems incredibly eager to get position.
Yeah, I mean, they're not shy. Let's go with that one. They're not hanging around, some of these drivers. It's why I was quite surprised to see the Blue by TC car trying to make it around the outside going into turn one. Here we'll see the Beerskin by Simsa car work their way past the WSR Esports Buck car. Tanguy Bilon behind the wheel at the moment of that 116. That's the joint championship leader at the moment with the Team Fordzilla car. So the other two rivals in the championship for the WSR Esports Buck car, they are miles down the road. Obviously, a lot of that comes down to the fact that they started out the season as Pure Sims, basically a completely different team, and how all that's changed hands and stuff's been very complicated behind the scenes. And since that point, they've had different drivers, and they've not looked quite the same since. There's more issues for the Beerskin car.
And issues for Alpha Esports Red. They had to cut the course going through turn 3, took to the runoff, so they're probably going to be finding themselves giving that time back now as we check in on a replay in the LMP3s. Oh, massive hit, and I think that may have been the 245 team.
May well be. I believe it actually is indeed, and they are back in the pit lane. So pretty large drama, basically straight from the off for them. And yeah, sometimes it is not ideal. And when you are the championship leader, that's not great.
No, that is certainly going to hinder them tremendously, and that is not a small accident that they are dealing with. Meanwhile, battle amongst the GT3 cars here for the lead of the race, and Fordzilla is putting the pressure on once again. They've recovered. They're back up into second place, and they are trying to see if they can demote Race Onion as they slice through the slowest of classes.
And do remember, this is not just the battle for the race victory here. This is the battle for the championship. These two teams are incredibly close. It will now be 9 points, obviously courtesy of the point for pole position from Race Onion. They're 9 points now behind Team Fordzilla and of course WSR Esports Bucket car for the championship. And with just one round to go after this, when we go down to Florida and down to Sebring, this could be a very important victory for either team. It could make things a lot more comfortable for Fordzilla. It could make things very big. That's what happened to Alvarez. Whoa, that was a big hit as well.
Yeah, that was separate from what I was mentioning earlier. This just happened.
Wow.
And incredibly, the car's still going, so they must have clipped it just right without hitting the suspension there on the corner. But they're now 11th out of our 12 runners in the OBSP category. Meanwhile, looks like Fordzilla has gone from attack to defense, because this is OBS World by Simsa now behind them. And look at this coming up through turn 1. I believe this is BC Vault trying to see if they can get by Beerskin. Just no room at the end. It is so narrow up from turn 1 to 3.
Yeah, this is so incredibly narrow up through here. And oh, okay, that was very scary indeed. It was the Renoverse by Tomedo car that was just trying to do their own thing in that BMW. Now WSR Esports Bucking is going to fly their way through back up to the battle for second. Team Fordzilla OBS World by Simsa getting very close. And if you had wondered in the build-up to this as to why we were saying a safety car around here is a guarantee, I hope that lap there has opened your eyes as to why.
I mean, big time. It's definitely definitely shows exactly how things can go awry quickly. And there's so much time to be won or lost through the S's if you are amongst traffic, and yet is such a huge portion of the lap. So drivers are going to have to make some really difficult decisions throughout the day as this one carries on. Meanwhile, Fordzilla has not been able to leave behind the number 66 team. Did they get by all of the traffic? Yeah, that's the last of the GT cars for them. Not quite yet here behind them as BC Vault narrowly sneaks by the Porsche of Over the Limit Blue.
Indeed. I will say another thing, by the way, when it comes to the temperature, as we'll see this go around. I know, like with fuel, obviously they will be running slightly slower than they were in qualifying. Fair enough. But we're running about 4 seconds a lap slower at the moment than we are in qualifying, and the amount of fuel these cars take on isn't actually like it is quite a lot of amount. But I'd only ever expected to cost you around about 2 seconds a lap. The other 2 seconds is temperature. That is how much slower the track is at the moment, courtesy of this brutal temperature around here. As we look back into the LMP3s and see what's happening in this category and see where some of these battles are coming from.
I do see a penalty for the number 88 SimSpot Racing for causing an accident with the 245, so they get the blame for that one. And are going to have to come in early. They should hopefully have time throughout the race to try and make that back. But short lap time also means it's easy to go a lap down around here. As look at how tight this battle is coming up onto the backstretch. In fact, this is for, it looks like second place. That's Beaver Grease plus SRB Motorsports and Yellow Submarine.
Yes, your pole sitter in this category being that 815 car, then SRB, then Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car that is trying to find its way past SRB now and will indeed dive it down the inside quite comfortably, going down into 10A. Got to say that was pretty well read by Erikas Kupis, who was like, absolutely not, I'm not going to fight you here, go on through, just make sure you don't lose too much time to that Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, because I'd quite like to be involved in that battle a fair amount. Just filling the mirrors going down to T1, maybe trying to force a bit of a mistake. I will say these LMP3s, I've not actually driven them around here, but I'd actually expect them to be quite tough to drive around here, as that is not a good line from the Yellow Submarine Squad car.
Yeah, illustrating your point perfectly there, but it looks like Simon Wander is going to find his way back to the racing line, at least for now. And just as we cut away, he had a big moment over turn 5. Thankfully, did not wreck the car. So we come back to the GT3s once again, down into the chicane once more. Blue by TC in that number 82, trying to chase as best they can on HundredForce in the 171 Mercedes. This is for the 6th position currently here in the GT3s. And again, we're still very early on. This is only lap 8 for them. Meanwhile, back to that battle in the LMP3s. Looks like it is on once again. And Yellow Submarine going to get a second one. Those are perhaps the simplest passes they're going to have all day down to that chicane. It certainly is going to get a lot more complicated as the day carries on.
You got to imagine, like this is where it's really frustrating when you're in Kupis' point of view in that SRB Motorsport by G&E car, as we'll look back into the OBSPs as they make their way through some of the LMP3s. When you've not fought someone, you basically kind of like let them go down into and then they start making mistakes, and that has cost you the slipstream of the car ahead. That is incredibly frustrating. So I can kind of understand why Erikas Kupis might be thinking, I'm going to come straight back through, ignore any of your shenanigans, but that's just going to slow them both down. Just about a second of a lead in the OBSPs with Race Onion ahead, but they are going to come across some of these slightly thicker LMP3 traffic, which you can see just coming over the crest here.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be a different beast than those GT3s. So we see a little side-by-side almost. Camilo Dahan has not been dissuaded by the accident that he had a little bit earlier. He's still feeling feisty. Syria Esports might be demoted here into turn 6, going to leave room at the apex, not willing to sit around. Dahan eventually takes it in turn 7, or at least tries to, but spins up the rear wheels a bit. I wonder if whoever's on the box of that car needs to kind of tell him to cool down a little bit.
That was pretty aggressive for sure. Very scary, but a bit of ascent then, and Dahan will work their way past up the order. Got some more moves up ahead, and here we go down towards turn 1 on the lower side of your screen. Very tight in that battle for second. OBS World by Simpson still trying to work their way past Team Fordzilla. Now getting a few more in the GT3 traffic. That's super aggressive from the 66.
Thankfully, the Porsche saw him coming, gave him space, and that helped out Torres tremendously to get him away from that battle. A little bit ahead of Dahan, we've got this fight for 8th with the SRB R&R and the ATRS community cars. So this is down in, or up in the OBSP category, up over turn 5, both of them bounding over those curbs. Much better run for Pristov here. Can he manage to get by Andreas? No, just not a long enough straightaway.
No, indeed not. I've got to say, we're basically 10 laps down in this race now. And I'm sure quite a lot of these drivers' heart rates and those on the wall, on the virtual wall, they're going to be raised somewhat. Yeah, it's been a tough start to the race, but aside from a couple of dramas on lap 1, it's been fairly clean. We'll check back in with the GT3 category as we'll look at the Turbo Turtles trying to work their way past the over-the-limit racing blue car that was kind of involved in that incident a little bit earlier on in the race with, of course, the Blue by TC car down at T1, along with, I think it was PPF was the other one that was involved in all of that. But Turbo Turtles in that striking livery now trying to work their way up. Things have definitely calmed down in the GT3s, which is great for the OBSPs because they've all kind of spread out somewhat, which should make things a little bit easier once those OBSPs and, of course, the LMP3s work their way back to the rear of the GT3 category.
Yeah, that first lap of coming through the lap traffic for the first time definitely going to be a lot more difficult than later on in the race once they've spread out. Of course, we get the safety car, and that changes back. And if we get the safety car, I should say. Thank you. We might see that. Also, just a little bit of housekeeping here. The 28 team got a black flag. That was for having the wrong number on the car, so they're serving that. That's for less a infringement out on the track and more for just not putting going through the right motions out there on the circuit. As we now watch the battle for 4th place actually here in the OBSPs.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a fair penalty. So it's a bit sketchy. Like I say, it's basically just admin. You've got a penalty for admin. It does happen. I've seen this even in the highest level, like SimRacing was doing stuff like with the Esports Championship. It's happened even in there where some of these big teams, whatever, they still join the wrong number. It does happen. Accidents made, and the problem is once you've signed up to the session, that's it. That's your number. You can't back out of it and be like, oh, let's just change it a little bit and then rejoin. No, you've got to make sure when you join it right first time. And alas, they did not. As we'll see the Race Onion car with Team Fordzilla now right over the rear end. So Team Fordzilla have been able to pull quite a comfortable gap over OBS. Well, we saw some of the lap traffic awkwardness for Fabian Roa in that OBS Simsa car, but now it's allowed Abel Torres to clear off and close right to the back of Benson Liberty and might be able to pass fairly soon, to be honest.
Yeah, he's caught up to them so quickly. This has been so back and forth. They were on the attack, then they were on the defense, now they're back on the attack again. So it looks like you're going to have your head on a swivel out here as they narrowly get themselves between some of our GT3 cars up through turn 3.
I didn't see who that was, but there was definitely smoke there going through the S's. So someone has clearly had some form of issue at some point. I just don't know who that smoke belongs to be honest.
Was that Grow Racing Team Blue? They're off track right now. The number 89.
It was Grow Racing Team Blue. You're absolutely right. They went for a spin. I believe got back going again. Oh no, they've come to a stop. They are stationary. I think they're now moving. They are now moving.
They were waiting for a clearing, yeah. So, which, I mean, good luck. 44 cars around this track. Eventually, they found something, but it does look like the car's limping a bit. So they're going to be able to drive it back to the pit lane, most likely. But their race has been severely compromised. This is what put them there, up and over turn 3. Of course, they find the one spot that doesn't have tires.
Yeesh. I will say, I mean, this circuit has got a lot of really difficult corners. I still maintain that turn 3 is up there with one of the harder ones because in a race car you're quite low, and it generally means that going up and over that crest, less so, you know, in these, because you can be a little bit higher, although in the OBSPs you are still fairly low in the prototypes. With GT3 you've got enough height that you can see the curve basically, but if you're in cars that are quite low, I've raced like Formula 4s and things like that around here, you're low enough that you it's blind basically. You're throwing it into a corner which is almost completely blind. Wow, sorry. That was another scary moment. Yeah, indeed. Wow.
Sorry.
That's
was trying to figure out who that was exactly we just saw, but my goodness, they got away lucky. We keep talking about turn 5. That again shows why that is such a scary turn. In the meantime, we were just talking about Fordzilla on the attack. Well, guess what? It's switched again. They're on the defense. Almost contact, though, between the 66 and the 966. OBS World sent it in perhaps too deep into the chicane.
Yeah, so it is a again, very close battle here, and Fordzilla feeling the pressure once more. Does Abel Torres have the pace to close back up to Benson MFD? I mean, it is really a 3-car battle for the race victory here. They are all incredibly close, which is excellent for us. At the moment, I mean, you'd have to say from a championship perspective, the OBS World by Simsa car is the one that you'd look at and be like, maybe they're the ones that aren't going to win this race. But hey, a victory here might just reignite things for you in the championship heading into that season finale in Sebring, obviously in a few weeks' time. But very sketchy. That was really close to being quite a large crash. You don't need much of a tap on the rear end going into 10A to spin a car around.
Yeah, and that would not sit well with the stewards, I imagine, out here. They've been giving some warnings out. I haven't been mentioning it much, but they are active out there and they are watching, but not many black flag penalties up to this point as we check back in with our LMP3s, watching them come up over the crest here, as this is the battle for 10th position, chasing MTS Garage, 2 to go green. Kind of sandwiched between them and Locals Autosport Black, and up through turn 5. Very low slung cars, as you were talking about. Yeah, I hope we get it on board up and over turn 3. The thing for me is just being unable to really see that curb until you've actually already committed to it is what's so tough. Is a bit of a replay. Is that Yellow Submarine that had that problem?
It was one. Was it the? Don't tell me. It was. I think it was one of their LMP3s into the back of their GT3.
It may have been the Beaver Grease car.
I think it was the Locals Autosport car. Sorry, the Locals Autosport. I think it was the Yellow Submarine Sport car, because I think there was more yellow on it. Then again, I'm fine or whatever. I think it was effectively the teammates that hit each other. As speaking of Yellow Submarine Squad and Beaver Grease. There's someone off. Who's that? Who's off?
I didn't see, but we're hearing it was Yellow Submarine and Yellow Submarine that had that close moment. So unfortunately, sister teams there across classes having issues.
That's what the cool kids would call an F. As you can see, Larry's dropping us some information in the top. Beaver Grease Racing in the number 12. They're the ones that have worked their way fairly far forward, up 5 positions over the opening portion of this race, which, bearing in mind, has only been 17 laps, and in fact 16 laps for the LMP3 category. That is pretty handy when it comes to the gains.
Yeah, that's I think once every 3 laps. Then at the start of this race, they've made an overtake. Not too shabby, and now they're going to try and add to another one there with the 531 team, but in front of them we're watching the battle for 8th position here between Reniverse by Tomedo being chased by Icarus International. We were kind of checking on them a little bit earlier, sitting in behind this run for the Beaver Grease Plus car, who has taken the win last time out in that 8:15. They're already about 3.5 seconds behind our leader, but as we've seen, traffic will probably change that throughout the day.
Did just have in the top right the point standards of the OBSPs running. That was running live as to what is actually happening in the session at the moment with the positions that they've got going into that season finale. Again, it's incredibly close. I think regardless of what we get, there you go, you can see it. At the moment, Team Fordzilla would have 97 points. Race Onion would have 95. WSR Esports Bucket would have 88. OBS World by Simpson, though, they would have 72. But I think this is where I think OBS World by Simsa, a victory here will absolutely throw them into championship contention, 100%. And so they and obviously they're well aware of that. So they need to dig deep, find their way past Abel Torres, find their way past Bentonimity, and go and take this victory. But that Race Onion car is looking for 3 on the bounce right now, and they're starting to look pretty strong because they pulled out a 1.6 second lead.
Yep, but there's a lot that can happen out here, as we've seen. So I wouldn't count things out quite yet. Hopping on board in one of our fights with the GT3s, Ferrari versus BMW here up into turn 3. That is Turbo Turtles that we're on board with right now, being chased by Sapphire SimSport Alpha. And on top of that, we heard some of the drivers mentioning watching out for a battle behind them. That is not for position. That is between 2 of the classes, but both of them are going to be eager to get by the LMP3s and the OBSPs. And in fact, sneaking down to the inside, that is going to be that SRB Motorsport Vega car getting through. Excuse me, actually, it's 2 of the same class, I should say, just lapping a car within the same class.
Yeah, exactly. It's so some drivers and some teams have not had a particularly great start to the race, and so like I said, they're really dropping down within their own respective category. It's not ideal, but this is the kind of time where it's like you just need to keep your head in the game. Just keep driving. Yeah, whether it started out well for you, maybe you've dropped a few positions, maybe you've had a bit of a moment, maybe you've hit a wall like Alpha Esports Red. Now is not the time to be like, oh, well, that's the race done, isn't it? No, keep your head in the game, keep ticking off that. I still can't believe, by the way, that Alpha Esports Red car is going as strong as it is, because it did clobber the wall in the hands of Camille de Haan. So I'm surprised they're still going absolutely fine. As we'll look at the 2 to go green car on the back of MTS Garage towards the back end of the LMP3 category, and even they're having difficulties navigating traffic.
Yeah, they mentioned as I talked to those LMP3s, I thought that it would be an easier time, but I mean, that shows how tough it is. Still side by side with the Audi down through the final corner, unable to make it, and bounding over the curbs once again. Fordzilla is just going full tilt here today. They're not leaving anything on the table and trying to chase back down Race Onion and get by them, but no dice quite yet. The track almost getting a little bit blocked up by some of the traffic trying to go by one another. And here is a good tow for Torres down the back straight. Will he attack, though, coming into the braking, as they're going to have a bit of lap traffic in the GT3s just in front of them? Looks like they're going to have to stay single file.
Yeah, it's, I say, sometimes taking a bit of a risk going at this point of the race is not ideal. I mean, yes, I know you've got that chance of taking over the race lead, but as we've said time and time again, it doesn't matter who's taking the race lead right now. It matters who's going to be taking the race lead in 216 laps time. Once again, a look to the outside from Abel Torres. Might try and up and under here as we climb the hill. We'll get that on board. You kind of see how low this ice, well, especially when you've got the car, is. There's the curb. Now, bearing in mind, you're slightly lower in a driver's eye and you're slightly further back. You're absolutely right. You see that curb when you hit it. And it's so difficult to do. If you hit it too hard, especially in these cars that are really quite stiff, you will be backwards and into the barrier, as we have seen already today. Navigating some of those LMP3s, this is becoming quite a tense fight, and it is definitely 3 cars. Wow, that was aggressive coming through.
OBS World really wanted to be a part of this because they basically shoved it up inside turn 6 with SimSpot Racing having to dive out of the way, and they've separated some down the backstretch. But you called it a 3-way battle for the lead earlier, and yes, it has truly become that now between these cars as they all break coming down into the chicane. Once again, this is Acura versus BMW versus Porsche.
Indeed. Track temperature, it's 34 degrees now Celsius, so it has come down slightly from the start of the race. You'll note that by the cloud coverage that we've got here at Road Atlantis. Things have cooled down. You can see there in the top right, no real shock there. The average sim pace is exactly the same because they're both on the same part of the racetrack. But it is important to note that average race pace at the moment is 1 minute 10.4. That is slower than expected, courtesy of the temperature and some of that lap traffic. It's been incredibly tight from this group, and the 3 of them with the laps ticked off thus far, about 25, 26 minutes into this race, they are incredibly close, and they've got to deal with some of lap traffic from their own category as well in all this, because the Grow Racing Team Blue car, who we saw in the barrier going down the S's earlier on in the race, now have to allow the top 3 to go through.
So we follow them down the backstretch. Also, I can report the 171's getting a drive-through penalty. That team overtook before the timing line, so you gotta wait before you make those passes. I'm sure they were all eager to try and get by, but just a little bit too eager on the gun for that one. But riding on board with our third place runner, I love that we can see the hands as well and see how difficult it is. But yeah, you pointed out, I mean, watch when he turns in and then watch when that curb appears. He cannot see where he was turning into. That is by memory.
It's crazy, especially when there's a car there. You're judging it off of the walls, off of basically what's happening with the car ahead, and genuinely a little bit off of timing it in your own brain. I'm sure all these drivers do. Even if they don't recognise they do it, but you time things a lot more in your mind than you actually realise. So you'll go through a corner and then you'll be like 1, 2, 3, now turn, right? And you do kind of do that a little bit, and that is one of the points where you need your internal clock when it comes to that timing needs to be spot on. You need to know that, right, I've turned left, and after to go through that first little left bit to prepare yourself for turn 3, I've turned left, now I need to turn right. And getting that timing right is so tricky. And it's one of those things I can handle it for 10 laps. I couldn't handle it for 4.5 hours, 5 hours, maybe even 6. It's where some of these drivers, after maybe even 50 laps of racing, they might be praying for a safety car just to let things cool down a little bit.
Yeah, get some chance to relax out there. I'm sure the driver swaps are going to be looked forward to. Coming up into turn 6. Again, prototypes forcing the issue a little bit there, as that was 2 battles coming together between GT3s and LMP3s. In fact, just as we cut away, there was almost another accident there coming off of turn 7, because we have to watch this battle for the lead in the OBSPs. It just will not go away. And amazingly, Race Onion has not given up that lead, despite having both Fordzilla and OBS World by Simsa continue to just fill their mirrors.
Yeah, I know there'll probably be a lot of drivers and teams and stuff that will be looking at this bit like, oh, can we look at my car? Can we look at the LMP3s? Can we look at the GT3s? How can you take your eyes off of this, though? A 3-car battle between these 3, all battling for championship contention as well. The OBS World by Simpson, they kind of, if they want to win the championship, they do actually need to win the race. Between the other two, neither of them needs to win the race to win the championship, but it's just going to keep it, regardless in this order, it's going to keep it really close between the top 2. So realistically, in a sense, Race Onion maybe need it more, but they're on such a good charge at the moment, going through a little bit of lap traffic with the Yellow Submarine Squad GT3 car there. The thing is, though, do you use this time to try and save fuel? That's what we'd see in here if we were doing Petit Le Mans and in Top Split and the iRacing special events. At this point, you would just be talking about the top few and then all be fuel saving.
Well, from what I've seen, I don't think there's any fuel saving going on. As they're going to have to go 3 wide past the other 2 classes down the back stretch, showing how much grunt is underneath these prototypes. And this is a pretty good run from Fordzilla. I'm not sure if they've got enough here. A bit of a defensive move, bit of lapping the traffic there from Race Onion, going by yet another Porsche, and that was not good timing for Torres in the Fordzilla car, as he'll lose a little touch.
Just got a bit unfortunately placed there through traffic. That will happen. You will just get wrong place, wrong time when it comes to it. You've got to expect it, and now that gap's grown to about 6-7 tenths of a second. Should close down though fairly quickly, especially with this bit of lap traffic up ahead, as they'll work their way past Nicholas Maynard at the moment. Although actually it has worked disastrously for Fordzilla, and now you have to be really patient up towards turn 5, get them on the exit on the up and under, and the gap has grown now to a second.
And there was a car, I think we cut away too quickly, Beaver Grease Racing, and safety car is going to come out. I wondered about this. I saw a car stranded out of turn 5, and it's the number 12 machine. That's our first real victim of turn 5 here. So I think we saw it just as Slow and Confused went by there as we cut back to them. So hopefully we'll get a replay of what exactly caused them to be stranded there off the crest of that left-hander. And we get our first safety car of the day let's see. I was trying to figure out how much time we've been into this race. Yeah, half an hour, thank you.
Ooh, there we go. So they've taken that curb at turn 5 a little bit too much, which you can get away with that line a little bit in the GT3s. You can't really in either of the prototypes. They're far too stiff, and especially for the LMP3s, they're actually quite small. They don't have the width basically to kind of go either side of like some of those bigger bumps, and so they've basically just got beached and then out into the barrier. Might have been a little bit of contact as well on the rear end, as we'll see the OBSP jump at the bit. In fact, I would suspect with half an hour down, I would expect most of the field to come into the pit lane, because half an hour is just kind of like you've done enough for the race to like let's take advantage of this, especially in the OBSP category.
Exactly, and the thing that I think is going to be a big toss-up though is what is the GT3 class going to do, though, because they tend to be able to go about an hour, sometimes more. So that splits it perfectly in half. You're absolutely not taking tires, but is it worth trying to top off?
I think it depends where you are in the category, right? It's the whole thing of like, if I'm in the top 10, no, I'm thinking I might be staying out. Maybe depending on what everyone else does. If I was sort of like 4th or 5th and then the top 4 pitted, I'm like, yeah, do you know what, whatever, I'll come in. Whereas if I'm 10th place, damn right, I am coming in. I am in the GT3 category. I'm absolutely coming into the pit lane. I'm getting myself some fresh fuel. You're absolutely spot on. You're not taking fresh tyres here because obviously they've got limited sets. And with that, when the safety cars come out and it's intervened with the length of a stint, you don't want to burn one of those tyres. It's actually it's the best time to take advantage of to effectively double stint a set of tyres, because it may not be, it's not going to be 2 full stints. It might be a full stint in a bit.
It looks like everybody's got the same thought process as you, because we've had about 6 cars pitting in, it appears. So a number of them are going to try and take advantage of it from the back of the field. Pretty much everybody in the LMP3s and GTPs pitted, except the 116, our points leader, is staying out trying to get track position. Now this I kind of understand, because they've got to do something different. They were mired down. We saw with the live points, they were going to fall out of the points lead as they currently were. So they've got to try and roll the dice here.
Yeah, I think they are literally just gripping on for dear life to any chance of winning this championship. Fair enough. Like, I respect it. I get it. But they have not had the pace like what they had at the start of the season. And again, like I said, with the major changes they've had behind the scenes, I do understand it. I know a lot of the time they're kind of like leaning it towards maybe being a little bit of a Cadillac problem as well, because I know it's not been ideal for a couple of rounds. So there is that to play into things. Obviously, they're not all equal. They're BOP and all that. But still, it's not been quite as fast as maybe we expected. It did have a podium back in Mugello, but a couple of poor point scores at Zandvoort and Spa have just kind of left them really on the back foot. There is still the chance of them winning this championship, but when you've had so many things go against you, maybe odd BOPs, maybe that the whole change behind the scenes for the squad, it's hard to battle your way through it and keep your mind focused, especially when you've had a couple of bad rounds as well.
Yeah, well, again, it's towards the end of the season. I mean, what have they got to lose at this point? Might as well throw caution to the wind, like you said. If they need a lot of help to try and win this championship, then they might as well try and help themselves. So they'll stay out. Also, I can see that Locals Autosport Black and the LMP3s stayed out. So they will move up to second, though, as SRB Motorsport by Lindvega has pitted and returned in the lead.
Very short pit stop there.
It looked like a standard one.
Yeah, weird, but it's just weird that they've jumped in, jumped out, and stayed on the road. Who knows? Either way, we'll have to wait and see as we'll head on. That's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, this is a strange one. So they're gonna do all the wave arounds, so get the cars in order. but we'll be talking about one of our wonderful apps here in a bit of a moment when we take care of some of this, because now we've got an opportunity. So live from the exhilarating OBS World Endurance Cup, powered by HundredForce, we're bringing you the thrill of the race directly to you. In the spirit of this incredible championship, we're proud to announce the latest update to the OBS World app. Now, not only can you witness the pinnacle of sim racing, but you can also dive into the world where your automotive dreams come to life. Customize your digital garage to perfection, connect with car enthusiasts globally, and compete for fantastic prizes. Don't just watch the race, be part of the action. Download OBS World now and start your journey in the ultimate car enthusiast community. Your dream garage is waiting. So just scan the QR code on your screen and you can join in on the fun out here, as things have slowed up, so the fun will have to restart in just a bit. But this has definitely caused quite a bit of intrigue in terms of strategy very early in the race, as some teams are going to try and roll the dice to see if this will help them later on. But we're only a half an hour into this and still 208 laps to go in this race if we go the full distance. Safety car is out there and has picked them up. And one thing I do love about this series is that is a safety car driven by an actual real human being. Usually in iRacing, it is all handled by the sim, but this is all done by live stewards. The cautions being thrown is all done by real human beings instead of just being managed by the sim itself. The car is handled by someone actually driving one of, I believe, the Porsche Cup cars, the 992, that they have repainted. And they do everything by hand out here like they would in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I still maintain big changes coming for iRacing. I'm disappointed. Yeah, we've got rain coming. Yeah, they're changing the licenses so that sports cars and open wheels are going to be separate, which I'm not a fan of, but that's fine. I'm not talking about that. I still maintain one thing I want from iRacing. I want there to be a drivable safety car.
Agreed.
Because it is really weird. Now, I've commentated on a few leagues now where we've got safety cars that are manually driven. They are always a Porsche, and it's always like I'm looking at it being like, oh, there's a car. Oh no, it's the safety car, safety car, safety car. If it was an actual safety car with lights on and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, cool. So it doesn't have to drive well. You know what I mean? It just needs to drive around.
Už saugių karių, saugi Ukraina ir Europa. Radarom ir vėl kviečia vienytis, kad padėtume kiekvienam Ukrainos kariui.
Mes jau parodėm, ką galim.
Su radarom apsaugokim kiekvieną karį.
Prisidėti gali kiekvienas. Prisijunkite prie akcijos Radarom ir padėkite Ukrainos kovotojams nupirkti saugaus kario rinkinių. Skambinkite trumpuoju numeriu 1485 arba prisidėkite Radarom LT.
Welcome back. We are here at Road Atlanta for the blue-yellow 600 miles of Atlanta. We're under our first safety car. And right now, WSR Esports butt kicker, the number 116, has inherited the lead for not stopping up in the OBSPs. SRB Motorsport by Vega leads in the LMP3s and Valkyrie competition. The 177 leads in the GT3 class. I'm Joe Peak with Lewis Glade out here. And we were having quite a discussion about this safety car before our break. One thing I will say, although I'm with you, I'd love them to give us the opportunity to not only drive, but also paint the safety car. I do appreciate how many more controls they have given for the automated safety car.
Yeah.
It is pretty close to being able to drive it. But yeah, it's not completely quite the same as what we see here. That said, it does take quite a bit of organization. And I always say this often on air for these broadcasts. I have to commend the OBSE team for how organized they are. This is one of the best series I've seen with the manual safety car in terms of dealing not only with just the safety car, but it's multi-class. So they have to sort all these vehicles, and you can see how quickly they've managed to do it.
Yeah, they have. It's been incredibly fast to have been able to piece it together. It is tremendously difficult. You require a lot of communication, and the drivers to all listen. Normally they don't. Yeah, you need them all to listen. Let's say I've done a few championships where we've had a manual safety car, manually driven safety car. Most recent one for me, I commentated a championship called the Apex Hunters United Endurance Championship, which is run by Shane Van Gisbergen and Nick Foster, and they had a manual safety car in there. And in that, when the safety car comes out, it's like you groan a little bit because you're like, oh, this is going to take about half an hour. It takes generally about 15-20 minutes. Remember, we've been on the safety car for about 10 minutes. So the fact that we've got everyone organised, I think the safety car might be in next lap, maybe the lap afterwards. They do an incredible job just to piece things together, because it is really difficult to organise all of this. And basically, I mean, they're going through a checklist. Every time the safety car comes out, right, it's like, right, you give a couple of laps for everyone to pit or whatever, and then you do the wave rounds, and then you do this, and then you do that, and then you do this, and you do that. But everything that one action needs to be fully completed before you can then do the next one. Because if you start doing a few things at the same time, what ends up happening is you irritate the entire Mercedes fan base, and then people classify someone as an 8-time world champion or a 7.5-time world champion, and it's all very confusing.
Yeah, not that we're bitter or anything, but but a safety car is in this lap, as you can see now on the top of your screen as well. So they have announced that they're going to be returning, and they will restart with a new leader for the first time in this race. Race Onion's going to be right behind that 116, and they still need a pit stop as well. Now, they've been saving fuel here under pacing, so the 116 will be able to go maybe a little bit longer than they normally would lap-wise, but they still will have to be in not too long from now and have to go and take their fuel, potentially tires, depending on if they feel they really need it. I doubt it, but safety car now going to be leaving them behind. Control will be given over to that 116, and we'll see whether Tanguy will be able to try and gap the former leader, or is he going to be quickly overtaken?
I think quickly overtaken. I don't want to be that guy, but I think quickly overtaken. Very quickly before we go back racing again, odds on the safety car coming out in the next 20 laps? Pretty high? Sure.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. But we'll cross our fingers. We'll hope that everybody will be able to stay well behaved. We had a double file start. We didn't get one on the original start, and this time it's going to be single file. So maybe that'll help make it a little bit more in our favor as we now watch from on board, looking back. What kind of jump are we going to see? He's trying to stack them up, and now he's going to go as Tanguy accelerates away, starting lap 33 of this race here at Road Atlanta. Look at the battle behind them all the way down to the inside there. Slow and Confused has Alpha Esports Red on the attack immediately.
Yeah, and they're going to have to deal with Sierra as well. Great stuff. Great restart for the WSR Esports Bucket car. It is a Cadillac leading an Acura, leading a BMW, leading a Porsche in the OBSP category, which does it, like that. Genuinely, that puts a smile on my face. I love seeing that. I like seeing all the different cars in the category. I mean, I remember when this category basically it was just BMWs and that was it. So it's great to see it having grown to where we're at the moment, with the Cadillac doing what it can to pull away. I would suspect WSR Esports Bucket, this car might pull away because remember, this car is significantly lighter than all those behind, so it might be able to pull out a gap before returning to pit lane in a few laps' time.
Meanwhile, checking in with the lead of our GT3's Valkyrie competition now sees 10/10, having regained a lot of that time. The Audi chasing the Ferrari, but we've seen this before between them, and it did not end well. So what's going to happen this on the, I guess, round 2 between the pair of them as they'll restart once again? I'm sure Valkyrie is just kind of glancing over their shoulders at that mirror every once in a while.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Valkyrie were able to fend them off on lap 1 of this race, and just looking to do very much the same thing. That is not a move for position. That's a big crash, though, for the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech, and it is a disaster on the start-finish. What even happened there?
Miscommunication, if there ever was. That's going to be reversed by Tomedo as well involved in that one. Thankfully, I don't think we've got a safety car. I don't see a car stopped. Somehow they can both carry on. That even happens in real life quite frequently. We're going to see it one more time with all that was going on out there. Somebody was not clear. Oh,
yeah, you got to say the Renaverse by Toledo car was expecting the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech to go over to the right side. It kind of looked like that was what they were going to do, but then they didn't fully commit to that. And it's one of those ones where, like you said, complete miscommunication. Neither of them have committed either way, and it's just caused an unbelievable crash. So a bit silly from the pair of them. I'm sure Race Control will take a look over it. Not sure who they'll be deeming that one for, because the Vilnius Tech car wasn't giving enough room, but then the Renaverse by Tamina car was going for a gap that really wasn't there. The pair of them were a lap separate. Just unnecessarily messy.
Yeah, everybody gets a black flag.
Yeah, it's almost like you get a penalty and you get a penalty. Let's move on.
As we continue to watch the battle in the mid-pack here, and Alpha Esports Red. I mean, despite our criticisms of some of their decisions today, they've been exciting to watch, and clearly they're not done. They're now on the back of BC Vault by Simsa as well as OBS World by Simsa, trying to see if they can crack back into the top 5.
Yeah, we'll see if Alpha Esports Red are able to work their way through. There is a position halfway alongside as they work their way through 10A and 10B. Now trying to get the up and under on BC Vault before we drop down this 80-foot drop from where the bridge is down towards the final corner on the racetrack. Once again, taking a look to the inside, not able to do anything. But I think the important bit there for Camilo De Haan is that he's pulled the BC Vault by Simsa car off the rear end of the OBS World by Simsa car, and it should make the move a little bit easier. That's brave as it gets. That was a bit of a squeeze, though.
They're going to get away with it. I think maybe Jamontas backed out of it once he had that contact a little bit. This is not worth it, he says, as Camilo now runs up to try and catch back up to Fabio in front of him. Again, aggressive driving from that car at the start of this race, and somehow they'll get away with it as we check in with the 117 car just behind them, and that is Vilnius Tech, who's somehow still racing, missing the rear wing of that machine. Also, Race Control giving a drive-through penalty, not for that, but for the 87 leaving a gap at the start, so they're going to have to serve that.
How the Vilnius Tech, the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech guys, by the way, just had a big moment on the start-finish straight. You'll actually see them stationary or over on one side of the road. They surely have a black and orange flag, and if they don't, the fact they're staying out on the race circuit, that's silly to me. That's really, really silly. You've got to pit. Your car is dangerous on the racetrack right now. You've got absolutely no control over it. They should have pitted on the previous lap, and the fact that they didn't, I mean, that is naughty. I'm pretty surprised if they don't have a black and orange flag. Surely they do.
And that was the battle for second place that we were watching briefly, which did not change hands in the end, but we cut away from it. Fordzilla versus Onion as we check back in with our LMP3s. In the meantime, this is coming down into turn 1 as A&R Endurance chases on Beaver Grease with SRB just in front of them in 4th. And we're going to come back to that battle for second once again. Bentz with Abel still right behind him, but not close enough to attack down into the chicane. In fact, behind them, getting caught up by that traffic. That was Beerskin that just didn't get the timing quite right. But to your point, yeah, the team surely has to be on the radio.
Who's that? Who was that who just had a big crash on the start-finish straight? One of the Porsche GT3s.
SR Technic.
Is that going to cause a safety car? Are they not going again?
They're still going there. But, man, out of the final turn has been Calamity Corner, and that was them just clipping the curb, unfortunately, losing control of the car. So they bounced across both of the walls there, unfortunately. As did they get by? No, looks like Fordzilla did not manage to make that overtake on Bentz, as they're still sitting behind them. There's the replay of the incident.
At this rate, we're not going to have many cars left by the end of this race. Although the fact that they're taking themselves out of it and then continuing driving means that the potential safety car actually is we're all right at the moment. But yeah, hugely dramatic, some of that stuff. And every time you're trying to give your point away, Joe, someone's doing something silly. So maybe now.
Yeah. By the way, 531 team, which is on the podium, that's Yellow Submarine, they're getting a drive-through penalty for causing an accident with the 113. And Wonder's actually close to the 213, which is Locals Autosport Black, currently sitting in second since the restart. So they were looking at trying to take a position. Instead, they're going to be giving away a whole bunch of them. Back to the Beerskin car, sandwiched between Fordzilla and OBS World by Simsa. Now, and behind them, Camilo Dahan doing the things that he's been doing all race long, going by yet another lapped car there through the S's and seeing if he can make this a 4-car fight.
Yeah, you got to remember as well, this battle for second in the OBSP category is effectively the battle for the race lead. There's Camilo Dahan once more, making it 3 wide, trying to get around the outside of one of the LMP3s, getting to the inside of the OBS World by Simsa car, and does indeed, or doesn't quite pull it off, but was giving it a go. BC Volt by Simsa in there as well. This is quite a train, but like we say, once they're onto the rear end of Race Onion, this is effectively the battle for the race lead, courtesy of the WSR Esports Buck car not pitting over the safety car period like basically everyone else did.
I don't know what Camilo had for breakfast, but I'd like some of that because clearly he is full of it today.
Just pure sugar, all around, every bit. In fact, just sat there, got a pot of sugar, poured some milk into it, and went, right, let's get this race underway. Bosh. I mean, he's got a lot of energy. The aggression is there. Whether it's that measured or not, I don't know. I wouldn't say I've seen too many really outrageously silly things. So it seems all right at the moment. It's just a bit like it's making me wince.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, to me, I'm the sort of driver that, to me, that says that's a matter of time. I think we're going to see another accident. He's already had one, we have to remember, but is still going strong here. And, we got a drive-through penalty for car number 3. I'll have to double-check who that is. Oh, my goodness, and we just saw it in the background there, a car having to go off track as Dahan managed to overtake OBS World by Simsa. That was actually our leader in the GT3. Valkyrie Competition went 4 wheels in the grass to let that battle through.
They are 2.1 seconds clear of 10/10, so, you know, I guess fair enough. Whatever. The number 3, by the way, is the reverse by Tomita car. I'm going to assume then that might be a penalty for their crash with the
I think so, yeah.
Engineers by Vilnius Tech, because as much as the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech were maybe slightly unpredictable there, that doesn't mean that just because they're a lap down that you can go for a gap which ain't there. So I think that might be what's happened from race control. The penalty's been dished out.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So the 117 is Vilnius Tech. That was for the accident on the main straight. Valkyrie Competition definitely willing to take their own risks here today, apparently, as Fordzilla's back on it once again, trying to catch up to Race Onion. What amazes me about this is they've repeatedly gotten to the back of that 15 car, but we haven't seen a successful overtake yet.
I think it's because like the pace from them, the pace from quite a lot of the teams, it's very similar. So it's just it's the ebb and the flow of endurance racing. You know, Race Onion Team Fordzilla, whilst you'll see at some points the Race Onion car may pull out 2 seconds. Over the next few laps, the Fordzilla car will also pull it back in as well, just because of how lap traffic works around here and the fact that they're running similar pace. Once again, more looks in the background as Camilo Dahan's trying to work their way past.
And actually makes contact there with Beerskin. Whoever's on the box for Beerskin, get to them and tell them, let them through. Don't fight that red car.
Yeah, back out of it. Like, it's about risking it. There we have the confirmation to maybe why Camilo Dahan is flying at the moment. They are on new tyres. Do you remember as well they had a damage repair on the previous stop, as there is a look to the outside from Fordzilla.
This is a battle for that second place. Oh, they get boxed in, though, once again, as they're going to go by the Vilnius Tech car, which seems to have his wing back, so he did stop into pit lane. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they know that they've got a chance to get up to P2 here in that number 37, which they held briefly at the start of this race. Beerskin going to send it down the inside into the chicane, though, and fight back with them. Here comes OBS World by Simsa, and they're going to cut back to take that position away from Beerskin.
Yeah, Fabio Rao getting the up and under there on Koganek, so and the pair of them allowing Camilla de Haan to work their way through into what is 4th position on the road. It will become 3rd position once the WSR Esports bucking car comes into the pit lane. But of course, with the safety car intervention, it means that WSR Esports bucking car can go a little bit further. There is an enormous moment from the 531. Of course, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car, that was huge, and they are slow on the track at the moment. They are on the back stretch at the moment on the left-hand side there. All the drivers and teams are being informed by race control as to exactly where that car is on the race circuit until it gets into pit lane, is to avoid a safety car intervention once more.
Battle raging on here, 2nd all the way to 5th in the OBSP. The safety car has brought this alive, but again, this is for 2nd. Will effectively be for the lead because WSR still needs to pit, but as they go side by side for P2 down to the chicane, once again, WSR has been using this to great effect. They're running away, and there goes through Camilo de Haan and the Alpha Esports Red up into 3rd now and already hunting down Race Onion.
Once again, a reminder that Alpha Esports Red car, we did get the note from old Laz, as I think we should call him, as he passed the information. That car is on fresh tyres, is the Alpha Esports Red car. And do remember once more, WSR Esports Buckingham didn't stop, thus they are on a lighter car at the moment, which is faster, and tyre wear around is not too bad. So that's what's allowed the WSR Esports Buckingham car to pull this gap out. But I've got to say, I didn't expect it to go out this far. That is how impressive the stint has been thus far from the 116, the joint championship leader.
Yeah, so here is where the pass happened. Saw him try and make the move, set him up. And again, I mean, yes, there have been some aggressive moves here from that 37 car, but that was just beautifully timed, and now has set themselves up for a potential 2nd place. Oh, he goes for the exit, but this time he times it wrong. Race Onion manages to balk him off the corner.
So good though. I mean, I've got to say, I think Camilla de Haan will be taking over 2nd position fairly shortly, to be honest, as the WSR Esports bucking car will be into pit lane as expected. From the race lead in the OBSP category, they've been out now for 58 minutes on the racetrack, but of course the safety car intervention is what's allowed them to extend that stint. It means I think we're typically expecting the stint length from them to be around about sort of like the 48 to 50 minute mark, to take about 4 laps off of 6 laps off of what we've currently run to, and that's roughly where we're expecting them to run in the future. That's a big one from de Haan.
Down the inside, they're actually going to bang wheels coming off of turn 7. Remember, that's not for 2nd anymore. This is for the lead of the race. And what is he going to be able to do down into the chicane as Fordzilla spies an opportunity to maybe get that lead from both of them? Huge defense, also going to once again sideswipe together. Oh, they're going to go off course. Fordzilla's going to take the lead as the wreck unfolds, and it is finally caught up to de Haan.
Too aggressive from de Haan and kind of half committed on the defence there from the Race Onion car. Benson Embassy kind of closed it off but left enough room for a big send in there and didn't read that dive quite well enough. So silly mistakes from the pair of them, but if you're going to blame anyone in that more so than the other, it would be Camilla de Haan from the Alpha Esports Red car. But alas, it has allowed Team Fordzilla to take over the race lead, now a 2nd clear of Fabio Rauer, who has got the pace, I do believe, in that 66 car to keep up with Abel Torres. We saw that earlier on in the race, unless now the Fordzilla car is going to turn everything up to 11 and potentially clear off into the distance.
I'm sure the hands absolutely went into the air in the Race Onion garage after that one, because they're now down to 3rd with some gap to make up, not just to Fordzilla, but OBS World by Simsa, who moves into 2nd place after what was a bit of a clumsy move. We now get a chance to finally look at the GT3s now that has dissipated. This is Turbo Turtles chasing for podium position, Sapphire Simsport Alpha with Robbie McAfee currently in that BMW.
Yeah, exactly, and battles in all of the categories. Still see some fairly high positions. There's the WSR Esports bucking car out of the pit lane. The only one that sees some separation, I think, is in that GT3 category, because the Valkyrie competition car, I think, has pulled away quite comfortably at the moment in that category. This is the battle for second position in the third position in the LMP3s, because Cupis has recently lost out a position to the locals Autosport car, who find themselves having 2 cars on the podium at the moment in locals Autosport. As we'll see what happens with Race Onion here, trying to work their way back in the second.
Already catching up to OBS World by Simsa, and coming off of turn 7. This is where things kind of erupted with the battle for the lead with Race Onion before. They're going to get a nice run coming down the back stretch as Trispalve Esports gives a bit of a tow to Fabio. This is going to look good for Race Onion, but they're not going to make the same mistake that we saw DeHaan do. He'll back out of the move.
Exactly, just got off. Whoa, okay, who's that? He's backwards. Someone's right into pit lane entry as well.
That's Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. So that was the battle for P3 there over in the GT3s, and thankfully they're at the pit entry, so it's a very easy run for them to turn it around and get in for repairs.
Yeah, I don't know if they were sent around. I would say yes, they were sent around. You don't typically lose it coming over that crest solo, especially not with the GT3s that have traction control and all the likes. And I will say that Sapphire SimSport Alpha car did overspeed in the pit lane. Overspeed in the pit lane. They missed their box. That's what I was trying to say. I can't speak English. They didn't speed in the pit lane, but they did miss their box. As I had to stick it in reverse, drop back in. You're absolutely right. They were very lucky with where they had that, but I would be shocked if that wasn't assisted.
It was assisted. It was Beaver Grease Racing with the number 12 LMP3 car that made contact. And on top of things, that's a car that's a lap down, so they weren't racing for position. That's not going to look very good to race control.
No, that's when you're... Yeah, I get it. When you're a lap down, you still want to throw it around as hard as you can to keep yourself as close as in contention as possible. You don't want to give up at any point. But especially when you're around other people of high position, we'll see this from the onboard of the Beaver Grease car. I will say, I don't know what the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car was really doing there, because we were talking with Valkyrie Competition with Jonathan Poulet a bit earlier on in the broadcast before we went racing about how they were saying the GT3s must remain predictable and all that kind of stuff. Whatever was happening there wasn't predictable.
They didn't stop under the safety car, so that was the end of their stint, I believe, and they needed to pit in. Not predictable, but that is a bit of a hard call. They probably should have been farther off to the right coming off of the corner, frankly. Yeah.
This is where having an indicator would be good. This was happening with Sierra. Sierra have gone around. A bit of a shame for them. But yeah, no, you need those indicators on, those turn signals. So iRacing, safety cars to be drivable, and turn signals. Let's get it done. But no, you're absolutely right. The easy way is to come off of turn 10B and just hold it left before you get to 11 and drop down. That's probably one place that this circuit does drop a couple of points for me when it comes to how good it is. It is that pit entry is arguably quite dangerous.
Yeah, some LMP3 problems. MTS Garage going by somebody. I didn't quite make out who that was, unfortunately, but thankfully was able to avoid it and get around it in the end as we come back to our OBSPs once more and out through the chicane, seeing them having to, again, have just deal with some of this lap traffic. LMP3 trying to get inside through the final turn. That is always dangerous.
And try to give so much room so that Sierra can work their way past whilst they also pick up the positions. It's again, those are the points where you're looking at being like, this is sketchy as, and the SRB Motorsports by G&E car is able to clear that traffic. They are going to get the pressure from the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car that obviously started this race from pole position. It's not been a particularly good opening stint to the race for the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, has it? Someone's in the pit lane.
Speaking of cars needing pit stops, Locals Autosport Black ahead of them in the LMP3s still has not pitted. They're on lap 47 of their stint, and they're in second place, so they're not going slowly. I'm a bit confused by this.
Yeah, I mean, you can save a lot of fuel in one of the slipstream for 2 under the safety car, so you can save a fair amount of fuel, but that is a ridiculously long opening stint to the race, when we're pushing comfortably over an hour. It's an hour and 6 minutes into the race. Typically with the LMP3s, we'll talk about normally 50-minute stints. They're saving an awful lot of fuel here, and I think this might be the time to be coming down the pit lane, although they might not be able to. Well, they're not going to, if they wanted to, courtesy of the up and under there coming from the SRB Motorsport car.
Yeah, and yes, they are in pits this time. In fact, almost looked like they may have been running out of fuel because they were very slow on their way in. They stretched it to the absolute limit, and SRB will now be promoted to third with that pit stop, and in fact going by a car a lap down. That's SRB Motorsport 245 that was off track there.
Yeah, a bit sketchy there. You don't like seeing cars going slow or offline or anything like that going through the S's section, so a little bit sketchy indeed. But those LMP3s, they navigate fairly. We'll go with that for now. I did notice that Juan Manuel Gomez has joined the session, so maybe he's going to take over from Abel Torres, of course, our race leader in the OBSP category now. When it comes to that the next pit stop, which will be a fair while away for the OBSP, probably not for about another half hour maybe. And as you can see, the OBS World by Sims car has lost 3.5 seconds in 5 laps. That is the car that's second in the OBSPs versus our race leader.
Watching them having to go by that Ferrari. I think that was the not the Valkyrie competition. That was the Icarus car, actually, second place that they just overtook in that number 27. Somebody completely off the course. SR Technic for, I think, the second time we've seen this race, because they already had a big incident, and they must have actually had another big wreck because they're trying to stay off the track. I think they're trying to limp it back home.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it's not the only car that we're going to see trying to limp their way back into pit lane today, and I say that because we've seen plenty limp their way back into pit lane already, and we're only an hour and 8. There's the updated standings in the OBSP category, and courtesy of the switch positions, Team Fordzilla will be going into the season finale as things stand, because the issues that Race Onion had with a 19-point lead. I think we might be talking of that gap being slightly closer going into the season finale, but if Abel Torres is running away at the moment and can convert it, maybe Team Fordzilla have very suddenly become the absolute favourites for the OBSP category.
Yeah, and I would not give them that opportunity, because Fordzilla can be frighteningly quick on a good day, so they could wind up controlling it and running away with things. As Beerskin here in their Porsche, currently sitting in fourth, trying to hunt down Race Onion in front of them, while at the same time keep PC Vault behind them. But you can see the just utter chaos of trying to weave their way past all these GT cars. In fact, having to take the apex away from that Icarus International number 27 through turn 3 there. But thankfully, everybody was nice and safe through that portion. WSR Motorsports, interestingly, managed to stay on the lead lap with their pit stop. So thankfully, they didn't lose too much, especially if we do get a safety car. They're not going to get trapped the lap down. But it's still a bit of an alternate strategy compared to those around them, as man, things get a little bit tight now for second place. That's OBS World by Simsa being chased by Race Onion.
Yeah, this is, again, when we see this backstretch looking like this, it's all a bit crazy and uncomfortable. Race Onion trying to work their way back up into second position. Obviously, we saw the issues Spencer Dempsey earlier on. He knows he's got the pace to go and win this race, but needs to get through now because that gap is growing in the OBSP category when it comes to the point standings. Less so with the LMP3s. You saw that thing pop up a moment ago. 1.5 points is what would be separating first and second in the LMP3s going into the season finale, if things remain as they stand for the checkered flag. And let's be honest, with that checkered flag still being at a bare minimum 3.5 hours away, it's not going to remain the same.
Interesting development here. Race Onion now has a penalty, a drive-through penalty for causing an accident with Alpha Esports Red. So the race control saw it very differently from what we did. They're putting the blame on that number 15, which means they are now going to have to give up a lot of track position. They almost need that safety car to get back in the hunt here.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reason why I can kind of understand it, because like I said, for Benson Empathy, it was a half-hearted defence. So it wasn't covered off fully to the inside. Camilo de Haan sent it to the inside, and I just wonder if then Benson Empathy turned in a little bit too early, and that is what unloaded Camilo de Haan. They'll look at it and be like, you'll be able to tell, especially from up above, was Camilo de Haan going to run straight off the race circuit, right? A dive bomb is absolutely fine, provided you pull it up before leaving the racetrack, right? And so maybe de Haan, clearly by the terms of race control, did nothing wrong there. Was going for an aggressive move, yes, but it was Nemet's mistake, which is what sent him off. So a drive-through penalty for Race Onion, for the team that has won the last 2 races, had 3 consecutive pole positions in the championship. Disaster at the moment in Road Atlanta, but let's be honest, a lot happens in these races, so you just don't really know.
On top of it, they've already got cars that are very close behind them. Beerskin by Simsa, BC Vault, trying to see if they can demote them. And interestingly, Camilo de Haan already catching up in the background as well after their little coming together before. But they're going to have to serve this penalty soon. They can't stay out forever. I'm sure they're trying frantically to see if they can appeal it. But coming down into the braking, and Beerskin gets the worst of that BMW just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I know. When you're behind the wheel, you sort of been like, let's leave it as late as possible. Yellow Submarine Squad, the 534, had an issue here at T5. They did get back up to speed though, and were able to continue on. Once again, race control were updating all the drivers as to where that slow-moving vehicle was before it was able to get fully back up and going again. Race Onion remaining out on the race circuit. Yeah, if you're in that booth, especially if you feel that the penalty is unjust, you're sort of being like, is there any way we can fight it? Is there any way we can fight it? And you obviously can't do anything because you're in the car. So you're asking your teammate to go through the motions to try and do something about it. Bearing in mind that your teammate in that scenario is the driver that took pole position for this race. So yeah, it's not an ideal scenario for Race Onion, but it's hard to say that they don't have the pace. We know they're incredibly fast. We know they're incredibly consistent. They just might be the safety car to be thrown back into us.
Also, we're given a look at PPF Racing Team. Remember, they were off at the very beginning of this race. They're up tonight, so they're not doing too shabby trying to recover from that one. In the meantime, just can't take our eyes off of this group. And Race Onion still not pitting in. Beerskin showing the nose. Surely their teammate has told them over the radio, they've got a penalty. You don't need to make a risky pass here.
Yeah, I don't think the penalty's been dished out in game yet. That's why we've not seen the Race Onion car head onto the lane as of this moment. So that might be why they're delaying it as long as possible.
Yes,
just fall those behind.
I can report there is a pause on the penalty. So you're right. Even still, though, I'm pretty sure the Beerskin car, probably trying to think about this big picture. They don't need to make that pass because there is that looming over the head of number 15 right now. So it's being looked at once again. I'm almost certain that behind the scenes the team has protested appealed the penalty, but we'll see what comes out of it. For now, though, things are very much in limbo. And let's not forget, BC Vault is also right there, along with the other car involved in that whole penalty, Alpha Esports Red.
Yeah, and it's kind of it's at the point where it's like, if I had that penalty, obviously you want to fight, you want to report it and stuff, but then quite a lot of times you just want to serve it, just get it done, right? If you can fight it, fair enough, obviously, because you believe that the penalty is unjust. But if you don't believe that an appeal is going to overturn the penalty, just get in and serve it, just deal with it. Because the problem is now is the level of risk has been increased quite a lot, because you've got 3 cars behind, all knowing that you've got a penalty, all feeling quite aggressive, all looking a little bit quicker than you are right now. The chances of you getting run over by the car behind is incredibly high right now. So this is not an easy moment in the race for the Race Onion squad, whilst effectively it's completely out of their hands now as to what happens essentially with their entire race.
What a bizarre train for sure here amongst these cars. And we could see a flash of the screen of Fabio up in second ahead of them, a little bit too far away for them to try and attack on that one right now. So this is definitely a battle for P3 amongst them. But this is, I mean, compared to early in the race, this does look a little bit calmer because they're not really poking their nose as much in there. I think they are just kind of holding station, waiting to find out what is going to happen here in this fight, in the sort of the battle in the steward's room for this car.
Yeah, indeed. I will also give you another little bit of an update of what I think is a big thing, not only in this race but in the championship as well. Whilst we look at this battle for third, which is all very exciting and stuff, Abel Torres is about to do something quite important, which is lap the car that is coming into this round on the exact same points, coming right up to the rear of the WSR Esports Buckley car that will go a lap down very, very shortly, which is a big shame for WSR Esports Buckley. I think once that happens, it is kind of the salute for their championship in a sense.
It's not good, but I'll play counter to this. If they get another safety car and they can, it's timed right, they can stay out again, and the other drivers pit, they can get the lap back and get back on the lead lap. Now, granted, they're going to need a lot of help because they're going to be towards the back of the field, but I mean, they could be trying to play this as one less pit stop than those around them.
Potentially. Beerskin by Simpson, by the way, just lost out 2 positions there on the run on the start-finish straight. I think they were really slow going out of the start-finish straight, and once Alpha Esports looked to the inside of Camilla de Haan, a bit of a off you go there from Goganek, so I think just allowing that one to pass. Is the highest I-rated driver of the 3, being between the Beerskin Simsa, BC Volt Simsa, and the Alpha Esports red car. Of course, penalty is higher. But yeah, thinking discretion the better part of Valor there, did Christopher Koganek, and backed out of it, as we can see some of the battles back in the GT3 category, because we've got the Trispalve Esports car, Grigas behind the wheel of the behind the wheel of the Trispalve Esports car, PBF Racing Team directly ahead. You said about their recovery, very impressive.
Yeah, wonderful job from them. That was a bit of a slide coming through the chicane from Camilo de Haan, and that means that the Beerskin car is going to try and see if he can get to the inside through turn 1, but he didn't have enough speed. Chopped off at the apex. The Alpha Esports red car will hold on to 5th place, still trying to see if they can stay close to BC Vault with Jamontis in front of them, and they all stack up in the traffic.
Yeesh, very sketchy indeed, and Camilo de Haan now turns him round. Now, de Haan might have escaped a penalty on the previous incident between himself and Ben Stensley. I know that one's under investigation. I find it very, very, very unlikely he'll escape a penalty for that one.
Jamontis doing everything right, was trying to stay patient there, and just a little bit slow off the corner, unfortunately. Now, he might be able to escape a penalty because I've gone back and looked at it on my screen. I think the 47 was already kind of spinning before the contact.
Maybe.
Let's look at it here. Yeah,
let's see from up above. So obviously you'll see there's a little bit of contact there, trying to get past the Ferrari, going for the up and under. I just think it's the close proximity of that. I don't know if can you stall the diffuser and stuff on these in iRacing? I know you can elsewhere in SimRacing. I'm pretty sure you probably can in iRacing. And what I mean by that is if you're close enough to the rear end of the car, as the BC Rock by Simpson car comes into the pit lane, if you're close enough to the rear end of a car, you can stall the aero on the rear end, and I'm pretty sure you can that because that's how it works in NASCAR. How you go faster by even just being closer to the rear end of the car ahead. You're stalling the aero on the rear of the car, thus allowing them to clear off into the distance. In this scenario, you're close enough that you're taking the air off the rear of that car, thus causing the car to lose grip on the rear and spinning. But I think it might have been a brush about there. I think that's just pure contact.
Yeah, it's a very difficult call. Again, I don't want to be in the race control seat right now for the decision they're going to have to make. Also, because of that hit with the wall, they've got a meatball flag, so they are forced to take repairs. They're in right now. They're going to fall probably multiple laps down. It all fell apart very early in the day, unfortunately, for BC Vault.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen with quite a lot of teams, let's be honest. Just with how this circuit is, it's a brutal one. Arguably the second hardest, I'd say, on the calendar. Obviously behind Long Beach.
Yeah.
Whoever's decision that was, I respect it, but that's crazy. This is a much more appropriate circuit for this, as there is WSR Esports Buckingham getting past the Sierra car, but on the rear end of them is Team Ford. So they're not a lap down yet.
There it is.
But still.
They just passed them now as we cut away, so they've officially gone a lap down. They didn't fight it. They had the blue flags. I believe they do have some rules on that, because there was... I saw a race control decision regarding blue flags a little bit earlier. So once they got that, it was lights out for them. They had to let them go per the rules. Meanwhile, still no decision that I've seen yet on race control here with Race Onion. And guess who's behind them now? Alpha Esports Red, round 2. Let's go.
Yeah. Now I don't know how this one's going to unfold. Obviously, We've seen contact between these two very recently. Camilo Dahan has had contact very recently as well, that might be playing in the back of his mind that maybe there is a penalty on the way regardless for the Alpha Esports Red car, regardless of what happens between the Alpha Esports Red Race Onion car with the incident between the pair of them. So we had the decision, and now it's under investigation once more. But these two remaining incredibly close. And considering where Camilo Dahan is, I wouldn't be too shocked to see if there is a move come down into 10A and 10B, which is exactly where they made contact a few laps back.
All right. Did he learn his lesson last time? And will Camilo Dahan be able to make a clean move down through into the chicane? No, he's not going to try for it. The other thing that's interesting in this is Beerskin hasn't fallen back. So, I mean, not a completely unlikely scenario. If Race Onion gets a penalty, if Alpha Esports Red gets a penalty, Christopher suddenly finds himself P3.
Yeah, I mean, look, you never know how these things unfold, and sometimes you do get the luck of the draw, you do get the luck of race control. Being on your side is not the way I'd put it, but just, getting onto those people and you're just getting lucky picking up those spots. Courtesy of various penalties. You can see the Alpha Esports Red there has gained 5 seconds in 15 laps. You can see I was going to say if that was damage or if it is just all of the tyre flex. I think there is quite a bit of damage on the rear right. It's not just tyre flex, which makes sense because that would have been the side that the contact was made. The Race Onion car, which suspiciously has damage on the front left. So they're both dealing with some form of damage at the moment on the cars, but I don't think Camilo Dahan wants to try and go for a move. I think it's trying to play the long game now, finally.
Yeah, in all this drama, we've forgotten that they're probably losing time both due to the battling and if there is damage due to that, as well as we got a little bit of a fight in the LMP3s between Beaver Grease and Yellow Submarine. Once again, this is for 5th here, and it looks like Beaver Grease going to come out ahead in that battle. So they'll hold them off at least for now. That was going by the lapped car of Vilnius Tech, who's still out there running somehow, but has since repaired their rear wing. Very much a lot of pressure from Nicholas in that 532, trying to see if he can get Andre offline, but nothing doing yet.
No, absolutely not. And do remember the 532 is battling for the championship. The issues for them, though, is that the 815, the Beaver Grease racing car, is one of the cars they're battling in the championship with. Obviously, we've already seen the 245, the SRB Motorsport car that started on the front row. It's still on track. They have gone back out, but they had an enormous amount of damage. Lost the front, lost the rear. It was a huge amount of damage for the champion leads in the LMP3. So that title fight is being blown wide open heading into the series finale at Sebring. There is the battle for the champion, fighting the position they wanted to be fighting for in the race, but you never know.
And they made a little bit of contact coming down into the braking. They'll be able to get away from one another once they hit the corner. This time, though, Nicholas will be able to take that 5th position with a little bit of aggression on his side for sure, but I don't think this is over.
No, the slow and confused car was the one that came through in that. This definitely is not over. Woo, that's a big look down into T1. I don't know why. I've seen this a lot I don't know why drivers take such an aggressive line down into T1 like that, like to try and fill the mirrors, because all you're doing is you're having to scrub off so much more speed to pull it to the apex without running out wide, which happens frequently. As there goes off the Renoverse by Tomedo car. That aggressive look down to T1, it never works. It never works. Stop bothering with it. Just keep on the racing line and keep yourself close going through the S's.
After all the discussions, after I'm sure the heated back and forth behind the scenes, their penalty stays the same. Race Onion gets a black flag. Now, we haven't seen anything about Alpha Esports Red with the secondary incident, if they've got anything yet. In fact, I haven't. I'll check and see if there's been a protest. Surely there has to have been. But they could also fall by the wayside. But now their job has been made much easier.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, Race Onion, disaster for them now. It's not been a great race thus far. They're 10 seconds behind the team they need to beat to really keep properly in championship contention. And it is going to get worse for them with that drive-through penalty as the Turbo Turtles car decides to turn on the cloaking device. One of the LMP3s in the middle of all of this battle, also causing its fair share of problems. This is the battle for 5th position. Turbo Turtles, they're going through in the green Ferrari, and it is the Sapphire Simsport Alpha 22 BMW that is also there involved in the fight, trying to get inside the top 5.
Interestingly, I don't see a protest on the report sheet from the 47 team on that one, or at least not between themselves and the 37. So not sure if they just haven't filed it yet or what exactly is going on. As I can report that Race Onion is serving their penalty now, watching those Turbo Turtles come up and over turn 5, just as Sapphire Simsport Alpha remains hot on their heels.
And they're getting quicker, the Sapphire Simsport car, and that is the move. Going down into turn 7, there's a bit of a hip check as well. The advantage is going to go the way of the Ferrari. The BMW will go back into the slipstream and might be able to try and close back in. But I think from what we were hearing before at the start of the race, especially between those the LMP3 said about which ones are the hard ones to lap, I believe the Ferrari's pretty pacey in a straight line. Is able to take a defensive line coming down here into 10A, but now decides not to fight it. So they just wanted to waste time at turn 7. 10 out of 10.
And they tried to come back and cut underneath because Jacob Money went way deep into the corner, but wasn't quite there. So 22 is now going to move into the top 5. 10 tenths is the next one up the road, but that is 30 seconds up the road. So they got a lot of work to do.
And they're not going to be able to close that. That's far too large of a gap. You know, if it's obviously it's a long race left to go. Fair enough, but that is too large of a gap. As we'll see a big look down there from the 2 to go green car as well, trying to work their way past. Some sketchy moments of track, didn't
I definitely anticipated this was going to have a lot of moments like this, if I'm honest. So Blue by TC going to allow those cars through. Also, OBS World by Simsa is pitting in. That might be a scheduled stop, actually. I believe. Yeah, because I'm seeing more OBSP cars are pitting now. So this is the end of the stint, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we've been back. They basically pitted about 50 or so minutes ago. It might have been more than that even. It would have been nearly an hour ago because it was the safety car, which is about half an hour into the race. We are now an hour and a half into this race. We've passed the quarter distance mark quite comfortably. That was about lap 60 or so. So we're running definitely fast enough to have the race done by distance and not the time, which is a great sign for us. I can go out and have my Burger King. But no, also it means that they're driving nice and clean out on the racetrack, so it's fine.
You've got Burger King waiting. I have a sandwich and some stuff waiting that my wife had brought me. So
I don't have a wife, so I don't have that excuse. If anything, I have to shout at my housemates nice enough, they'll bring me a sandwich. They'll shout back in profanity. It's fine.
Well, you'll have to work on that. But in the meantime, Turbo Turtles still watching them lose ground here. It looks like that was kind of a matter of time. It's that Sapphire BMW kind of running away from them at this stage. Seeing no further action for car 22 That is Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. Yeah, they're saying that incident that we saw where they cut across the track looks like that was just a miscommunication according to the race control.
Yeah, which makes sense. So, fair enough. I've seen quite a few miscommunications around here, and it happens around here, especially because like the speed is so fast. It happens. Everything happens so quickly. You've got to react in basically the blink of an eye, and that is where those miscommunications happen. As we see the beer skin by Simsa car work its way onto pit lane, Team Fordzilla are remaining out on the racetrack, interestingly enough, and they are being hounded a little bit by the WSR Esports BACK car that obviously has stopped, but only once, and is a lap down because of when they stop. But they're keeping up with Team Fordzilla, which is really good for the WSR Esports BACK car at the moment, because it's just going to keep their strategy fairly comfortable. Once Able Tyres comes into the pit lane, they'll be back on the lead lap. Maybe they'll hope for a safety car to kind of neutralise the race a little bit, as a Race Onion there departing pit lane, coming out to the track.
Yep, so now they've both served their penalty and taken their scheduled pit stop, so they're done with that. This is currently the battle for 8th position down in the GT3s. That is HundredForce ahead of Trispalv and Blue by TC. They're going to allow that OBSP car, former leader, on through, and that's going to open up the door for Simonis there in the 148. The Porsche going to try and make a dive, but it's not done by turn 7. Now he needs a better exit, and they're going to go 3 wide, blocking in poor Locals Autosport behind.
Yeah, this is sketchy. Let's go with that. It's exciting though, as you'll see them still running side by side. It is though the Porsche in the middle, that Trispalve car, that has dropped off the rear end of this train, but still going side by side with the LMP3, as it is going to be the HundredForce car at the lead of this grouping. Blue by TC then working their way past the Trispalve Esports machine. And do remember, speaking of recovery drives, what happened to the Blue by TC car on lap 1? Yeah, they were in a barrier and hard.
That's a good point. I can't believe they're as high up as they are, finally making his way past poor Darius and Locals Autosport. LMP3 had a hell of a time. Meanwhile, HundredForce having to go slightly defensive here up into turn 3, as the Blue by TC car looking quite aggressive at this stage. They're also going to have to give way to the likes of BC Vault by Simsa, who is back out on track after their incident, but they are now 10th place in category.
Yeah, indeed. And we'll see that Blue by TC car trying to get past Trispalve. Let's see what's happened to the Alpha Esports Red. Oh, that's a big hit from them. And then a terrible rejoin.
Yeah, not a good couple of corners there for the number 37, who have been in plenty of action as they were trying to get around Yellow Submarine, who are many laps down as well themselves. So not really fighting with anyone at this stage. So both of them, honestly, having a bit of a sloppy one coming through the S's as we come back to Blue by TC once again on HundredForce, trying to go the long way around to the final turn, and HundredForce actually gives it up.
That's a lovely move though, and I think it might be HundredForce losing out yet another position. They do indeed. Do really like that HundredForce livery, by the way. You can see in the top right, most overtakes. Obviously the Insight's powered by Grip, and our boy Laz doing all the counting. Alpha Esports Red have the highest number of overtakes at 14, and absolutely no one is shocked by this. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
How aggressive Camilla de Haan's been on the road. Put on some absolute corkers. Put on some less corkery move.
I mean, when you have a numbers game like that, you have a lot of them. Of course, you're going to have plenty that are good and plenty that are bad. So it kind of makes sense. But so far, I mean, they're not out of it. They're still in the top 3. Speaking of which, because of the recent pit stops, WSR, they're back to the lead now. But it is only by about 2 seconds over Team Fordzilla. Honestly, almost what they need at this point is for things to go a little bit long, for the caution to come out at the right time, so they can maybe get back on the same strategy and still have the track position. So otherwise, it's just going to be this constant back and forth, as there was a lot of smoke out of turn 5 there.
there was a lot of smoke. I'm not seeing anything of a car stationary on circuit, and we've obviously got one of the local auto sport cars. Maybe it was them. I don't know. You're absolutely right. WSR Esports, they're kind of wanting this to be green for about another 8 or 9 laps, and then they want the caution. They want it within sort of the next 10 laps, just so that they can pit and kind of get back onto a similar strategy to everyone else without losing too much. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one, as there is a look to the inside of the OBS World by Simsa car, trying to work their way through on the slow and confused. That is for position. I was about to say it was lap traffic. It certainly wasn't. Slow and confused have just worked their way back. They frequently have done that quite a lot, where they just appear. I think it might be through strategy as to how the slow and confused car is up here as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Not too bad, but haven't had as good a pace as we've seen in some recent races. Things kind of get stacked up momentarily as the SRB Ligier LMP3 car kind of in their way through that back and forth section. Fabio Rauer now going to try and have to defend on that 325 as we jump ahead up to the battle here in the LMP3's A&R Endurance up against Yellow Submarine for a podium position down the front stretch, trying to cut back on him, just not enough speed down the main straight for Patrick in that number 59.
Yeah, indeed. It's simple close calls in that final corner. It's bitten quite a lot of cars, particularly in the GT3 category, more so than most, but it has bitten quite a few, as there is the big 7 from the Yellow Submarine squad car. There is a look. You can see the race leader in the OBSPs. You saw the WSR Esports BACK car. This is back in the LMP3 category with that set that we saw from the Yellow Submarine squad, with A&R Endurance Esport as well, just off the rear end. Things looking extremely tight within the LMP3 championship, so it's an important moment as we're approaching 200 miles complete in this race, by the way. Once we complete lap 79, we are officially 1/3 in.
Also, there was a protest filed by the 47 on the 37 car, and 37, that's Alpha Esports Red, for those of you that haven't been watching, have gotten the penalty, and they've already served it. So in stark contrast to what we saw with the Race Onion, that team basically came in almost immediately.
They knew it. They knew that penalty was on the way. It's kind of one of those ones, we've all had it in a race, where you've done something, as we see the LMP3s make their way into the pit lane. Same with some of the GT3s as well. I did see one of the GT3s at least come down onto the lane. I think it was over the limit racing blue car. The race leader within that category has been onto pit lane, as they'll relinquish it over to the Icarus International squad. That Ferrari, I think, will sweep their way through into the race lead, unless, are they in pit lane as well? I believe they might be. They are indeed, yes. But yeah, like I said, we've all done it. We've had the incident on track, and you've been like, that's my fault. You already know it. It's like, yep, I'm ready for the penalty. It's fine.
Yeah. Put your hands up. Realize that you got to take the pain a little bit here, as we got a battle for the lead as WSR Esports butt kicker versus Team Fordzilla down into the chicane. Doesn't quite see a change of position this time, but you could see the weaving back and forth. Fordzilla wanting the toe down that long straight, because they know that this is on track. They're on different strategy, but if they can overtake them, that means that despite being on that different strategy, they'll have both the track advantage and the strategy advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And at the moment, this race is really, really looking favourable for Team Fordzilla. But WSR Esports butt kicker, they're just, I think that they're well aware that they're not playing this race for victory. They know that the win is kind of out of their hands. Fair enough. I think they're more focused on trying to get themselves involved, maybe in the top 5, maybe on the podium. Which a podium for them would be an absolute result. Yes, it means that in a few weeks' time when we go to Sebring, they're up against it, but it keeps the hope alive. These two are locked on exactly the same points. They both have 80 coming into this round, and so any extra points that WSR Esports can pick up just gives them that extra little bit of help going into the final round of the season. Being told, by the way, that the 531 was going really slow going out of turn 4. I wonder if that might have been some of the smoke we were seeing earlier. I don't know.
No, this is a separate incident. I was able to go and look at it. They had a wreck in turn 3. They've driven it on around. I think they're back in pit lane. They're again, that's the Yellow Submarine squad car, the Josh Toothman machine, who is back into. Well, no, he's actually still out there running. Thought for sure that was a hard enough hit that they would have to pit in. But they're able to carry on. That's impressive considering how big of a thwack they had into the concrete. In the meantime, watching Slow and Confused behind Race Onion, who have not only served their penalty, but now are kind of fighting their way back up the order. And my goodness, is that the 531 with another incident there?
No, I think that might be. Is that the 88? Because I did see the 88 had been told by the note had come out from race control. The 88 was slow on the backstretch and now is back into the pit lane. So I think that might have been them. That is the SimSpot racing car, which is at the back of the LMP3 category anyway.
Yeah, and track is clear, so they made their way finally back to the pit lane. So one down for Race Onion over Slow and Confused. Alpha Esports Red going to be the next one up. Also worth noting in all of this, because we've been so focused on WSR versus Team Fordzilla. Depending on what happens, of course, with strategy, with cautions and everything, if WSR really, things don't turn around for them, that means Beerskin is looking actually at a second place. Now, they're about 20 seconds off of Team Fordzilla. But again, depending on what happens with the Yellows, they could get bunched back up and still be in the hunt for a victory.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's kind of like it's a little out of your control now. It's more down to the luck of the draw, a bit of fortunate timing, and hey, maybe even having a car that works really well once the sun sets, because it is going to set. It's 7 o'clock in-game time, virtual standard time, is the way you say, and with there being roughly at this pace, roughly about 3 hours left to go. In this one, we're definitely seeing the sunset. We're pushing 10 o'clock in game. In fact, I'm thinking we're getting comfortably past that, because I still think we're due another safety car. I think we'll probably look about 3 hours 20 left to go in this race.
Exactly. I'm going to have to look up, see when sunset is officially supposed to be here in a second. Checking back in with our LMP3s here, currently led by SRB Motorsport by Vega right now up at the front. But this is a little bit farther behind them. I think, is that A&R Endurance or is that Locals Autosport? No, that's neither of them. But we're going to switch over to the to Team Fordzilla now, running in second place. Now, did they have something happen, or was this just traffic? They're about 2 seconds behind WSR. Remember, they were right on their heels before.
I think there's traffic. I mean, look, you can see there at the bottom, the insights powered by Grip about the tyre age. It's 80 laps that the tyre age is in WRE Esports basket kicker. I can talk, don't I? Team Fordzilla only 7, obviously, because they've changed in the most recent stop. But the thing is, tyre wear is not too high around here. And I think that because of the lighter fuel load, that WSR Esports bucket car is plenty fast enough at the moment. Just to hold things off. I think they've done a really good job of just looking after their tyres and playing the long game on them. Of course, it means that WSR Esports bucket car has not changed tyres since the very start of the race, as expected, which is great for them when it comes to the tyre allocation, because they can basically just keep changing.
I was able to look up, this is set in August 18th, and sunset is scheduled at 8:20 p.m. So we still got a bit of time with some sunlight. Yeah. So, but you're right. We will be definitely going well into the night on that one, and drivers will have to be relying on their headlights. There is rules, by the way, as you have seen. The front clip can get damaged on these cars, and they can lose those headlights, and you have to have them on the car. So we could see penalties if drivers wind up trying to drive without that, with some damage on the machine. As we check in back with 10 tenths, who is actually looking very fast compared to Valkyrie. Did they have a slow turn 7 exit? They're going to lose the lead potentially, because down to the inside, the Audi has the apex, and they're going to be through.
Lovely move there from the 10/10 car up into the race leader, the GT3 category. Oh, and that is not lovely. And they've both gone round. The 10/10 car was pushed back forwards after being tapped by Valkyrie. And as they've been tapped again by Valkyrie, it's Valkyrie that have ended up going round. Do you know what? I'm going to say Race Control don't need to penalise that because Valkyrie have got their penalty from doing so. That was quite silly from the 177, just getting a little bit... a complete misjudgment from them. By the way, speaking of penalties, is there another one in there for Alpha Esports Red? Because I see one coming in.
Is that a second one? You're right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And let me see what that is involved with. Collision with Car 88. That is SimSpot Racing. Interesting. Okay.
Would that have been when they went... Oh, okay. No, I was going to say would that have been when they went off the road and then rejoined, but no. Did they hit the SimSpot Racing car then when they went off at T5?
Yes, yeah, that I believe that was it. So that would make sense then, the two of them coming together. So I didn't even think about that. That could merit them a penalty. Both carried on. I thought that maybe that was going to be it. So that is going to change the complexion even further for them. It has not been without drama for that red and white machine. And meanwhile, Team Fordzilla's had a few dramas themselves, but have, I'd say, managed it a fair bit better.
Yeah, they find themselves now as the race leaders because WSR Esports Bucklinger have been into the pit lane. And so now it's a 23-second lead. What's the goal now for Team Fordzilla? Lap everyone? There's potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I'd say their goals probably just get to the end. Because we've seen how this race has been going. They've seen how this race has been going. And no doubt they're telling them, you've got a huge lead, manage things. Just bring it to the finish. It's a long ways. We'll probably get another safety car. Things will get bunched up again. So let's just keep ticking off the laps here and keep it up at the front. WS Esports has taken their next pit stop. Now, again, the interesting thing about what we witnessed with the number 10 and the 177, they had contact at the last race as well. And I believe it was those two that came together. I might be misremembering. I'll try and double check in a bit. But yeah, Valkyrie Competition found themselves out of the race after they got in an accident, and they were fighting for the win for much of the 4 hours out in Italy.
Yeah, I mean, that one, I think they might be a little bit like, oh yeah, but they flicked their way back on and hit us. It's like, yeah, but the reason why the 10/10 car was even remotely sideways was because it was hit by the Valkyrie competition car. Like I say, for me, I'd be looking at. I don't want to speak on behalf of Race Control because by the rule book, they would theoretically they should still step in if it's reported. But I'd take one look at it and be like, nah, you've already got your penalty. You've lost 20 seconds now to the 10/10 car. That's your penalty. Because it was your fault. Like, at the end of the day, no one's got any doubt that it was the Valkyrie competition car as to who was to blame for that one. Oh, that was so close to a large bit of contact. And there is the contact. What happened there? That was so silly.
My goodness. And that is... trying to find which car that was, actually.
The Beaver Grease Racing cars. Was it the Beaver Grease Racing Plus? It was the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car. The one from pole position and the one battling for the championship. How unnecessary was that?
Well, they might not be battling as closely after that one. They're down to 5th position. Car is rolling, but it was a pretty big hit into the wall, so I'm wondering if they're going to have to limp back around. And yeah, one more look at this one. With now, was that car actually coming out of pit lane?
I mean, there was a car coming out of pit lane, but the SR Technic car, I don't really know what was going on there.
So that complicated things. And you talked about the perils of pit entry here. Pit exit as well has always frightened me because it does come out at a place where the racing line, naturally, you want to swing across right towards that pit exit and then back into a blind corner. So it's a combination of all kinds of scary scenarios, and it doesn't always go bad because you can at least usually kind of see the car there, but I have seen plenty of drivers that swing across, didn't know that there was a car there and make contact.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. It's kind of like the pit exit here. It's not great. At least, unlike some circuits, it doesn't just throw you straight onto the racing line, but it throws you almost onto the racing line, near enough that it does generally cause problems. So I think there might have been a little bit here. Let's see what happens between the two Sims cars, or sorry, a Race Onion rather, down the inside of the beer skin by Simsa car. Aggressive. As Race Onion find themselves back up in the third position, obviously bouncing back after the penalty.
And doing a fantastic job. I mean, they're taking some risks, but now I'd say is the time to do that. They need to make up 27 seconds to catch Team Fordzilla, so they almost also need a safety car to get bunched up to them. But that puts them back into third position now, and I think that is on merit. I don't think that's just strictly strategy. So yeah, they're almost in second place. OBS World by Simpsons only ahead by about 3 seconds.
Yeah, I believe it is on strategy. So I think, like I said, they'll be able to bounce their way back up into second position without much of a problem. But their chances of going after a race victory are, I think, very much behind them, to be perfectly honest. I don't think there is much of a chance of that, sadly, at the moment. But again, you never know. One safety car. We've said it time and time again, and it does indeed stand. 89 laps, basically complete at the moment of Team Fordzilla. Absolutely flying away. All three of our leads in each of their given categories now have pretty comfortable leads. Of course, the SB Motorsport by the Vega car, the closest of those being at 12 seconds. 10 tenths have taken full advantage of the gap that was provided to them courtesy of Valkyrie Competition's issue. Let's call it that. Now to 22 seconds of a lead. It's gone out to a further 2 seconds in advantage of the Audi R8 as Slow and Confused try and get past.
Yeah, so this is for fourth position in the OBSPs. A bit of a blink, unfortunately, from Turbo Turtles, which may have caused some hesitation from Kindler in that number 11. Here goes a good run by Slow and Confused in the Cadillac on the Porsche. Can he try and make a slide down the inside under braking into the chicane? They got more traffic in front of them that may cause some hesitation. No, none at all. He's going to stick his nose in, but he couldn't get the overlap.
I don't think he wanted to fully commit to that one because it was already quite a difficult scenario anyway, and once you're trying to pass over the Limit Racing blue car, once it's already too wide, you kind of don't really want to chuck an extra car into it because that's where the crash happens. And now they work their way past Blue by TC, now up the hill, getting their way past the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car as well. And then the next one is the SR Technic Endurance. But this is the point of the race where traffic's just... But it's fairly constant at this point in the race. It's not like it was at the start or on restarts where you've got an entire train to deal with. You're picking them off one or two at a time as Slow and Confused look to the outside. They're not going to commit to this one, surely.
No, they are. They're doing it, and they're going to make it work. Will they try and repass? No. Down into turn 7, somehow Slow and Confused pulls some of the compression and the grip out of turn 6 to take 4th place. That might be one of the moves of the race for me, because that was gutsy, but he executed it perfectly.
I just didn't think, considering how they were at 10A and 10B, I didn't think that car was going to take that level of risk. But they were like, no, actually, do you know what? Why not? And they definitely gave it a go. They're second place in the GT3 category as well. That's Valkyrie Competition. Kind of licking their wounds and driving their way around at the moment.
Yeah, let's see where... Well, you say licking their wounds. They're still in second place. They're not doing too bad. But you mentioned earlier it's 22 seconds behind. So they've got a huge gap up there. So at least they're not going to lose too many points on that one if things stay as they are. But, man, big kudos, tip of the hat to Slow and Confused for what was definitely an impressive overtake. But now it's, I don't know that they're going to catch up to Race Onion, because Race Onion has a fire lit under them right now, and they're about 8 seconds up the road.
And about to make a move as well, I think, because they are right on the rear end of the OBS World by Simsa. And, you know, we know that they've been really fast. The OBS World by Simsa has been involved in this battle effectively since the start of the race as well. So all nice and tight there. But I think Race Onion, Robin Mast behind the wheel of this car now, obviously taken over from Betznelty, who started the race. Robin Mast was the driver who we were talking to before the race started, the driver who got pole position for the Race Onion car. I'm sure will be hungry to get past the OBS World by Simsa car as quick as possible. But then you've got to think about getting past as quick as possible without burning the tyres, without burning the fuel, without doing this, without doing that. It's what makes endurance racing so tricky, but you can see that gap is incredibly close now.
So looks like SR Technic, who had contact with Beaver Grease Racing, we covered that incident in turns 1 and 2. SR Technic is going to get the penalty. They're serving it right now. Battle for P2 coming up over turn 7 and now down the long back straight as OBS World by Simsa is under threat. We can't stress how long this straightaway is. They've actually landed planes on this one before. They're going to split on either side by Renaverse by Tomedo, but around the outside, Race Onion now with Robin Moss in the car easily takes second place.
Yeah, it is a long stretch there. It's so long that it apparently includes 2 corners. Sort of, let's be honest, as they get their way down into the chicane. Lovely stuff there for Robin Moss. I don't think that Fabio Rauer really wanted to fight it too hard because you're just going to burn, you're just going to lose so much time, and that might allow Slow and Confused to rejoin. This big lock-up ahead of those, though, as I believe they worked their way past the 88, who had that lock-up going down into turn 3.
Yeah, that was Damasus in the Sim Spot car, just trying to keep the car from going off course and smoking the tires. Thankfully, don't have flat spots yet in the Sim, so he'll be able to carry on, although the tire will be vastly overheated at this stage. The battle rages on, going past Icarus International and HundredForce, not battling for position, though. And they'll head down the back stretch with OBS World by Simsa just kind of riding the coattails on Robin Moss, trying to keep up with him. More smoke coming down into the chicane, and I see tire tracks off the course. I'm not sure who was involved in that.
I'm going to take a wild assumption that someone's had quite a lock up there and has gone straight on. As which, I mean, to be fair, this circuit is getting covered in tyre tracks all over the place. You can see it going down to T1, obviously, with that bit they use on the right-hand side of the shot, left-hand side of the track. Next one for them to squeeze their way past is the 4SR Racing LMP3. It's just caught out Robin Moss a little bit going into T3 there, but too major. Go through the S out through turn 5 and still feeling that pressure from behind as Fabio Rauer is right there. Like I say, if you're Fabio Rauer, surely you're not going for a move. You want to keep as close as possible, but you're not going for a move. And surely Robin Moss understands that, as the gap, it's 27 seconds to the race leader right now. I don't know if they're worrying about that, if they're worrying about the gap to the car behind.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the 66 is thinking I can get better pace here if I just ride behind. Now that is the car that locked up last time around with Vilius in the locals Autosport car and had to cut through. That's significant because that is second place. They gave up a little time, but A&R Endurance is 37 seconds behind them. So they'll be able to eat that up and not worry too badly, but they don't want to do that too often out here, because we have to remember there is an incident limit, 60x, and you will get a drive-through penalty here in this race. So you don't want to abuse the limits at this track already because of the damage.
I saw someone backwards going at turn 5. It was the local Autosports black car. So one's had one problem, one's had another. But they've got back going again. Don't worry too much. But they were backwards in that gravel track.
They sort of had help, but I mean, it depends on your definition of it. They went into the back of SRB Motorsports 245 car, who was, I guess, just unexpectedly slow into that left-hander. So they ran into the back of them. That spun the car off. Thankfully, they didn't hit anything. Here it is right here. And hit the brakes. That sent them around, and off into the gravel they go.
And that'll be 4 instant points. I mean, yeah, to bring up your point, you said about the instant points, the instant limit that they've got, 60 around here. 60 sounds like a lot. It's not around here. For 4.5 to 5 hours of racing. The thing is, this is a circuit where going through that traffic, you are expecting the odd 4x, fair enough. But there are quite a few places on this track where you can expect to pick up an instant point. You've got turn 3 when you go over the crest. If you take quite a lot of that curb on the inside, if you're 4 wheels over the line, that's an instant point. Fair enough, that's an acceptable one. But it is really hard to judge that every single lap. So you'd expect a few there. The exit of turn 5, if you stay out too wide, too long, you're expected to get one there. More likely that'll happen in the GT3s than in the prototype category. The one that's likely for everyone is 10A and 10B, because the curbs are basically flat through there, and so you take as much as you can. Likely is you're picking up a few in the race going through those points. But those 3 points over the lap, bearing in mind 237 laps, it's a lot of laps in a very short period of time, being 4 hours.
Oh, we got a big accident with multiple cars. That's Icarus International and Yellow Submarine 534. There was a lot of traffic there, and we got another car in the background kind of joining in. Renoverse by Tomedo almost became a part of the wreck, but they managed to slow it up in time. That'll be an interesting one if we can get their on board. Oh, but we got a safety car. They're calling it now. It looks like the 534 is stranded.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of damage on Bremner's car, and so the safety car is called upon then for the second time this afternoon. It was after half an hour in the earlier portion of the race. This time it is after 2 hours of racing. Let's see what happened in all of this. So it's just a slide from the Yellow Submarine Squad car, the Audi R8 at the head of it, and everyone just stacked up behind. It's kind of one of those ones where you're looking at it being like, no one's really at fault there. It happened so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on. Of course, it's going to be difficult to try and decide what to do in that scenario. So, yeah, I don't blame anybody in that one. Just big credit to the Renoverse by Tomedo car for being able to slow up, because I think they had a mistake and didn't catch it until late on. Almost ran into the car that was balked, that was stranded there at the side, and the leader is now going to get picked up by the safety car. And interesting. Race Onion has managed to get into pit lane because it hasn't been closed, but Fordzilla did not.
Ooh, interesting. So this is what we were saying about with this race, is that you have a safety car period, something like this. It can blow this race wide open, and maybe it will indeed. Bit unfortunate for where WSR Esports bucking were, because they're literally one behind the race leader. So there's something like, if we just got by or anything like that, we'd be in a much more comfortable scenario at this point in the race. But again, once the full safety car procedure has finished, I think because of when they've stopped, they're definitely not coming in during this pit sequence. But how interesting. How very, very interesting.
So we've basically had 2 full course yellows in about 100 laps here, which isn't too bad considering we're looking at 237. So we might have a couple more in our future at this rate, but this has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. And Race Onion is back out and should catch the back of the line by the time Fordzilla comes to pit in. I don't think they can get back out in time ahead of the 15.
No, I don't believe so either. The 15 at the moment is going out onto the backstretch now, so no, there's no way there. Team Fordzilla at the moment, they will be dropping back to 5th place, basically. They'll be dropping back to the rear of the lead lap, just courtesy of where they were. Let's see if they come into the pit lane. Of course, they may decide that actually track position is far more important and we're just going to stay out. Let's see what happens this time. They are indeed just going to stay. What?
That was a late call.
That was naughty, that was.
They're trying to psych out some of the others, I suppose. Yeah, they're going to take that pit stop. So now this means they'll give some wave arounds, but while they're doing that, live from the exhilarating OBS World Endurance Cup and powered by HundredForce, we're bringing you the thrill of the race directly to you. In the spirit of this incredible championship, we're proud to announce that the latest update to OBS World app, now not only can you witness the pinnacle of sim racing, but you can also dive into a world where your automotive dreams come to life. Customize your digital garage to perfection, connect with car enthusiasts globally, and compete for fantastic prizes. Don't just watch the race, be part of the action. Download OBS World now and start your journey in the ultimate car enthusiast community. Your dream garage is waiting. Make sure and scan the QR code on your screen and join in on the fun here. And in fact, Team Fordzilla with a standard stop. I was going to call it a long stop, but it looks like that was about the same length as everybody else. This cost them a lot of track position. They're down to 5th, which I think is about the lowest we've seen them.
Yeah, it's the lowest they could go, courtesy of how many cars are on the lead lap. Obviously, this is promoted WSR Esports back onto the lead lap, but they were far too far behind to take advantage from it. So it will be Fordzilla back down to 5th place. It does mean that Race Onion, post drive-through penalty, are our race leaders now in the OBSP category. And again, Race Onion, they're the ones that see themselves 9 points behind in the championship over Team Fordzilla and WSR Esports Buck. Obviously, they've had a pole position, race win, pole position, race win, pole position, leaning towards a potential race win once again to have the three-peat towards the end of the season, which would give them an incredible position going into that season finale.
This also changes the complexion of the races over in the LMP3 and GT3 categories too, because this is going to bunch them up 10 tenths. And actually no, is 10 tenths going to be a lap ahead of Valkyrie Competition? I think they are, because they got waved around and the 177 did not. Over the Limit Racing Blue also got waved around, so top 2 in the GT3s are going to have a huge advantage here. And then we might actually have the same situation in the LMP3s. SRB's number 181 gets waved around. Locals Autosport 113 does not.
That would be an absolute disaster for Valkyrie Competition if they're not able to be waved around. But I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's a rough one. But again, that's sometimes the luck of the draw. I mean, well, actually, no, I think Valkyrie might get waved around. Courtesy, you can see them 4th in shot. Valkyrie Competition. There goes the Turbo Turtles car. I don't know the ins and outs of the procedure, but again, like I've said before, when it comes to race control, they've got a lot of things to juggle here, and they are going through a checklist. It's tough for them. It really is tough. But I say we'll have to wait and see if Valkyrie do get a wave around.
All right, so let's see what's been going on in this race as well, because we've had a lot happening so far, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, highlights from the start of the race. It was pretty clean for the most part in the OBSPs, with a couple of problems there for the Beerskin car. Great catch, great save. Some of the LMP3s having an enormous moment. That was our championship leader in the LMP3 category, SRB Motorsports. We also had this one, our Free Sports Red, committed a harm behind the wheel into the barrier. Couple more moments. Yellow Submarine Squad having an incident between the pair of them, between their GT3 and one of their LMP3 cars. Also some more moves. Grow Racing Team Blue into the barrier. One of the many to have tapped the barrier on the exit of T3 before we saw an excellent battle between Team Fordzilla and OBS World by Simsa, and a three-way fight, really, if you include Race Onion in that as well. Incredible fights within the OBSP category up towards the front. Some big moments as they were chopping their way through. Incredibly close between the grouping. Big crash into the barrier, though, of course, from one of our LMP3 Beaver Grease racing cars that was on the cusp, that brought out our safety car as we got back racing again. More big slides up and down the order.
Už saugių karių, saugi Ukraina ir Europa. Radarom ir vėl kviečia vienytis, kad padėtume kiekvienam Ukrainos kariui.
Mes jau parodėm, ką galim.
Su radarom apsaugokim kiekvieną karį.
Prisidėti gali kiekvienas. Prisijunkite prie akcijos Radarom ir padėkite Ukrainos kovotojams nupirkti saugaus kario rinkinių. Skambinkite trumpuoju numeriu 1485 arba prisidėkite Radarom LT.
We have not been short of entertainment today here at the 600 miles of road Atlanta. But the things have been switched around a little bit now that we've had our latest of our full course yellows, 2 that we have now racked up here today as we just cross over the century mark of 100 laps in this race for Race Onion, who have taken over the lead of the race despite having a penalty, thanks to just the timing of the safety car and where it was caught. Team Fordzilla, who has led some of this race, has not led all of it. They had only recently picked it up after other drivers wound up with penalties, and the 966 inherited the lead. Well, they had to take a pit stop after being picked up by the safety car, so they've fallen to 5th position. That's the status on that one. It does look like Locals Autosport will catch up to SRB in those LMP3, so apologies if I caused anybody some panic there. And same thing with our GT3 class. It looks like Valkyrie Competition and Turbo Turtles have been waved around and have caught up to the back of that train. So they're finishing up all the wave arounds here and will be going once again shortly, because they've just about got them all in order, and we'll get the announcement and a graphic on our screen when the safety car will be called in the next time around. I'm Joe Peak here with Lewis McGlade, and getting close actually to the halfway mark of this one.
Yeah, exactly. We're only about sort of 12, 15 laps away from it. We've done 2 hours and 11 minutes of racing. So again, we're not going to be too far above the 4 hours sort of 30-minute mark expected race length. But I'll give you an update on that later on. Don't worry. Interesting, though, we bring up Valkyrie competition because obviously they were 3rd place earlier on. Then we had the the wave round started, and I don't fully know why, but Turbo Turtles were waved around before Valkyrie competition were, which is how Valkyrie competition have dropped back behind Turbo Turtles, because we saw Turbo Turtles go past, going down into 10A. So I don't fully know as to why Valkyrie competition weren't waved around at the same time that Turbo Turtles were, because they've lost a position courtesy of it. But that's again, I'm sure there's a reason for race control to have done such a thing. So and also it's a large juggling act, so if there is a mistake, it makes sense. Yeah, I found that one very interesting.
I wonder if some of that comes from the fact that we saw pit stops there as soon as that caution came out. I wonder if they do it maybe by the timing line, and they had slowed up and Turbo Turtles went by them. I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, it is what it is at this stage, and we'll see if there's any sort of correction later on. But it looks like things are now getting pretty well in order. Impressively, we only have one official retirement. Grow Racing Team Blue has the checkered flag next to their name. That said, SRB Motorsports did not start, I should say. SR Technic, I think the only other team that looks like they may be out of this race. They've been gone for some time now, and I'm not sure that they're going to bring that car back out of the garage to try and finish this one. So 38 drivers, 38 teams still out on the track right now, trying to complete this 600-mile race here at Road Atlanta. Also the penultimate round of the season.
Did notice a couple of switches of driver over the pit stops as well. Obviously, Team Fordzilla, Abel Torres is out of the car, which makes sense after a 2 hour stint from the young man. And Juan Manuel Gomez is behind the wheel of the Team Fordzilla machine. Adam State has also jumped in for WSR Esports. I'm sure there are plenty of other switches. I'm surprised that Fabio Rauer is staying behind the OBS World by Simsa car, so clearly is feeling comfortable. This is not a circuit that I'd want to do more than 2 hours on in one go. I'm not going to lie. It's a lot of concentrating around here. Seems like the Nürburgring. I can do more than 2 hours on Nürburgring.
It would be exhausting. Yeah, absolutely. Also, am I seeing this correctly? Do we have a new drive-through penalty for the 37? Also, seeing a couple other cars that no further action on.
I don't see one in game, but that's because we're under safety car, so maybe they would have had one dished out.
I've been watching that race control channel.
Yeah, sheet, yeah.
I think that's new, I'm pretty certain. So, if so, is that the 3rd drive-through penalty for them? If I'm remembering correctly?
I think so. Yeah, no, it would be 3rd, wouldn't it? Because they obviously they had 2 very close to each other. Both, I think, for T5 as well. So, yeah, they might well have picked up another one.
Unbelievable. They're not making friends out there today, unfortunately. But safety car not getting the message yet on if this is going to be it on the 1 to go signal. I think they're still waiting on a couple cars to catch the back of the field. Icarus International going to be the last one down there in the 27, trying to catch up.
Ukraina ir Europa. Radarom ir vėl kviečia vienytis, kad padėtume kiekvienam Ukrainos kariui.
Mes jau parodėm, ką galim.
Su radarom. Apsaugokim kiekvieną karį.
Prisidėti gali kiekvienas. Prisijunkite prie akcijos Radarom ir padėkite Ukrainos kovotojams nupirkti saugaus kario rinkinių. Skambinkite trumpuoju numeriu 1485 arba prisidėkite Radarom LT.
You get basically removed from qualifying. You can't qualify for next time. But again, I can't remember exactly what the points totals are, so I'll get an update on that. It does mean that the 37 has got 5 license points already this round. The 88 also has 5, which could cause them problems next round.
Icarus International car is back in, so they're probably trying to repair some damage while they can and then get back out there and blast around. They're not going to catch them in time, I'm pretty sure, especially if they have any significant damage they need to repair. But safety car has now been announced to be in this lap. Drivers now start to weave back and forth to prepare the tires. Remember, it was 100-some degrees earlier. I think you said about 28 Celsius. It's now down to 84 Fahrenheit. So, yes, it's cooled significantly on the track.
Yeah, indeed. 28 Celsius, yes. So it's gone down 10 degrees Celsius since the start of the race. And what? There's like, 15 20 Fahrenheit. So, yeah, it's certainly a lot cooler. And obviously we're about an hour away from the sun setting, and it's I get the feeling the complexion of this race is going to really, really change.
Yeah, it definitely has definitely thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, and the drivers are going to have to think on their toes strategy-wise, especially if you're Team Fordzilla and you've been disadvantaged. Now, they could try and race their way back up, and that's going to be difficult, but not impossible. And Race Onion, I think, is going to be the real challenge, because they're starting at quite a bit of an advantage up at the front with nobody in front of them, and they're going to take off early as the green flag is back out on lap 103 now. And the sun is close to hitting the horizon as, actually, no, I think we're not quite to that sunset yet. As weaving back and forth, OBS World by Simsa sees a chance to try and take the lead away from Race Onion. Couldn't quite do it there in turn 3.
Saw a couple of large snaps from the Race Onion car coming down the hill at the final turn, so clearly tyres not up to temperature, and you saw some weaving coming in there from the OBS World by Simsa car, just trying to get any temperature back in. The team that will want to make progress right now is the Team Fordzilla car, who have just been black flagged.
What in the world?
What have they got a penalty for? Wow.
Race control 777. See something for them. But that's
966.
I'm not sure. Maybe that was made in error, but hopefully they get it cleared soon. As for line crossing on pit entry. So that was the late thing you were talking about. That was naughty, and I didn't see anything from iRacing itself, but they are apparently watching it with the live stewards as well. So while iRacing did not give them the penalty for an unsafe entry, Race Control has.
Yeah, well, there we go. That was silly, wasn't it? I did wonder that if I thought you weren't allowed to do that. There we've had a bit of a spin on the replay. That was on the restart, of course. We had the Alpha Esports Red involved in that with the ATRS community car. I did wonder if that, because it was a little naughty to have done so. And also completely unnecessary, because even if you were trying to fake out the rest of the grid, everyone knows you're coming into the pit lane anyway. Very bizarre decision. It had that vibe of in, like what we saw with Lewis Hamilton in 2020, whatever it was, where he dived into the pit lane at the Hockenheim ring extremely late. So it might have been 19 actually. Yeah, so there you go. They're going to have to return to pit lane anyway, and hopefully they're going to turn a little bit earlier this time.
Alpha Esports Red serving their penalty and are out. I think they have retired. No, excuse me. I thought they disappeared from that. They're chasing drivers. It's Jack Badger. They're not giving up yet. And I would hope not after all that they've been through. But boy, it has been a rough one for them. So now Race Onion leads. And a bunch of their main rivals have been getting yet more penalties. Although Race Onion has not been flawless out there today in terms of black flags. But my goodness, how it has changed and turned around in their favor. Yeah, indeed. Turbo Turtles also have been given a black flag penalty in, you said the 777. But yeah, they've been given a penalty in the GT3 category. They run in 4th position at the moment, so they'll be coming back into pit lane to serve them. In fact, they are in pit lane now to serve said penalty. But how this race has turned around, by the way, this team now, the 966, Team Fordzilla, who were dominant earlier on, now have a penalty, will now drop even further back into the clutches of the OBSP category. Race Onion, who had a penalty, who looked like, they're probably never going to take a victory at this point, now are leading and arguably the fastest car. But they're going to be under a lot of pressure from the OBS World by Simsa car, who desperately want this victory because it will completely throw them into the championship fight as Team Fordzilla come into pit lane. And I know there's a long ways to go, Slow and Confused is now on the podium. They haven't had a podium this year. So they've been doing excellent with this one, just surviving while everybody else around them makes mistakes. Incredible. And like I say, going into the final round of the season, you want to go into it with a solid result. And for Slow and Confused to grab a podium would be a mega result for them going into that season finale. Although I did just hear a bit of a slide from someone. I think a couple of people are having some serious problems with grip around the circuit at the moment. Well, as the temperatures continue to go down, if the setup is not there for it, we could see some issues out there as we check back in with Beerskin being chased by WSR Esports Butt Kicker, who did not stop this time. They're still committed to that alternate strategy compared to everybody else. They're still in 5th position, but they're on the lead lap. And now actually only 4 seconds off the lead. But we need another stop as the LMP3 of Yellow Submarine sees Simon Wander facing the wrong way there. Yeah, exactly. That was a bit sketchy. It was a 531. Is one of the ones that's really quite far down the LMP3 category, if I remember correctly. It is. I've got to say for Adam, for the WSR Esports Butt car for Adam State, I think they couldn't pit there because if they had pit, then they wouldn't have been given the wave around to get past the Fordzilla, to get back on the lead. Yeah, you're right. They had to stay out. Almost forced into that. And I had kind of mentioned that earlier. What they really needed was on the lead lap and the caution to kind of hit at the right time. As we check back in with the PPF Racing Team, also WSR just overtook Beerskin, put themselves up into 4th. PPF Racing Team, who was dead last essentially at the start of this race after wrecking lap 1, turn 1, is now in 5th and challenging Sapphire Sim Sport for 4th. Yeah, very impressive recovery from the PPF car. Of course, it was that 3-wide incident down into T1 in the GT3 category themselves. Obviously, the other one that paid quite a price in that was the Blue by TC car that's also recovered its way into 7th position on the road at the moment. Looking back in the OBSPs as they come across the GT3s for the first time on this restart of the race. It is a lead for Race Onion. But it is, of course, the closing in of the OBS World by Simsa car. Fabio Rauer, who's been in the car since the start of this race, over the last, 2.5 hours now, is charging. He's trying his best to keep up with him. He gave it a go at the beginning when he knew that was probably his best chance, but the traffic has not given him another good opportunity quite yet, as you can see them slicing through this fight for 4th in the GT3s. And Sapphire Sim Sport with Jacob Money in the car, going to get a nice exit out of turn 7, and now the leaders are finally through, so they'll leave them be. Meanwhile, down for the battle for 4th, Beaver Grease Plus, who we saw with a hard hit through this portion of the track, under threat from SRB's number 23. Yeah, they've had some great pace this round thus far, have Beaver Grease Racing Plus, but
not been able to take full advantage of it, courtesy of some of the incidents. Obviously, they did have pole position a bit earlier on in this one. It was their first one of the season. They're looking strong. They wanted to throw themselves into contention for the championship, and now they've got some great pace. They want to take advantage of that great pace. So we'll have to wait and see if they are able to. Like I say, at the moment, really just trying to fend off that 23 car and the SB Motorsports G&E car. They do have the second Beaver Grease racing car behind, but it's not the position. That's many a lap down.
Yeah, but still a teammate. So
Exactly.
that can play an effect on this, no doubt, if they want to try and distract that number 23 quite a bit here and get them off pace, shake them around. That was the ATRS car that you saw on the OBSP, lapping them, getting them through. Haven't really talked about them, but they're in 7th, exactly where they started this race, interestingly, at this stage. We check on over with the Blue by TC car. This is for 6th position. Have caught up to the PPF racing team, who I just mentioned a bit ago. I thought they were trying to keep up with Tri-Spalve Esports, or no, it was that was Sapphire SimSport Alpha that they were with. So Sapphire SimSport, did they just... No, PPF lost a position to the 148. What happened here?
I don't know, fully, if I'm perfectly honest. To be fair, yeah, somewhere, I guess, maybe there was a bit of a mistake somewhere, maybe a bit of a slide. I think there's still a few drivers struggling for grip out there, courtesy of the track conditions right now. Let's be honest, this is probably about as hard as it's going to get, unless when we restart later on, if we have a restart later on, as Jack Badger sets the fast up the race. Because whilst this track is really quick at the moment, it just doesn't have much grip.
So I found out what happened. Contact with 2 to go green. I'm not sure if we'll spool this one up, but that's what put PPF off of 5th place. Very scary moment, but thankfully nobody hit the wall. Just a little bit of contact, a spin out of the final corner, mind you, one of the fastest turns on the track, and everybody got away with it miraculously. But this has definitely changed things a bit here in the GT3s, and now going from fighting for potentially 4th, PPF is just trying to hold on to 6th.
So easy to make mistakes going through that final corner, especially when you're around like lap time, because it is so quick around there. But it is, I'd say it's a one-line corner. It's sort of like it's a 1.5 line corner, which is almost worse, because the fact that you kind of like if you're lap traffic and you're trying to work your way through, you think, oh, it's absolutely fine for me to get down the inside here, and unless you're clear by the apex, it's not really. You're going to be involved in an incident of some description. So a bit of a shame there for PPF, but now they're having to defend from the Blue by TC car. These two have made contact earlier on in the race. That was down into turn 1 with these two and the Over the Limit Racing blue car. Obviously that was 2.5 hours ago, and I'm sure they might have even forgotten about that, as we'll see the 2 Cadillacs in the OBSPs go into battle, slow and confused, giving way for the WSR Esports Buck car, who find themselves onto the podium looking for back-to-back podiums in the OBSP category.
Adam States overtaken the driving duties there from Tanguy on the last pit stop under caution. Or, well, no, actually they did it under green, I should say. So he's picked it up, and he's going to try and see if he can work his way forward. That will be a podium position with that overtake. About 6.5 seconds up to OBS World by Simsa. Not tremendously far behind, but still off strategy compared to literally everybody else in the race right now in the OBSP class. Meanwhile, Blue by TC still hounding PPF racing team with Ignis currently in that 227, trying to deal with the mirror full of the blue and yellow car.
Maybe, just maybe, we'll see the WSR Esports Bug car. Maybe that Cadillac's quick when it gets nighttime. Once this circuit temperature has cooled down, maybe we'll see them contending for victory. We don't know. That's what makes this exciting. When you're going through this day to night, is that the end of the race and the start of the race are 2 very, 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 very different things.
Well, things have been quite crazy for Slow and Confused lately. As we see an accident, is that out of turn 7?
Second.
and that was the same corner that we had the accident with Slow and Confused. Andres Liumbia had contact with, it was MTS Garage, but it started in turn 6. They went 4 wide into turn 6, so no wonder Slow and Confused got into a little bit of trouble. As a big move down to the inside by Blue by TC on PPF Racing Team. Can't get the overlap though. This is at the same time Yellow Submarine LMP3 is trying to overtake both of them.
Yeah, and I say a bit sketchy going down to the final, but the Yellow Submarine Squad car will work its way through, and it might be the door open once again for the Blue by TC car. Looking down the inside, going down into T1. PPF dropping back and settling for the spot that they have. So not too bad there for PPF, but it's not ideal. Just got a little bit wrong through traffic. Obviously, you might have seen it at the top of the screen. Fastest lap just been set once more by the Alpha Esports red car. Jack Badger behind the wheel, and we're halfway. There is the 4 wide that you were talking about. That was very messy.
Yeah, a little bit of contact once, and then comes down to the apex, and surprise, there's an LMP3 car there. So almost sends them off into where there's an access road. Has to do about a 4-point turn, and eventually gets it going. But that was costly because Slow and Confused is now in 5th place and well behind Beerskin by Simsa.
As I was saying, though, we are halfway through the race now. We've done 113 and a half laps, which is exactly halfway, 237. So times the race time that we've got by 2, and you'll be at the checkered flag. At the moment, we've been going for 2 hours, 31 minutes. Thus meaning that we should be aiming for about a 5-hour race. Makes sense with the 2 safety cars that we've had, and that would be because obviously we've had 2 safety cars. As long as they take the exact same time as what the previous 2 safety car is, that does include the potential of 2 further safety cars from this point. I believe we run green all the way to the end of the race. You're talking about 2 hours 10 minutes left to go in this one. And as races go on, typically the chance of safety cars should drop down, courtesy of some of those main causes of safety cars generally eliminate themselves from the race.
Yes, well, and we have to remember that there will also be drivers who are no longer fighting as hard for position, so less reason to make the risky moves as things separate out. Oh, Team Fordzilla just went off. Team Fordzilla just slid into the outside barrier of turn 1 and have severe damage on the car. They've got it going. Wow. There it is on screen right now. They were actually, I think, in a fight with Slow and Confused at the time, and the car just went. I was watching it live on my screen, and for some reason, it just gave up grip out of nowhere.
WSR Esports butt kicker then. You're right, they were battling with, just let go into T1 on the inside line. I was battling with Jack Badger, rear first into the barrier, loses the rear end of the car, the rear wing. That car will have to return its way into pit lane whilst looking like a Batmobile. And unfortunately for Fordzilla, their chances, they were looking so dominant earlier on at various points, and now things have fallen by the wayside, and now maybe even the championship might look like a bit of a reach, to be honest.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Just unbelievable developments here in the middle of the race today. Definitely not the shape that we thought it would be in towards the end. Meanwhile, this is Locals Autosport Black, who is a couple laps down from the leader in class, but trying to beat out 2 to go green. So this is towards the back of that category right now. In fact, the only 2 that are, I think, 2 laps down from the leader, but still managed to find one another. A little bit farther ahead of them is SRB Motorsport by GE. They are close behind Beaver Grease Racing Plus. Pole sitters for this race, but unfortunately not able to keep out of trouble today, as we'll check in as well with PPF Racing Team, still sitting in 6th position, have not been overtaken by Blue by TC, despite them being close behind them for some time, and it looks like they're catching back up to Grabun there in the 148.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just trying to give myself a little view as to what's going on championship-wise. Obviously, we're dealing with an awful lot now, championship-wise. In the OBSP category, Race Onion will be taking over the race, the champion. I think for Fordzilla, and to be fair for WSR Esports, but they're both sat there basically being like, really like that OBS World by Simsa car to win this one. Just to again, like, you know, mean it's only 18 points that Race Onion are grabbing rather than the 25. In the LMP3s, it's honestly crazy. I don't even know where to begin with this. The 815, the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, despite being in 4th position, I believe it'll be them taking over the championship lead going into the season finale. And in the GT3 category, I don't really know. It's Blue by TC who have the champion lead at the moment by 9 points over the Transatlantic by Venus Tech. They're obviously sorted for this one. Over the Limit Racing, Blue are kind of up there, I guess, 3rd position, but I think they're too far back, so I think Blue by TC will actually hold it.
Yeah, in spite of finishing outside the top 5, this is a battle for 4th spot, excuse me, between the SRB GNE and Beaver Grease Racing Plus, who made them think twice down to the break into the chicane, but couldn't quite execute on the pass. So stay with them. And as we've seen for much of today, getting that good run out of turn 7 is so critical, and having that straight line speed could make such a big difference here today in trying to either defend or attack as they bound over the curb of turn 3, switch back into 4, and it's down through the S's. A flashing of the lights amongst the battle for P5 as it looks like drivers starting to pull out some of the other tricks.
Yeah, speaking of Blue by TC, here they are, trying to work their way up the order. Obviously got plenty of traffic ahead, including the slow and confused car that's actually just worked their way past. They've also got the 181, the SB Motorsports Pilot Vega car, but that one, the PPF Racing team car, the white, red and black Porsche, is the one they're looking to try and fight their way past. Going to be a bit of a tough one. The yellow and blue car, the Trisbalve car, is also up for positions, up for the fight. So Blue by TC could get themselves inside the top 5 in the near future. We've got to clear a couple of Porsches in doing so, which probably won't be the easiest thing to do around here. It's kind of like if you were racing other manufacturers, it can sometimes be a little bit easier to pass, regardless of what the advantage is that you have or that they have, because at least the cars are different, which means you have opportunities in certain corners. Like this, everything's equal. It can sometimes mean it's really hard to pass right now.
I have seen perhaps, maybe I shouldn't laugh, but maybe the funniest penalty I think I've ever seen. The 777 car, that's Turbo Turtles, was a suspended disqualification for insulting race officials. Don't argue and insult the race officials. That is perhaps the worst thing that you can do when you're in the middle of the race. They control your fate. So I think they've learned this one the hard way.
I respect the restraint of race control, because for me that wouldn't be a suspended penalty. That would be you're gone. Good I get it. As we'll see the look to the inside here, and PPF will work their way past the Trisbalve car. I believe that will be actually made on the exit of 10B. I understand that you like drivers get frustrated. Sometimes some decisions or whatever. Blah 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 blah. Don't chat back to race control. Don't do it. It's not worth it, because you'll lose basically.
That's when you talk back to your parent when you're already in trouble. You have just seriously caused yourself some pain. But great move there by the 227 machine. Now back up into the top 5. Definitely a never say die attitude for this Porsche. And looks like Ignis now can try and set off after Sapphire SimSport, which we covered them chasing many laps ago at this stage, but ran into trouble with the incident we unfortunately were not able to pull up the replay on up to this point. Poor Fordzilla is still in pit lane, I can report, and they've now fallen to the tail end of the OBSP field. So they're 5 laps down from the lead. There's honestly very little hope for them unless they get some more attrition going their way to gain any positions.
Yeah, I mean, look, I definitely think we'll see that car back out onto the racetrack, but their chance of getting anything here is now out of their hands. like I say, they need luck. They need, you know, other teams they're battling with to retire from this one or have similar levels of incidents. The chance of winning's gone. But yeah, it was a weird one because it just, like I said, the rear just let go going down into T1 where we're heading into now. So you can see the sun setting in the distance. It is really coming down now. It is currently 5 minutes to 8 in virtual standard time. I'll take on that as well, don't we? But yeah, and we know the sunset's around it's fully by about 20 past 8. So we are very much approaching darkness here, which means that with two and a bit hours left to go in this race, we're going to see quite a lot of it with everyone's headlights turned to max.
Indeed, and it is getting a little bit dark here, but remember that 8:20 is when the sun goes under the horizon. So yes, it will get darker, but there'll be just hints of light for maybe a few more minutes after that before it really gets truly dark out here. And the good thing is, since iRacing updated this track a couple years ago, there's a few lights around it to kind of help you out throughout the circuit. It's not quite as dark as places such as Sebring or Spa, which get extremely dark once nighttime comes. So as drivers carry on, there is also an overtake as the 148 got passed by the Blue by TC machine as well. So Populaitis in the number 14 moves himself up into 6th position. I think that's our overall leader. No, that's actually 2nd place. That's the 66, having to kind of dice his way past all these other cars.
Yeah, I say traffic's getting thick out there. I mean, if you could pull up a track, I think we're at the point now where some of the LMP3s are lapping the GT3s. And the GT3s haven't separated themselves enough, nor have the LMP3s, which means when you're in an OBSP and you come across them, you're coming across both categories basically at the same time. And that's where this becomes difficult. It's fine once the race has been going, like we had earlier on, where we were going green for an hour and 20, hour and 15 minutes. Because then everything's separated out enough that you've been okay. We've been green for about 20 to 30 minutes, meaning that nothing's really separated enough that it's easier to scythe your way through it. This is the highest percentage chance of a safety car, is around sort of like the 20 to 30 minute mark. This is when we're most likely to get, purely based on the fact of the groupings being fairly close, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I agree on that one. And PPF car actually doing a great job distancing himself from Blue by TC after he had his fights, and the traffic, of course, probably not helping a whole lot there. But as they crest the hill, you can see that he's still got the 148 trying to keep him honest and fighting for that 6th position. One thing that we haven't mentioned yet that we probably should is that with how many laps that we've put down here, you'll see off the racing line, the marbles are truly building up. And yes, the temperatures are coming down, so that should grip the track up a little bit. If you go offline, it's going to be bad news.
Yeah, the temp's not actually dropped that much. In fact, it's not really dropped at all in the last sort of 20 or 30 minutes. And what that means is it's going to drop very quickly in a very short period of time once that sun drops below the horizon. Looking on the replay as to what's been happening, and the Alpha Esports red car having more issues. That was Jack Badger behind the wheel, getting into one of the Yellow Submarine Squad LMP3s. Not sure as to which one that was, but let's be honest, the 532 and the 531 find themselves far down the order, courtesy of the problems they've been having today. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's one thing that I actually really like about iRacing in endurance racing, is the track does get dirty. Also, the race cars get dirty, and that's one of those things that I look at. I like seeing at the end of the race just a race car covered in dirt and tyre, flecks and that kind of stuff. I'm looking at it being like, that's a car that's been raced. That is a car that has been pushed to the absolute limit, and I like seeing it.
It's been well loved.
Yeah.
So.
Well, sometimes maybe not. I mean, I remember seeing the end of the Bathurst 1000 in 2014. And seeing 3 cars coming across the line, all with just unbelievable amounts of tape on them, just being like, yeah, those cars haven't been well loved. You can see the insights by Grip there in the top right. Expected pit laps, OBS World by Simsakar in 17 laps, WSR Esports Buckiger in around 5 laps time, courtesy of obviously the WSR Esports car stopping before the safety car.
Yeah, so WSR is still on that lead lap. In fact, Well, no, they've lost quite a bit to Race Onion since we restarted this race. So they're about 12 seconds behind. That tells you the pace of the number 15 on this one. Brilliant job by them to really recover in this race. Interestingly, if I'm seeing this correctly, if this is the right race control decision, the 37 car actually is getting a net code for that replay that we saw. I'm not sure if that's for the right incident, though. So don't quote me on that. We'll check in a bit, as there he is on screen now, coming up and over the hill. But yeah, it's interesting how iRacing has added all these features over the years, because it used to be that they didn't have any sort of dirt and grime when I first joined on this one. And one of my favorite things talking about that, Lewis, is at times at some of the endurance races I've been to, when teams sort of have their tents and show off old racing cars and whatnot, is when they keep them in that condition. They don't wash them and make them all new and patch them up. They are in winning condition after they finish the race.
Yeah, I actually had a chat with Martin Hay. This was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, with Martin Hay when we were doing them on virtual, and he was saying basically what happens is now is, when it used to be, 20 years ago, the car would cross the line, it would then be cleaned and then preserved. Whereas now it's like the moment it crosses the line, they do all the celebration and stuff, and then it's sealed. From that point on, that's how the car is going to look until, well, hopefully until the end of time for them. From that point on, that's how it's going to look. I kind of like that. I do. Same. Like it, even with like the odd scratches and stuff, because that's the story of the car. If I'm seeing a car where it's like it's been perfectly made, like it's finished a race, and then it's been perfectly maintained from that point, like it gets clean, all that kind of stuff, I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's how it looked before the race. That's how it looked like before this story was told. I like seeing it after, and it's just kind of it's that side of thing. I don't know. Maybe some people prefer a clean car. I don't know. Then again, you should see my car out on this. It really needs to be clean. That's just my road car.
I think I might have you beat, because I worked at a dirt track last year and I have not washed it since then. So. Yeah, I'm sure it's every time. So when we go to Snetterton here in the UK, because it's so dusty and the way you have to drive around it, it's the dustiest. If you need to wash your car, you do it after you go to Snetterton. Don't do it before. No point, because you'll take it there and in an hour it will just be covered. No point. I made that mistake once, never again. Well, as we learn our lessons, it looks like drivers have somewhat calmed down here. We haven't seen as much drama lately as we were witnessing quite a bit before. And down into the braking here, the 148 starting to drop off of Blue by TC. Popolitis is kind of leaving him behind and actually catching back up to the 227. The PPF team was running away from them and seems to have dropped a bit in pace. That or Blue by TC has picked up their pace and made this a bit more of a threat. So battle for fifth just won't quit now, whereas before it was the battle for first or second over in OBSP. This one seems to be in a bit of limbo.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. This race has calmed down a fair amount, but it does not mean that we're not going to get our fair shares of drama. It's more just a fact of, like, the race lead, for example, in the OBSPs. Robin Masters has been able to pull out quite a significant margin, been absolutely flying. Have noticed, we've seen some driver switches back over. I think Camilla de Haan's dropped back in behind the wheel of the Alpha Esports Red. No, he's still Jack Badger for me, never mind. Obviously, we've got a lot of cars now in each of the categories that are a lot of laps down on the race leader. For example, in the OBSPs, you've got the top 5 and then 4 laps back. Speaking of, by the way, cars that are laps back and stuff, I did notice Fordzilla are back out on the racetrack in 9th place. They will be scoring a couple of points from this. But speaking of the points in the top right, the OBSP standings going into the season finale at the moment, we'll see WSR Esports Buck on 95 points, courtesy of them being the joint champion leader at the moment and scoring a podium. But Race Onion, with 3 victories on the bounce, will join them on 95 points. As close as you like.
Wow. It's just been a wild ride for WSR Esports butt kicker. And you said, I think you described it best earlier. They're clinging it by their fingernails up there at the top. But I mean, you do what you got to do, and it is consistency that wins championships. They keep finishing races. It's just they haven't won since Long Beach, which obviously was one of the more wilder races. And I guess maybe that's what plays to their favor is surviving, because this is another one of those races compared to a lot of those around them. Even if it is only a third place, it's still going to be some excellent points for them. Meanwhile, Blue by TC going to be overtaken by Claeson's in the Yellow Submarine 532, as well as, is that an overall leader coming by? That is going to be Fabio Rauer. So that's second place. That's going to overtake them. Almost a bit of an opportunity down into the braking, but it looks like Mantis decided not to take it this time. But that closed him up pretty good to the 227.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help a feeling that we're approaching some form of drama though, because it's been calm for too long. We're there. It's been calm for too long. So maybe we are approaching some form of drama. Each race leaders have got fair leads. Valkyrie competition, I will say, with them being second in category now in the GT3, they are closing in on a 10/10 car in that GT3 category, so I think we might well get a battle for the racing. Although, as I've said that, we've seen them make a catastrophic run out of T7, so we'll lose a little bit of time from there. It's currently around like 3 and a bit seconds up to Benicius, who is the race leader in the GT3. So maybe expect there to be a fight in the GT3s at some point in the next sort of like 20 odd laps. But we'll have to wait and see. WSR Esports butt kicker, by the way, into the pit lane. That's why you can see on the OBSP standings they've gone from 95 down to 90 points. Expect them to drop back to 10th position, to 5th position rather, in class. So they'll probably fall a further 5 points back to actually get back out onto the racetrack.
Exactly. So they have returned to the circuit. I guess that is the good news for them, is that so many other OBSP cars have had problems. Even if they don't have a great finish to the race due to strategy or whatever, as long as they don't go more than 3 laps backwards, they still will have at minimum 5th place in this race, which is not great, but it's not bad.
Well, the thing is, at the moment, Race Onion can't score any more points. They've got pole position and they're in the race lead. At the moment, if WSR Esports butt kicker don't make a mistake between now and the end of the race, that's going to cost them, multiple laps, like you said, like 3 laps. The biggest that gap is going to be going into the season finale is 5 points. Now, considering the problems that they've had today and maybe the pace issues on that Cadillac, if you'd have said that at the start of the race, I think they would have gone, yep, we'll take it. We will absolutely take it. So, has it been an ideal race for them? No, obviously we've still got just about 100 laps left to go, 100 bit laps left to go. But still, realistically speaking, that is a solid one. Looking at the LMP3 standings, the SRB Motorsport by Vega car is the one that we're taking over the lead of the championship. They're the race leader at the moment, but only by 1.5 points. Close to the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, who still have a few positions they might be able to gain back. Well, actually, no, they're a lap down, so maybe not. SRB Motorsports, the second car, the 245, is in there as well, in the hunt for it. Looking pretty tight in that LMP3 category between those top 3, especially between first and second.
Going to talk about not giving up. That 245 car is still running, but they're 35th overall and definitely last in their class as well. In fact, they're last of everybody, unfortunately, still running this race. We've now lost SR Technic, Yellow Submarine Squads 534, Sierra Esports, and Turbo Turtles. Possibly SimSpot Racing. They're showing grayed out on my screen, but they could be doing some repairs. I'm not exactly sure what the situation is. So SRB Motorsports actually on the same lap as Yellow Submarine Squad, but they're about a minute behind. They'll need a little help to try and catch up to them and at least get one more position, which I don't think will do anything because it scores down to 10th, doesn't it?
Yes, I think it's the same as the Formula 1 points. It's where the FIA, so 25, 18, 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1.
This is getting a little bit sketchy on screen as we watch some of the LMP3s try to make moves here. That's Locals Autosports. That's for third with MTS Garage, who I think is actually a lap down maybe from them. Yeah, that's not for position. They were causing some serious consternation for PPF Racing and Blue by TC, who were fighting for that 5th place.
Yeah, indeed. And Blue by TC will be the championship leaders in GT3, which, considering their issue at T1 with that PPF Racing car and the over-the-limit Racing Blue, I think, like we were saying, we were talking about this a little bit earlier on, that's a great recovery. Just to, again, I know we've said about the PPF Racing recovery as well, but Blue by TC, they were in the wall harder, and they've still battled back into this position. It's been a very impressive drive thus far, and we've still got 100-odd laps to, well, it's obviously less for them, maybe sort of like 90, 95 laps for them to work their way as high up as possible. Maybe it's only going to be a position or two for them, but still, it just shows the grit and determination from them, because they're looking to be going into that season finale with a comfortable points lead, although I think it might get cut by an extra 7 points. Potentially anyway, because Valkyrie Competition have closed down to 10 tenths, and the gap is now quite literal.
Oh, big accident in front of them.
Is that Icarus?
That was Icarus. Car got a little bit loose and I think got bumped into the grass, and that was the 27. Came back across that and would have been a heart attack for those that we were on board with at the time.
And for us, it was a heart attack. That was like I say, it's very, very scary indeed. And like I say, a close bit of combat. We'll see it once again. So you've got the Icarus car received a bit of a hit there from the Sapphire, from the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car.
Oh, that's bad news for them. Is that going to be a penalty? Because they're sitting in 4th position right now. They really don't need that. And PPF Racing was close behind, chasing on them along with Blue by TC. So they could easily slip out of what looks like the top 7 if they have to serve a drive-through.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not great. That one wasn't pretty, and that one is one where I'm looking at being like, yeah, it's definitely on the shoulders of the Sapphire Simsport car. It's a gap that really wasn't there, and we saw it earlier on as into the pit lane they will go. Yeah, just dicey. Let's put it that way. As I was going to say though, Valkyrie Competition are closing in for the race lead. I know it's gone back out to 1.7 seconds, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if Valkyrie Competition are able to get themselves re-injected into the fight, because they have done a great job of closing down that battle for the race league. Because it was at about like 3 and a bit seconds earlier, as it now finds itself down to just under 2.
Sapphire Simsport not only taking fresh tires out there, but they've taken Jacob Money out of the car. Austin Diltz is now in the machine, so they're going to swap drivers and probably send him to the finish from here, I'd imagine. Already through 2 drivers out in that car so far in this race, as Blue by TC now promoted up to 5th because of that pit stop. PPF up to 4th place with nobody in front of them. But we still need to see a pit stop from them. They're on lap 35 of the stint. I want to say that is a bit early, though, from the Sapphire Simsport, because they were about at the same stint length, I think, up to that point. So it's not something I would have expected. And they didn't have a meatball flag, so they weren't forced to come in at that stage. So not sure why they made that call.
Maybe it's because they're running strategy backwards. I don't know how far they can go. But obviously, you know, we're under 100 laps left to go in this race. We're at the point where, realistically speaking, you're expecting to run the GT3s for about 90 or so laps. And so, 45 laps a stint. Maybe they've just gone, right, we'll do that. We'll cut it backwards so that we're getting ourselves underway on that sort of strategy.
Oh, good news for fans of our points leader over in the LMP3s. SRB Motorsports is now up to 13th after Yellow Submarine Squad has taken a pit stop. But it's a long ways up to the next one. In fact, I think it's 9 laps that they have to make up to the next Yellow Submarine Squad car. So they need basically attrition for them to get anything more. And as we said, it's kind of pointless since they won't really see points until they pass a number of cars here. Valkyrie competition. Here we go again. Versus 10 tenths, except that's not 10 tenths in front of them. That's a lapped car, yeah. But they're only about 2.5 seconds behind.
And I will say that Renaverse by Tomedo car really slowed them down at turn 6. I was watching the pair of them go through turn 6 and up towards turn 7. That was where the Renaverse by Tomedo car got through, basically delaying the Valkyrie competition car. So I don't know if that's one thing that might be even looked at by race control again. Blue flags in. Again, I don't remember the rule exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's in that. That's a big moment there for Valkyrie. They're pushing very hard. Effectively, blue flags. This is how it works in things like WEC. Is outside of your own class. So if you're in, say, for example, a GT3, and you get a blue flag from an OBSP, right? That is a warning that a faster car is coming. You don't have to do anything, but it's a warning. Whereas if it's a blue flag from in your own class, you do have to get out of the way. You have like the same as what it is in like Formula 1. You've got like 3 corners or whatever it is, or 3 marshal posts, and you've got to allow that car to pass. So I don't know if that's exactly how it is here, but I think there was something in that kind of way of like not delaying those that are giving you blue flags.
Yeah, that I believe is correct there. And Valkyrie competition lost a little bit, both with the traffic and with that moment that you were talking about up and over turn 5. But they carry on. Renaverse by Tomedo, though, who is still in front of them, is in 9th position in that number 3 machine, trying to catch up to Icarus International, who we saw had quite a moment on the front stretch a couple laps ago. They're currently being hounded by Locals Autosport. That's 3rd in the LMP3s, who's going to try and overtake them and get by because they're trying to catch up to A&R Endurance number 59. And you can just see how complicated it can get with all this traffic, cars coming through, wanting to try and overtake, taking the line away, always having to be very vigilant out here to make sure that you don't chop someone off when they're expecting you not to take to the apex of the corner. And the 148 team is still sitting in 6th and still behind by about 3/10 of a second, or 3/4 of a second on Blue by TC.
Just to give you the update from Gustus Grimbergers, obviously down at race control, about the so we're not making things up on the spot, basically. They only require that someone who is lapped does not actively block. As long as it is in the same class. If it's in a different class, blue flags don't mean anything. You're just letting know that there's a faster car behind. There you go. That is what race control have basically said. So we are right. We are good at making things up as we go along and being accurate with it. So that's a 10 out of 10 moment from us. Obviously, you can see Insights powered by Grip in the top right. The tyre age over the limit racing blue, 54 laps. Valkyrie with some slightly fresher tyres. And again, the reason why I bring that up, they do have limited sets of tyres. They aren't allowed to just change every single stop, which does make things very interesting strategically. So clearly over the limit racing blue are choosing now to do their double stint on the tyres.
I feel like since we're in the South, we need to kind of make things appropriate for Larry, because no longer Larry the stats man, he's Larry the stats guy, kind of like Larry the cable guy. Get him some overalls and a hat, and just
you're not jumping on calling him Laz.
I like Larry the stats guy.
Larry the stats guy is pretty good. Yeah.
Get him a fake Southern accent and everything.
Well, maybe when we jump him on a bit later on, if we drag him in here, he'll have to join with a Southern American accent.
There we go.
Poor guy. No, we can't afford to do that.
Well, we could make you angry and have him give him some sweet tea. So, but it's very much a thing in the South, I can tell you. But as we take a look back at once again Trispalv here. In that number 148. Sergei Graboun has taken over for Simonis since earlier in the race, currently in that car, and try to chase down P5 in that position. But they've separated just a little bit since we've joined them. Honestly, one of the closer battles out there at the moment, although I think we got some scheduled stops happening. Yes, indeed. Beerskin by Simslet just came in, and it looks like Icarus International also taking their pit stop. And switching drivers as Eigenraum will take over for Inus Bathma.
Did also get the note about Team Fordzilla, who are still driving around, by the way, without a rear wing. But it's not their fault, because iRacing are classifying that car as fully repaired, so they can't actually do anything about it. They are literally just driving around at the moment with no rear wing. They're driving about, Juan Manuel Gomez is driving around about 10 to 12 seconds off the pace a lap, which is actually why he's dropped on circuit back behind the SLB Motorsport pilot Vega car at the front of the LMP3. He's running slower than the LMP3s at the moment. That is how much of a struggle there is on that car. In fact, if I double check, I think he's actually running slower than the GT3s at the moment. That is how much of a struggle that car is. They are literally just going to be limping round to the checkered flag to take 9th position in class and the 2 points that go with it. That's it. That's all they can get.
I'm actually okay with the idea of it not fully repairing the rear wing, because that's one thing I would like to see iRacing do, is a limit to parts. Instead of because I mean, real world teams have to deal with that. Drivers, I mean, maybe make it even so that everybody has the same amount of parts, because iRacing does want to kind of not make it haves and have-nots in terms of money. But I feel like there needs to be a point at which the team tells you, we can't replace the front wing, we don't have any more.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that my fair share in what I commentate in motorsport, which is the GB3 Championship, which is open wheelers and stuff here in the UK, where when it comes to like replacing front wings and stuff, because obviously it's all a spec part, but you'll go down there and you'll see, like, it's very rare, but something, if you've lost a front wing, if you've lost a few front wings the weekend, you might see like cars with other cars' liveries, nose cones, where they've basically bought it off of a different team to be like, look, we need a front wing at the moment, so bang, we'll just go and buy one of these and slap that on. And it starts making some really weird. It's very rare, it has happened once or twice, but it is just sort of like, yeah. Because again, you've got a limit on parts. You can't just replace everything, all of the time. If that were the case, I'd quite like it to be in a race where, well, in a championship, rather than having like a budget, or kind of guess it is a budget, but you get to pick like a certain amount of parts. Like if you know you keep detonating the front wing, it's fine, you can have 5 front wings, but you're not allowed to have any rear wings. You're only allowed to have the 5 front wings. And things like that, I don't know. It'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it'd be a fantastic addition. They have said that they're working on career mode. Maybe that will be a part of it. Who knows? We'll see what all they've got in store, because they've been kind of tight-lipped on what it would involve. And I'm excited to hear kind of what they're planned on. Maybe we'll have to send one into the suggestion department on that one, because that definitely would be a cool little addition.
Do you think they'll listen to us really? Even remotely?
Well, one of my business partners now works there, so I mean, I could get into his ear. Sean Ambrose, shout out to Sean.
Right, okay.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of little worms we could put in their ears and get them thinking. So, in the meantime, I think, are we still watching that blue by TC car here, or who have we got on screen?
That is the Over the Limit Racing Blue.
All right, so that is 3rd place in category, the 747. Actually, not too far behind Valkyrie Competition right now. So we've got something brewing for 2nd place. They've dropped off 10/10ths at this stage by about 7.2 seconds. So they're mostly fighting for best of the rest there, at least at this portion of the lap. In the meantime, this is HundredForce that you're seeing, who's also catching up to Icarus International. Not sure if they had any damage from that incident that we saw earlier on, but they've carried on and are a lap down from the leader, unfortunately, sitting in the 9th position. So HundredForce might be gobbling them up pretty quickly.
Yeah, potentially. Also, just going to give you the old update. You know how I like doing it. As we can see, the GT3 standing at the moment is growing even further by blue by TC. Last pit stop duration. Obviously, the insight's powered by Grip. OBS World stationary for slightly longer than WSR Esports. Butt kicker, obviously, I think it's more because of when they pitted in. Maybe taking a little bit. There's tiny, like maybe a litre or so more fuel, or a couple of litres here and there. I can't remember what the fill rate is for these. I think it's something like, it might be 3 litres a second, so who knows. But either way, they've had a slightly longer stop. Could have just been even incompetence and missing a box. Either way, with the race at hand, about 90 laps left to go, meaning we should have about an hour and 40 minutes left to go in this race. We're currently at 3 hours and 10, meaning we might be just shy of the 5-hour mark to complete all of the 237 laps of this race. So unlike in Spa, where we had that point where we were wondering if we were going to get to full race distance or not when it comes to the lap count, here I do believe we are absolutely getting to full race distance.
Yeah, it would take something pretty dramatic at this stage. Also worth noting, the traffic has been definitely playing with the battle for the overall lead. OBS World by Simsa is still back by about 3.5 seconds, but Race Onion has not always been catching things at the right time. In fact, I think we may have just seen 66 go by this third place GT3 car a bit ago. So they've left that battle behind as they come off the final turn. They'll get another one of them through. The WSR Esports butt kicker in third place once again. Since the pit stops, they have re-inherited a podium position and are back through. In the meantime, back down to the 815 machine here in the LMP3s. And this is Beaver Grease Racing Plus, our points leader, trying to catch up to SRB Motorsports GE. They've got about 3 seconds to do that right now, and you can see a number of GT3 cars between them.
I don't know if it's just me, by the way, but you know that the WSR Esports buck car, I don't know if it is, maybe it's just Adam States driving really well at the moment, or maybe it is the conditions, but I do think that car is reacting better to these slightly cooler track conditions, and we're still expecting the track temperature to drop quite a lot. It's only dropped a degree in the last sort of 40 minutes. It's only down to 27 degrees Celsius. We are expecting that to drop off quite a bit more over the next sort of hour or so. And if that does work in favour of the WSR Esports bucket car, is there a chance that they might well take a victory this afternoon? We'll have to wait and see. Valkyrie and the Over the Limit Racing blue car come in from second and third in the GT3 category. 10-10s are already in the pit lane from the race lead.
It is now officially a night race. Yes, we've got a little bit of light left on the track, but race control has declared it a night race, which means the rules that we mentioned earlier about needing lights has come into effect. Anybody who is seen without their lights on the front of the car will be forced to pit in to get repairs and hope that they have that front clip so that they can get back out there and race. In the meantime, HundredForce, we're talking about them chasing on Icarus International. And they're going to get interrupted briefly. They're going to be split. Oh, that's way deep into the corner, given enough space there. The yellow submarine car gets through, but so does Maynard in the HundredForce Mercedes, as that was a bit rude for the Icarus Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, we've seen a fair amount of that level of rudeness around here, as we'll see Valkyrie driving out of pit lane with Over the Limit Racing blue directly behind them, looking back to the Icarus car, and they'll want to sneak their way back through on that Mercedes. I do quite like that HundredForce Mercedes review, by the way. I think it looks very sharp, very smart. It's one of those ones, I've said this before when it comes to a lot of sim races and stuff, and I'm like, I look at some, oh, hello, local Autosport just off the road. I look at some sim liveries and I'm like, that's a nice looking car. But it doesn't look like a race car. It doesn't look like something that I could see on a real race car. That HundredForce car, I could absolutely imagine that just on the real thing, like racing in British GT or something.
100%. And has almost, I would say a zebra look. You would be a zebra look, but
I'll allow it.
Yeah. He's got that position away. It's taking advantage of the lap traffic, giving him the opportunity. The interesting thing that I have noticed is we've had that fast lap still in the hands of Alpha Esports Red since the start of this race. They haven't given it away, despite I would have thought the track would have picked up enough that we'd see maybe some of our other front runners maybe try and snatch that one away.
Good news for Zilla fans, even though maybe it's a little bit late. They've finally been delivered a rear wing, is what race control have said. So they've stolen one from somewhere and now have a rear wing back on their car. But obviously they're now 5 laps down on the next car. Obviously the insight's powered by Grip and Larry, the stat guy. tyre age on the Beerskin car, 76, and that lightly, the much fresher tyres and Slow and Confused is what's going to allow them to come straight through. 8 laps only on that purple Slow and Confused car. Flash and lights coming in from the Beerskin by Simsa car, and the OBS World by Simsa is just trying to basically get through them and think, I don't really want to be anywhere near you.
I did check. There is an Amazon warehouse in Atlanta, so I think maybe
nice.
Someone was sent over to grab something from there for Fordzilla, and that worked out well for them.
Let me have a look on Amazon. I see if I type in BMW M Hybrid rear wing. Anything appears. Oh, really? I'll update you on that.
Ooh, meanwhile, this is looking interesting down into turn 1. That is to put a lap on Slow and Confused. But again, they're in a battle with Beerskin. OBS World by Simsa not caring about that fight. They're fighting for a win here today, so they had to try and make an aggressive move down into turn 1. What about PPF Racing Team? Back on it again with Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. They've caught back up to them once more and are now trying to fight for the 5th spot. Great exit as we switch back over to the number 11 once more. I hope we go back to that fight there for Sapphire SimSport, because they're looking like they might go side by side here down into turn 1. And indeed, I can confirm that PPF Racing Team has now taken 4th position.
And I will say they've literally just come around T1, and Blue by TC have just departed pit lane right with them. So that's definitely going to become a 3-car fight for that spot. So things are going to get very interesting in that GT3 category. And should be an awful lot of fun as well. The battle basically to get inside the top 4 or 5, as we'll see that battle now. There is the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car dropped down a single position by the PPF Racing car, and you can see the Blue by TC just off the rear end. Tight fights for points in every single point, especially for teams like Blue by TC really matter right now, because this is what's going to make the difference going into the next round of the championship, the season finale at Sebring.
Every team wants to head into the finale controlling their destiny, knowing that they can actually do what they need to do to win, rather than just finishing well and hoping that trouble befalls your rivals. So that's what they're trying to do here right now, is make sure that they basically get to decide how this winds up. But there you can see, not a huge gap between them after that overtake. PPF Racing needs to try and run away from Sapphire SimSport Alpha, and Sapphire SimSport Alpha needs to make sure that Blue by TC doesn't get anything on them as they get overtaken by yet more cars. Now, what have we got here? Up over turn 5, 2nd place. Oh, wow!
OBS World by Simsa.
What a catch!
I was going to say, spun it around. I mean, if you're going to have a big moment like that, have it like that.
Brilliant stuff to keep it out of the wall, get it facing forward, and didn't really impede anybody in the process either. But they lost 2nd place. That was WSR Esports that just snuck by. So now OBS World, who had the spin, is playing catch up and has rocked up to the back of them quite quickly.
Yeah, like I say, it's kind of tight between these two now, but they both have lost 10 seconds now for race lead from Race Onion. Obviously, the 66 has lost a significant amount of time from all of that, but it could be a lot worse. My only fear for them is the tyres might be a little bit rough at the moment, so it might be about taking the next couple of laps just to allow the tyres to cool down, to allow things to settle, and to then go on the attack to try and get past Adam State, who now looks to score 18 points from this one, and look to maybe hold a clear championship lead going into the season finale. If they do so, if the race finishes like this, they will lead the championship by 3 points going into Sebring.
Wow, just incredibly tight stuff. And at that stage, depending on where everybody finishes, it's more than 3 points between 1st and 2nd. So it could come down to who wins in that one. Meanwhile, as we ride on board, watching just behind there, they've got Beerskin, that lap down car, flashing the lights, trying to let them know, I need to get through here. I'm going to fight for position. Beerskin will give way at the apex for one and then the other.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Again, just clear, clean, decisive, trying to get through the lap traffic in their own category. fair amount of respect being given as well. The sun, like I say, it has set. It's definitely below the horizon, but you can see the sky still lit up, so we're not in that pitch black. As you were saying earlier on, you know, we're about 15 minutes after that sun has dropped below the horizon. We've still got some of that sort of ambient light. Definitely, lights are very much required at this point, but you could still, you know, go and walk around the circuit. You could still wrap up your round of golf just about, but you know, it'd be tricky in this light. But obviously, we are very much heading into that night, so we're going to have basically an hour and a bit of complete darkness. I did see Race Control have suggested their predictions say that the race will end in 1 hour 36 minutes time. Their race prediction is 4 hours 56 total.
And 3 wide moment there coming off turn 5 is there's a car going very wide. That was the PPF car, actually. Thankfully didn't lose their position, along with 2 to go green, as our battle for second place whipped past them. And now they head onto the back straight. Surely the tires should be cooled off by now. Is Roinen just biding his time?
Nah, these tires should be absolutely fine now. If he wants to go through, he can go through. It's just about whether he's got the straight line speed in that Porsche 963 to get past the Cadillac. And at the moment, the answer to that question is no. So Adam State is able to hang on to second position for now. They drop down the hill, passing the 815 Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, the team that look like they might well take over the champs, leading the LMP3 category. Obviously started that one from pole position, now running in 5th place on the road. Is once again incredibly close. I was going to say this a bit earlier, by the way, about pole positions and curses, because I think there is a bit of a pole position curse in this championship. Less so with the the LMP3 has every single time someone's had pole position, they never win. It's not happened this season. In GT3, I think it's happened a couple of times. In the OBSPs, it's only happened twice, and it's in the previous 2 races where Race Onion have had pole position. They're the only team to have converted pole position to a race win, and to have really broken that curse. But in LMP3s, it's never happened. It's definitely not happening today with where B3 Racing Plus.
No, and honestly, it's looking pretty handy for Race Onion to make it 3 poles converted into 3 wins as well. So the numbers are in their favor, as well as just the general condition of this race looking very much like they've got a good shot. Sapphire SimSport Alpha is just within the top 5 in GT3s, and Blue by TC would like to change that, coming down into the chicane and then up and over the crest beneath the bridge. He'll cling with him, just staying on the back of that rear wing, but not close enough to try anything serious yet. The drivers have had that transition into darkness. If anybody has to hand over to their teammate, will they be able to adapt to suddenly racing in the dark here late in this race?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, I think everyone's well practiced, right, in these conditions, so everyone should be well aware as to what's happening. Problem is, with a lot of practice you do by yourself, and when you're in nighttime, circuits are kind of annoying to drive around at night, because it's not just your headlights. If it was just your headlights, it's fine. But the fact is, everyone else's headlights is kind of illuminating things that maybe you don't want to see when it comes to those braking zones, because you've practiced with basically it's only your headlights and your tunnel vision of what you can see. Suddenly now you can see a whole large amount, which you'd say, yeah, but you could see all that during the day. Kind of, but not really. I brought this up like a few times, you know, before the season and other championships and stuff, is that when it's at night time, you're not looking for the same things as you do in the day. And I remember this because I did a race years ago. It was about nearly 9 years ago. I did my first ever 24-hour race, and I did all the practice at night because I was mostly going to be driving at the night. And then one time we all jumped onto the server in daytime, and I went through the exit of the Porsche curves and crashed horrendously because I didn't know where my turning point was, because I could see too much. And I couldn't see that specific bit I was looking for to turn in. And that kind of happens at night time as well when you've got all the car being lit, the track being lit by all the other cars. See if there's going to be a move this time by Runnen, and I think surely there will be this time. Surely.
He's staying in the slipstream. Now he pops out to the inside. They've got another GT car that they're going to have to deal with in the braking zone. Look at that, cutting in front of him late. That was brave from WSR, but it won't give them the position as OBS World by Simsa is back up into P2 after their hiccup up and over turn 5. And now they try to run away.
Yeah, exactly. Got to take full advantage of this and show the extreme pace you've got. I don't expect they'll close down the 9.6 second gap to Benson Energy at the moment, who's running in that race lead. Although I will say that gap was about 10.5 seconds, and even through the battling and stuff they've been doing, it has come down to below that 10-second margin. So maybe there is hope, but most of that will probably be the ebbs and flows of traffic around Road Atlanta. So I wouldn't really hold my breath for it. Maybe they need another safety car or something to close their way back in, but I don't know if I particularly see it at the moment. We've got so many cars that are varying laps apart, so many retirements from this race. I don't know how many we're up to now. I think it might be 8 or 9. I think it is. No, I think it's 8. I think I think because TVR racing never really starts. I think it's 6 rather. I can count.
Yeah, it looks to be 6, I think, out there. So 34 drivers still out on track right now and running. Definitely a good drop from where we began this race. That will lighten up the traffic. That will mean less chances of a safety car with fewer bodies out there. But we continue to watch the fight here for 5th place between the 22 and the 14. Austin Diltz versus Mantis Povolitis. Good run, actually, by the Blue by TC Porsche. I'm not sure that it's going to be enough, though. It doesn't look like that car is all that great in a straight line.
No, but like I say, you don't really know. Let's see how it's going to unfold here. See if there's going to be the Blue by TC making a move. I don't think they will. Like, as much as I think the drive off was fine, I just don't think that they have the speed to get down there into 1080. Again, this could be for a whole lot of things. It could be fuel saving. You know, you could be like lifting a little bit earlier on as well. Maybe not trying to stay full throttle all the way down the straight there, but. Yeah, maybe it is straight line speed. Maybe it wasn't quite as good as it looked from the angle. It's quite hard to tell sometimes as to how quick someone's left a corner when it is dark like this, because you just don't really get the same reference, even from our point of view. Gap for the race, he just came down an enormous margin. I think Race only had a horrible lap through traffic there because it's come down 2 seconds.
Now, let me check here and see what that last lap looked like. A 110, so it's not that dramatic. It's a bit slow, but.
A 110.7, yeah, it's 1.6 seconds slower, or 1.5 seconds slower than what Runningen did. Because it should be running in the 9s, or really even towards the 8s. So it was slow.
So looking at it, it appears just a lot of traffic in the S's. So they couldn't do anything but just sit and wait and let that unfold. But I mean, there's always the ebb and flow of that traffic. Sometimes it giveth, sometimes it taketh. And Race Onion has to hope that it mostly is in their favor, because as we said, OBS World by Simsa is far behind, but not too far behind that they can just basically rest on their laurels for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of one of those ones like, yeah, you lose 1.5 and you think, well, we've got 10 seconds, so losing 1.5 isn't that bad. But if you don't gain that back through them getting the same level of unluckiness in traffic, if you don't gain it back, suddenly you're kind of up against it a little bit. You lose 1.5 here, you lose 1.5 there, you lose 1.5 there, and it just starts to build.
It does indeed, and there's all these variables in endurance racing. Obviously, iRacing's done a fantastic job since it first added it to team racing. I think how long ago was it at this point? Something like 2015. I can't remember at this stage, but. They've brought it in, and it has changed the game as they continue to add various features. But the new one coming up is going to be rain, and unfortunately, I think it won't come until after our last round.
Yeah, it's not quite ready for us. That's fine though. Next season we'll focus on that one. We're going to bring in Larry the Stat Guy, Larry Kunis, who I believe has got some information about some GT3s at the moment.
Yeah, hi guys. So I'm in. Sorry, no Western American accent. Maybe a little bit of Eastern European accent speaking in English. Yeah, but just a little bit of interesting info about the GT3 class and our, let's say, top 6 in the class. So regarding the tires, top 2 in the class, in the 10th and Valkyrie competition, both of them have used all the available sets of the tires in this race, while the guys that are chasing them down have one spare set to use in this race. So if we'll have a safety car situation, our current leaders might be a little bit in trouble, but it is that it is now. They will have to complete about 50 and a bit laps with the sets that they are on, talking about the 2 leaders. So that's what I was willing to get in with the info.
Thanks, Larry. There you go. That's why he's Larry the stats guy, right, Jack?
Exactly.
He knows far more than we do.
He's not having to talk constantly. Oh, I just saw some headlights go right. Oh, we've had a big accident.
And WSR. Was that WSR as well? It is WSR Esports butt kicker. They've lost their front as well. WSR Esports butt kicker have lost the front end, and that is going into the final corner. They can't get into pit lane. They've got to do a whole lap of this damage.
And what has happened here, I was able to find it on my end. 2 to go green was doing the same thing that Sapphire SimSport was doing. They were damaged. They were trying to get into pit lane. They were slow across the track, and those behind them did not get the memo, ran into the back of them, and just multiple cars involved, unfortunately, in that one. No full course yellow that I'm seeing so far yet.
No, I think...
Nope, there it is right there.
Oh, it has come out now.
I spoke too soon, so somebody was not able to try and get back from that accident, and as they say, this changes everything. So here is the incident and what exactly happened. Yeah, see, they went to the side at the same time that car did, because they could tell they were slow, but by that point it was too late, and that third car coming in was the WSR car, unfortunately, as well.
And where, as much as that, the 2 to go green car didn't have any headlights on, which actually, as much as you say, yeah, but they've got rear lights on, sometimes you're like, oh, there's a car there because I can see where the headlights are from it. And without that being on, it's not as immediately obvious, especially when you're sort of like behind another car, so you can't even see the rear of that car. It's not immediately obvious that there was a car there. So I'm sure that would have been a complete shock for Adam State and the WSR Esports bucket car. We just hope there's not too much damage on it and that they're able to get back out with a fairly swift repair. You can see the front end missing. Like I said before, as long as they don't lose about 3 laps, they'll still be inside the top 5, which I think will be the important bit. You can see the insights powered by grip. That is the 3rd caution of the race, which we were kind of expecting a 3rd one at some point, weren't we?
Yeah, it would have been impressive if they managed to go the entire second half of the race without any cautions. Let's hope that this is the only one. Safety car is out and trying to pick up the leader who just finished his pit stop. Race Onion dove in, and Nemeth is back into the car after taking over from Robin Massa in the previous pit stop. But looks like no change for those top 2. WSR Esports butt kicker is in for extensive repairs, which means Beerskin by Simsa, which is the last car on the lead lap in the OBSP, should inherit the podium.
Yeah, indeed. As that now has switched over with where they are on circuit. Like I say, hopefully for the WSR Esports bucket car, they are able to get back out onto circuit without losing more than the top 5, but their chances of victory certainly gone. Big shame for them, but it is what it is.
Let's take a look at what's been happening so far in this race. Started out with some great battles there in the mid-pack, as well as for the lead, and OBSP giving us a lot of excitement in the beginning, with a lot of Race Onion involved in it. The OBS World by Simsa fighting them for that top spot. Before we had a bit of a spin for one of our LMP3s, and then more of them running into trouble. GT3 cars as well up in turn 5, bringing out our first yellow. And on the restart, did not go well for the Alpha Esports Red, which has been in a lot of problems today. As we can see, things carried on now into the evening with 2 of our cautions out of the way. Things really picked up, but it also saw a complete change in how the race will go, as one of the cars with a big accident coming off of turn 5 and some spins as well for Slow and Confused out of turn 5. And then most importantly, a major problem for Team Fordzilla backing into the tires there at the start, as well as Alpha Esport Red getting into more problems coming through turn 5.
It's been a very dramatic race, hasn't it? And like I say, this will be hopefully the final breather before we see them race their way towards the checker flag. We don't want to see another caution out. We'd like to end it on just 3. We had none in the previous round at Mugello. We did have quite a few. We had none in Spa for a while, and then we had all of them in Spa. But yeah, it's been a dramatic race, which is obviously going to heat things up for the championship, which in that sense is exciting. But for Race Onion, have they just become the championship favourites now?
They might have. It's suddenly come back to them in a big way. But OBS World by Simsa now finds themselves on the same strategy with no more gap between them. Yep. Especially once they sort out all these cars, that'll put them back together, restart on the attack, no doubt. I mean, we saw that before in the last restart. The drivers, as soon as they restarted, OBS World tried their best to get it away and just could not get the overtake done, and held on as long as they could. So I anticipate the aggression is going to be ramped up even more. Of course, we've got a bit of a break here, so I think we might have a little bit of a check-in with our app here in a moment as the drivers cycle down the backstretch. Pretty much everybody did pit this time through, so I say that actually, but Beerskin by Simpson did not pit this time, but they should still be on the lead lap, so I think they can still take that and not lose anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, strategically, I don't know how things are going to play out from this point, because it's an awkward time for quite a few of the teams, just with how things are running strategically towards from now to the end of the race. I think for the OBSPs, you might as well have made a stop very recently. For the GT3s, this isn't really a convenient time. You'd want it to come out in sort of 20 laps time, and then you'd be good to pit and then basically go to the end of the race. But right now, yeah, I don't know. Like I say, Race Control will do the same procedure, tick all the things off as they've done in the previous ones of the race. But now it's in the OBSPs, it's definitely a 3-horse race for the victory. The Beerskin by Simsa car, I don't think have the pace to get in it. The OBS World by Simsa and the Race Onion car. I think the OBS World by Simsa car are really going to push every little ounce out of that Porsche.
Absolutely will. They're not going to let Race Onion have this one easily, no doubt. So let's also remember, live from the exhilarating OBS World Endurance Cup, powered by HundredForce, we're bringing the thrill of the race directly to you. In the spirit of this incredible championship, we're proud to announce the latest update to the OBS World app. Now, not only can you witness the pinnacle of sim racing, but you can also dive into a world where your automotive dreams come true. Customize your digital garage to perfection, connect with car enthusiasts globally, and compete for fantastic prizes. Don't just watch the race, be part of the action. Download OBS World now and start your journey in the ultimate car enthusiast community. Your dream garage is waiting. Just scan the QR code and you will be on your way. But on the way to the finish of this race, you were talking about if this is going to be good for the GT3s. If we stay green to the finish, how many laps are we actually? Is this tight? Could they get done if they pit here?
No, it's 70 laps to go.
Okay, yeah, that's too many.
Which is like an hour and 50 minutes of driving, so it's way too many. But it's more just for some of the GT3s, you're pushing to the point where it's like it's not too far away. But I say if it come out in 10 or 15 laps time, maybe we'd be all right. For the OBSPs, no way. They've got definitely one more stop to go after this.
Absolutely. They have perhaps the shortest stint of the three classes that we've got out there, so we know that is a certainty. We're down to only, looks like 33 cars left right now, because Yellow Submarine's 531 after that accident is now out of the race, unless we've lost 2 to go as well.
Maybe.
Nope, they're back out on track, incredibly, because that was a big hit on top of an already damaged car. 8 minutes of repairs, and they're back running once again. So glad to see the 315 out there, but they're running 10th in class, so a single point on hand for them at this stage. SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega has been controlling the front of this race. Locals Autosport going to be restarting behind them. I don't feel like we've seen a whole lot of battles for the lead in the LMP3s for this one. Just maybe we've missed some of the drama, but it feels like there hasn't been much of it.
No, I agree. I think the LMP3 has been the calmest at the front, but has had quite a lot of drama through the middle of each pack. By the way, you were saying about the 2 to go green car being back out on the circuit. Another car back out on the circuit, trying to close their way back up this grouping. WSR Esports butt kicker, they are back out on the track. They're 2 laps down on the race leader, but Tanguy Billon behind the wheel now of the 116 car. We said 5th is as bad as it's going to get for them. That is exactly where they are, 5th place. They're 2 laps clear of the ATRS community car, that white and orange car that we saw had a couple of problems earlier on in the race in those highlights. But Tanguy Billon behind the wheel. At the moment, if things finish as they are in this race points-wise, the 116 car will be 5 points behind in the Championship of Race Onion, which, considering that kind of crash, ain't that bad. Although I will just say they have just hit the rear end of 2 to go green again. 10 out of 10.
We still have a little bit of sorting left to do, so I was kind of half listening to race control there as they were giving some instructions to various cars. This is where it gets all the more complicated for them because everything is so jumbled up. They're trying to put people where they need to be. And WSR Esports, one of them that's trying to kind of pick their way by. In fact, there you see them right there closing into the back of their OBSP category, and will join just in behind Beerskin by Simsa, but they're not racing on the same lap.
Už saugių karių, saugi Ukraina ir Europa. Radarom ir vėl kviečia vienytis, kad padėtume kiekvienam Ukrainos kariui.
Mes jau parodėm, ką galim.
Su radarom apsaugokim kiekvieną karį.
Prisidėti gali kiekvienas. Prisijunkite prie akcijos Radarom ir padėkite Ukrainos kovotojams nupirkti saugaus karių rinkinių. Skambinkite trumpuoju numeriu 1485 arba prisidėkite Radarom ir padėkite Ukrainos kovotojams nupirkti saugaus karių rinkinių.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta. We are here for the penultimate round of the OBS Endurance Series presented by HundredForce. And we are at the blue-yellow 600 miles of Atlanta. This has been certainly a race that has had many twists and turns, but it has kept both us and the drivers on their toes here today in ways I don't think we quite expected. We thought this was going to be chaotic in the sense that attrition would be high, there would be a lot of accidents, we would have a lot of safety cars. Instead, this has been a chess game out here today, Lewis. This has been, you need to be flexible, you need to watch out for the unexpected, make sure that you play your cards right. And for some of the cars, despite it at times getting maybe a pair of twos out there, at times their cards have suddenly switched around when they've traded them in and they've come back with a straight flush.
That straight flush thing, I don't know poker. Is that a good thing?
Yes, that's a very good thing.
Perfect. I don't know cards. I can tell you that there are some in a deck. It's 52. I know that much is fun. But no, I don't know. This is where, like, if you want to win this race, maybe some teams have got to do a bit of gambling, to kind of carry that one on. Maybe you do have to play a little bit of a risky game strategically. I just don't know. Is the advantage in the hands of Race Onion, where they've got a lot of lap traffic between themselves and the OBS world by Simsa car? So they've got to get a clean restart here and check out as much as possible.
Absolutely. This is where it's going to be important, but it's not their main rival behind them. It is Team Fordzilla, who's many laps down, so there's some separation there before we get to OBS World Simsa. In fact, multiple cars within class are between them right now as they take off down into turn one. One of those that just overtook them, Alpha Esports by Red, is trying to see if they can battle with ATRS Community for that 6th spot. But up at the front, Race Onion, they know they've got a great chance to try and dash away from the 66 now that they've got a lot of other bodies between them.
Yeah, indeed, and it got a little bit worse there for the OBS World by Simsa car because they got dived down the inside by Jack Badger, obviously a couple of laps down now, and they're more looking to drop. Oh my goodness, Fordzilla has round in front of, with all the other cars laps down, and now Roynen is going to sweep his way through to take second position, of course, as he already is, but to be the second car now on that lap. So that was crazy.
I don't know who paid who, but somebody has just gifted the 66. No more traffic between them, but the damage has already been done. And he's got 2.5 seconds to try and catch up to Race Onion. They have precious few laps before they catch the back of the field again. Now is the time that Tony has to push.
Slow and Confused then are going to be into the pit lane. This could work out in favour of WSR Esports butt kicker and close that championship up by a further 2 points. I mean, it's only 3 points between them going into that season finale as they are onto the pit lane to repair that car. Big shame for Slow and Confused. Maybe it's not going to be too bad. Maybe they're not going to lose a lap to WSR Esports butt kicker, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. 2.5 seconds the lead for Benson Emity at the moment at the head of the field in the OBSP category. In each of the other categories, of course, this is the battle for the race lead in the GT3 category. Jonathan Poulet, who we caught up with before the race, trying to close in on Justinus Bamboulas.
So interestingly, that incident, I was able to go back and watch myself. And there was 2 separate incidents essentially happening there because Fordzilla spun on their own, and behind them, I believe Jack Badger just outbraked himself, plunged into Pristov, and that's where the chaos kind of unfolded. So multiple cars getting involved in that one, but 2 different incidents. Slow and Confused also finding themselves a victim in the midst of all that was happening. Still about 2 seconds up for the lead. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead in the GT3s comes back to 10/10ths and Valkyrie competition once again, but the gap has been eliminated, and now the Ferrari is there.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, don't even necessarily count out the Porsche of the Over the Limit Racing blue car, and Blue by TC aren't that far behind either in all of this. Nor is, I didn't realise he was racing in this race, Guile Valero. Now, that's not a driver I expected to see on this grid. 9.6 KI rated in that PPF Racing Team car. To be fair, might go pretty rapid here in that 227.
Well, and he did this last time as well. He basically chased down the leader, took the win. Unfortunately, it was kind of hampered by a bit of an issue with the leader at the time getting taken out. I think it was by lap traffic. I'm trying to remember, but I remember I was very upset by it because we didn't get the fight that we wanted, and PPF took the victory over them. Guile Valera also, black stripe. For those that don't know, that means that he has a pro license out here, races in the top championship here on iRacing, so no slouch whatsoever. As a look down the inside, this is for the lead. Valkyrie competition sneaks through on 10/10ths.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Again, the battle continues, but Valkyrie back into the race lead, looking to end this curse. They've had a couple of poor races. They'd love to take victory here. We know how fast they are. We know they're capable of winning races, but they are looking to move their way through. Speaking of moving through, by the way, Valero is trying to look down the inside, going into the first corner. Going to get past Mantis Povolitis, who's unable to do so, and might actually lose out to another Porsche in the 148 of the Trasvalve Esports car. So quite a lot of drama in the GT3 category, which is the one that's really being turned up to 11.
Oh, bad exit though coming off of the top of turn 5 for Bumbulis. So he loses a little touch with Poulet. He needs to stick with him here. Jonathan wanting to try and redeem the team for losing out on the victory, ending up a DNF back at Mugello. And he's got a perfect opportunity here to try and do it. Started this one from pole in that Ferrari. Took some time to get back up to the top spot, but now he's there.
Yeah, now this would not, it wouldn't like throw them completely back into championship contention, but for Valkyrie competition, it could just get them close enough that they have hope. They're currently 22.5 points off the championship lead, so getting 25 points in this race victory could be very important, especially considering we're blue by TCR and the fact they might well be losing an extra position as we can see them coming down the hill. Gael Valero to the inside of Mantis Povolitis and will move his way up into 4th position in that PPF racing car.
Often talk about wanting to put the anchor in at the end of the race. You want your fastest driver in to close it up. Well, Gael is absolutely that, and proving it, slicing through up to 4th position. 3 seconds to make up to Over the Limit Blue now up the road, but it certainly looks like there has been a fire lit under that 227 car.
Yeah, certainly so, and that fire is going full fist around here. It's just trying to push everything to its absolute limit. Speaking of limits being pushed, by the way, I think it might have been because of a bit of awkward lap traffic, but Runanen did close in a little bit on our race leader here, Benson Emmethy, in the Race Onion car. So maybe there is hope that OBS World by Simsa can take victory here today. They are coming across some really awkward lap traffic now, including one that was completely backwards on the back stretch. Not sure which one that was. There is a BMW, the Reverse by Tomedo car, is stationary on the back stretch. They should be able to get back going again under their own power, so don't worry about that too much. They just spun around going out of turn 7.
Yeah, they got some help, unfortunately, coming off the corner. HundredForce just pushed them around, not anticipating them being a bit slow out of 7. They are running once again, so Tomedo's on their way. HundredForce now up to 9th because of that overtake, but I wouldn't be shocked if we saw some sort of penalty out of that one. Those that had an accident on that last restart, slow and confused ATRS community, have both been stuck in pit lane since then, which is good news for fans of Team Fordzilla, because they're looking like they may get a position or two here.
Yeah, potentially so, and obviously same for the WSR Esports Bucking car, because they did gain a single spot. As we can see, they're going through the foregrounder shot. That is the Race Onion car, our race leader overall, and Runanen's not too far behind, keeping our eye on the LMP3 battles a little bit further down. Of course, the SRB Motorsport G&E car, the one we're looking at here, with Beaver Grease Racing Plus behind, who would desperately like to gain an extra position, gaining some extra points in the championship, of course, fresh off their first pole position in the season.
So as they come around here through turn 3, this has obviously been a difficult part of the track, and we've seen a number of cars off, but haven't seen as many wrecks as I thought we would have here today up through there. That's so tricky through that turn. But they'll go up through turn 5 in the meantime, battling for this 4th position. SRB Motorsports GE, the car ahead. Currently we're on board there on the bottom with Beaver Grease Plus, as up ahead, that is not 4th position, I don't believe. That's a Locals Auto Sports. Yeah, they're full lap ahead of them, it looks like. So that is none of their concern, even though it is close on the timing tower between them. Good run from Mantis in the Beaver Grease Plus car. Let's see if he tries to scythe up the middle.
Yeah, see if there is going to be any move. Not at the moment. Like I say, just trying to find the right opportunity. It's especially at this point in the race, you can't afford to have a half-hearted opportunity where you're going to lose an awful lot of time. It must be calculated. It must be basically perfect. Anything short of that is going to cause problems. So it is very tough at the moment for them to pick their way past all this, but it's incredibly exciting. Like I say, in GT3 as well, I feel like GT3 at the moment is where all the action really is. It's all very exciting back there, but I suppose that's going to be the case towards the end of the race. You've still got 60 or so laps to go. It's about an hour and 10 minutes worth of racing, so there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, and we've already seen how this can change around just at the drop of a hat. So with it all being in the dark, that also ups the difficulty to some degree for these drivers. A little bit of a slide off the corner for Armalis, who struggles to get the power down off of turn 7. Kirpus is going to take advantage of that and start to pull away.
Just about. If you're able to keep that pace up consistently, even now, keep up that concentration. You've got to remember, been racing now for about 4 hours. So, yeah, whilst it's not been them behind the wheel for the entirety of the 4 hours, it is still hard to keep that focus for the entire time. Because most of the time when you're out of the car at this kind of level, you're basically the race engineer. You know, you're jumping into that race engineer role. You're guiding them through the race. You'll always hear it in the interviews post-race where they'll be like, "Oh, you know, it's so great that my teammate, you know, was there helping me with this information and that information and that information." Basically, when you're taking a part in a race like this, you're expected to be here from the start of the race to the end of the race with no real break. Maybe you can go to the loo or whatever, but that's about it. You know, you're here for the whole show. Basically, as Beaver Grease Racing Plus, Mantis Armalis is still trying to find his way past at the moment, but like I say, Kirpus is doing everything right at the moment, but they do have the race leader in Race Onion directly behind them. Benson Emity will have to get past in the exit of T7.
Yeah, he'll get a good spot for it. He's held up slightly there through 6 and 7, but now he can kind of stretch his legs and get away. OBS World by Simsa behind by 4 seconds now, so it is working out well for the 15 team on this latest restart, and they have been continuing to try and stretch their legs out, be able to run away from their main rival in this race from early on that has suddenly reappeared late in the race and once again become something of a threat to them. But they are managing it excellently up at this stage. Behind them looks like, I think that might actually be OBS World. Yes, that is going by some of our battling cars as we check a little further back once again. Heading into turn 1. This is MTS Garage versus 4SR Racing.
Yeah, a bit further down in the LMP3 category, we've seen MTS Garage. I mean, they've basically been at the rear of the LMP3 category all day, but they've just got the consistency just to keep them in the running, and they've picked up a whole host of positions courtesy purely through consistency, through keeping it on the road, through not risking anything, not doing anything too silly. It's been a pretty solid run. Like I say, they might be able to get an extra little bit from this with picking up a potential 6th place finish, depending on what happens with Vanessa Vicious directly heading that 4SR racing car. Just trying to look to see about the time as well, because I'm pretty sure they were battling. They had started back in they were with 4SR on the race start, but they weren't that far ahead. I think they were even behind like two to go green. We've seen quite a lot of pace struggles from them throughout the game.
Also, HundredForce unfortunately getting a penalty for that contact that we were talking about earlier coming out of turn 7. They're going to have to come in and serve that one. They were sitting in 9th, or are sitting in 9th, but that's going to be past tense very soon, since they'll have to come in and give that away. As we continue to watch through the darkness of turn 3 here, and then down the hill and amongst the battle between the likes of A&R Endurance trying to stay ahead of 4SR and MTS Garage. They're a different lap once again for them. This is the battle for P6 up and over the crest of turn 5 and into turn 6. I'm sure the A&R Endurance car giving a bit of a tow actually to 4SR Racing. They're trying to see if they can get that extra little bit of straight line speed.
Yeah, indeed. Battle for the race, by the way, in GT3 is 1.1 seconds behind the wheel, 10 tenths closing back up a little bit on the Valkyrie competition car just over the last couple of laps. I think it's the last lap was a 1/10 advantage for Valkyrie competition, but they're just making sure they're keeping it very close. They do also have the 2 to go green car directly with them in that battle, but obviously not going much quicker, as has been the pace issues at the moment for that car. To the outside, we're going to get a bit of a look there from one of the OBSPs. That, of course, is the Beerskin Biosimpson car that finds itself on the podium with no real pressure behind. That must be kind of a bit relieving, I guess. You know, when you're looking for a podium or something in that vein, and you've got absolutely no pressure on your shoulders. You've got 2 laps back to the car behind. You're just relaxing. Let's go through the next hour. Just get the checkered flag, get the podium, get the trophy, and get out of here.
A dramatic development, though, for Locals Autosport. They had contact through the S's, not quite sure who it was with, but they lost the rear bodywork of the car and were forced to come in and pit. They got the black and orange flag. They were in second place in LMP3. So they're going to drop down tremendously because of that. A&R Endurance already ahead of them now. And a few other cars may be overtaking them, depending on how long it takes for them to reattach that bodywork.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shame. I say, having drama this late into a race when you've put in so much work, as we have literally just this very second ticked over 4 hours complete in this race. When you've put all of that work in, and then suddenly you're just like, oh, great, now I've got this to deal with in the final moments. That said, with all of the cars out on the racetrack, I would be surprised if there wasn't at least one more that has a pretty unhealthy price to pay before the checkered flag, because that checkered flag still, it's not quite an hour away, but it's nearly an hour away from where we are.
No, I'm completely with you on that one. I'm pretty sure we're going to see some dramas. In fact, just about did there coming up over the hill. That was reversed by Tomedo that got loose coming over. Here is the contact. Oh, that's slow and confused. So they're probably going to cop a penalty now that they're back out on track.
Surely that's copping a penalty. It's just an unnecessary look. I know when we did this in IMSA Esports, when we raced here at Atlanta, it wasn't under double yellows, but the drivers were told you will be penalised harsher if you make silly moves going through the ESA section when you're in multi-class. Because it's not fair for a GT3 who can literally do nothing about what an OBSP, or in this case an LMP3, you can't do anything about whether an OBSP wants to go down the inside of you through the ESA section. So they're kind of generally encouraged to not do it, really, because it's so dangerous. And that was a clear example. It's such a difficult part of the track normally, and it is very much single file.
Yeah, absolutely. I've often said that anybody who tries to do that is really taking their life into their own hands. I mean, we have to remember, even the GT3s, the slowest class, is going through those S's at about 130 miles an hour. Then you add to that speed with the LMP3s and especially the OBSPs, then things go awry. There's not a lot of room on either side. We've already seen drivers get kind of knocked off and into the concrete over there. So it unfortunately tends to go south in a hurry. A&R here now having inherited second place at the front of this group that we're watching on screen, running away from them with a full minute ahead of Beaver Grease, who is the one actually chasing them for position. But we've got these drivers in that GT3 class also kind of mixed in with some of our other LMP3s down here. In fact, I think that's still the 4SR and MTS garage car, that are not giving up on that fight for fifth.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you're not going to give up at this point in the race. Oh, that's a big hit there from a car that's been so strong today. The Sapphire SimSport Alpha car receiving an absolute boff on the rear end, sent straight into the barrier at T5, and again, it's so sad when it's nothing to do with you. Basically, you've just been sent off. It is particularly rough, but sometimes that is the joys of endurance racing. It's why I don't typically do much endurance racing or multi-class endurance racing, and certainly if I do, I'm generally in the higher class. And I always say that is nothing about skill. It is because I like to control my own destiny, and when you're in the higher category, you generally control it a little bit more. When you're in a GT3, because you just can't do anything. If they're going to go for it, they're going to go for it. Tough.
Esports Red just pitted in, so they're going to take some service here, but don't think they've got enough to make it to the end from that one. That's a little bit too early. We need drivers to go a few more laps before that pit window for the final stop opens up. And we'll see if we get any more black flags as well out of this. Oh, Beerskin by Simsa also pitting in now.
Which is like I said, you're absolutely spot on. We're too early for them to go to the end.
They didn't stop under yellow last time, so...
Yeah, do you reckon they can get 50 minutes out of an OBSP? We'll see this once again, what happened with the Sapphire, the blue Sapphire. Do you reckon they can get 50 minutes out of an OBSP fuel tank?
If
I reckon they might be able to, actually.
Well, if it wasn't the fixed setup, I'd say yes, but they can't change the fuel gauge, or the fuel usage on it.
Yeah.
So...
I don't know.
Maybe Scott Dixon could, I guess.
I think so. So normally we'd expect the OBSP to do about 40 minutes. Around here, fuel usage isn't quite as high because you can save quite a bit for the S. But you can also save quite a bit in the T3 if you're, and even like the 6 and 7 bit, and with a bit of lift and coasting down to 10. I reckon you might be able to do 50 minutes on. Which basically, that's what the reason why we say 50 minutes is. It's kind of what we're talking. It's a little bit longer. It's 50 laps, so it's more close to sort of like 55, 56 minutes. I'm with you. I think this is too early, but I think it's just about close enough where if they were able to do it, I wouldn't be blown away. Speaking of which, by the way, Slow and Confused just received a penalty.
Well, we had this issue at the last race too, where it came down to fuel mileage, and we thought that the leader, who had to do an extra stop, wasn't going to be able to hold on to it, and it turned out their splash and dash was way shorter than we anticipated.
Right.
And Beerskin by Simsa is a lap down here now. So I think even if they try to carry on and do it with one fewer stop from here, I don't think it's going to work out, because anybody else who might have to stop now and take an extra stop would still be able to get out soon enough and not really be concerned by that 11. But that's me. I'm not a strategist, as I have proved many times over on air, and these guys probably have done a lot more of the number crunching.
I think also, as this is looking like a bit of heavy traffic, I think it also depends on what the Beerskin by Simsa's goal is in this. Is it to go and get the victory, or were they aiming for a podium because the victory was still like 20, like nearly 30 seconds down the road, and I didn't think they had the pace for it. So maybe they weren't going to go for that one. Who knows?
Let's take a look at what all we've been through here today. Is taking a glance at some of the earlier stuff just around sunset, where unfortunately the Icarus car did fly a little too close to the sun and got punted off to the side. Meanwhile, we had all kinds of craziness coming down into the chicane as drivers battled for position. Meanwhile, over turn 5 and into turn 6, you can see that there's been a lot of action for the Sapphire Sim Sport car, and then a huge save for OBS World by Simsa, doing a full 360 at turn 5 and not hitting a thing. Then there was some back and forth in our GT3 category, and unfortunately another miscommunication for the second time this race on the pit entry. And then on the restart after that, the things just went completely awry for a number of cars in the OBSP, with 2 separate incidents happening simultaneously. From there, we are into complete darkness now for these cars, and it is Race Onion leading for OBSP, SRB Motorsport leading for LMP3, and Valkyrie Competition having taken the lead away from 1010s to lead in GT3.
And the LMP3 lead, that's not going to change. We were talking about this earlier on. That's the one that has been the most set. SRB Motorsport by Limp Vega have been absolutely dominant thus far. The other 2 categories, OBSP, I feel, is fairly set. It more comes down to if there's a mistake from Race Onion and Benson Energy. The GT3, it's just about close enough where I do think that 1010s can maybe do something about it, with it being that under the 3-second kind of margin. But I still maintain they might need to get a little bit lucky here, especially with a lot of these cars. We're only expecting to make maybe one more pit stop. What I was saying before we went into those highlights about the Beerskin by SimSacar about why they stopped when they stopped. Maybe they'd accepted that they weren't going to finish in second or first. They might as well just take a safe strategy because they're not going to lose anything from pitting twice. So you might as well just be like, do you know what? Let's just commit to this and not play the fuel game. So maybe they are definitely going to come in for a splash and dash, or maybe something to keep interest in the race. I don't know, but I'm sure there's some good reason for that strategy, even if they're not going for the race victory.
I am willing to bet it's because they didn't pit on that last caution. I think that was the farthest they could take it before they realized it was going to be too dangerous to go another lap, and had to pit in from there. So they kind of forced themselves into it. Maybe they thought by staying out they could try and stretch it far enough, and it didn't quite work. But yeah, the 11 has backed themselves into a bit of a corner, unfortunately, trying to work this one out. But like you said, hasn't worked. Hasn't really lost them anything. They're still looking at a potential podium. WSR Esports is actually only 40 seconds behind, but they also at least owe us a pit stop from here because they can't make it to the end. So they will need to catch up quite a bit as we go 3 wide down into turn 6 in that battle that won't quit. MTS Garage fending off 4SR Racing.
That was great stuff between the pair of them. It was actually MTS Garage getting past 4SR Racing, although that was not going to last very long because surely 4SR are going to come straight back through here. Vance Vicious trying to get past Bareka, and I believe it might well be on the brakes on the outside of T10. See if that one is going to work. Oh, that might be a little bit too deep for the MTS Garage car. No, pulls it up to the apex brilliantly. Never mind. And it will be the position switch. So the 111 goes into 5th place, but this fight is not over.
Still right on top of him. Late defense there from the MTS Garage car. And as they come down into turn 1, he's going to be able to hold ahead, but he certainly gave some hesitation to the number 87 machine, making that quick switch across the track.
Again, brilliant stuff between the pair of them, and trying to put on quite a show towards the end of this race here at Road Atlanta, and this is the closest battle really on the race circuit right now. They're not that far behind the ANR Endurance Esport car either, who I think might be having a couple of problems here, because their last lap time was a 1:21.9. I think there must be some damage on Patrick Rathert's car, because they're absolutely going to fly past this car that's in 4th.
That car may have actually just pitted, because Rathert just took over here, unless he did have another accident in amongst that. But we'll try and see if we can find out what exactly happened. Regardless, you are right that it's now become a battle for P4, though temporarily separated by Icarus International, who's going to kind of stay off to the side, let the first 2 of those cars by. Still waiting for 4SR Racing to kind of sneak through there to keep it a 3-car battle as they start lap 179 for these LMP3s.
Look at how much more speed, though, Bareka's got over Rather. So as much as, well, there we go. So, see ya. Maybe he had jumped in the car and maybe was feeling a little bit nervous, or I don't fully know. Maybe there was damage on the car, maybe it was difficult to drive. But either way, that will be the MTS Garage car now up into 4th position in class. Next one is 4 seconds down the road. Is that a possibility? The last lap time says no, not really. Kirpis did a 1:16.7 on the previous lap time. Bareka did a 1:16.1. Yes, it's faster, but I do think that's more a little bit of the ebbs and flows of traffic.
So I was able to find it. It looks like the ANR 59 car had a very scary moment at turn 5. Kept it from hitting the wall, but lost a lot of time in that. And yeah, he does seem a bit shaky here as Patrick is struggling to try and keep it clean and keep the pace up to wrap this one up all the way to the finish. In the meantime, MTS Garage now up into 4th position. Definitely better than I would have anticipated for this car based on how their race started.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, what we were seeing in the early stages, I wouldn't have thought this was going to be where this MTS Garage car was going to end up in the race. They've just been fantastically consistent and, like I say, have picked things off brilliantly in this one. So, yeah, you know, very intrigued to see what they can maybe pull out in the even in the season finale. kind of take a look at where they are in the championship. Are they new for this round? No, they're not. No. Yeah, I was gonna, they got a podium at Spa. I was going to say they're in the middle of the table, basically.
Yeah, so they have had at least a little success out there, but they've also had some bad luck and maybe made a few mistakes along the way as they bound off the exit curb there of turn 7, allowing Beerskin by Simsa on through. Let's check to see what Beerskin's by Simsa's laps have been like, though. And actually quite quick. In fact, this is some of the quickest ones they've had. I think that is because they put Kochnek back in the car. So he took over for Christopher Kindler, and looks like that was probably a smart move because they are going at a pretty rapid rate. Granted, we're almost certain they need to make a splash and dash to get to the finish, especially if they're going to have some of the best pace they've seen all race.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to wait and see on that one, but I mean, they've clearly got some solid speed. But I think maybe it might even be like fresh tyres as well. You can see in the top right there the updated OBSP standings based on where we are at the moment going into the season finale. So it would be, mathematically speaking, 4 teams in the championship. Race Onion, WSR Esports, Bucklicker, Team Forzilla and the OBS World by Simsa will theoretically be in it, but they need a lot of luck because it's 25 points for a race victory, and you need a bit of luck in that one for Race Onion, maybe not to score or whatever. Team Forzilla, I mean, there's nothing more they can do in this race. They're literally just trying to go around. They're grabbing themselves 4 points in this one. In fact, there they are on the race. They had more drama. Oh, that was so silly. 0 out of 10.
Wow.
Why would you when you're that many laps down?
I don't know. I guess they feel better going at 10 tenths there and trying to see if they can keep the pace up and see what happens, but it definitely cost them on that one. They're still in 8th position. We'll check and see if there's any race decisions based on that, and no, they haven't had any sort of penalties lately, so they're good on that one, but they're still in the 8th spot. Need to make up a few more laps to get to Slow and Confused, who have also had their dramas, so I don't know that they're completely out of the woods from being overtaken here. In the meantime, we're continuing to watch MTS Garage versus 4SR Racing for 4th in the LMP3s. The thing that I find interesting about Race Onion and the points in all this is that Race Onion will go from 3rd to 1st if things finish as they are. I don't think they would have anticipated that, especially not after rounds 2 and 3 in this season, that they would be leading the points going into the final round. It has been a transformation for the 15 car.
Yeah, I mean, I think like maybe going into this round, they were probably coming into this one very confident they were going to take a victory, to be honest, because of how great their run is at the moment. But like you say, you're absolutely right. If you ask them after like round 2 or 3 and go, right, what do you think you're going to get from like the next 3 races? I don't think they'd be like, yeah, I think we're going to get 3 pole positions and 3 victories. I'm like, no. That like when you have the start of the season like they've had, it's an incredible turnaround of form. It's not over yet. The issue is if you get complacent right now, you can drop it. And to be fair, we've still got about 40 odd laps left to go in this one, so there's still plenty of time. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting that this is a turnaround of form that you don't typically see that much in the world of sim racing. You see it sometimes in motorsport because it's like, from a mechanical point of view, sometimes teams just tidy up what they're doing and then they start to click. In sim racing, you don't actually see this kind of crazy change much.
Yeah, and that's why we're so surprised here to see them really come back and strike with a vengeance. But I will say that I kind of wonder if once again strategy will rear its ugly head. Now we're hoping that the 3 cautions were the only ones that have. We don't know. We can't say for sure that we won't get another. And if that happens, I believe, are we in the pit window now? Because you have to start working this one backwards because you don't want to get caught out. Granted, I guess there's not that many cars out there, but you don't want to give up track position. So, whenever it comes to these endurance races where they've got full course yellows, I always am very cautious about making sure you pit as early as possible so that you can get to the finish, so that you don't get trapped behind cars that pitted before you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's it's not over till it's over, and this is the exact example of it. By the way, Over the Limit Racing Blue were in the pit lane from 3rd position in the GT3 category, so they're going to roll off the lane now, having made their final stop. Any car coming into the pit lane now, 100% this is their final stop. We've got about 40 minutes left to go in this one, slightly more than 40 minutes, about maybe 45 minutes left to go in this race based on where we are with the lap count. So still plenty of time, but comfortable for every one of our classes to make it stick. So, like I say, we might still get a few splashes at the end from various cars, like the likes of Beer Skin by Simsir. But for the most part, I believe most people are either going to be coming on to their final stop in a few laps' time, or they're good to go to the end of the race.
Yeah, the ones that still need to stop are Race Onion, OBS World by Simsa, WSR Esports Butt Kicker, and BC Vault by Simsa. So that's 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 6th position. But definitely our top 2 are the ones that we need to watch out for, because they're the ones that are in contention for the win. Beerskin by Simsa, who we said will likely need another stop, is a lap down even already. So unlikely to wind up the winner. But then, we said that Race Onion was looking unlikely to be a winner today.
Well, considering they had a drive-through penalty, they looked way out of it. Fordzilla were dominating, and then a safety car came out just at exactly the wrong time for Fordzilla and threw the cat amongst the pigeons. In the GT3 Championship, Blue by TC, who were in the wall on lap 1 at T1, will still find themselves as championship leaders in the GT3 category. The difference is that gap has actually grown quite significantly. Courtesy of them running now up in 3rd position. Obviously, we are awaiting the final pit stops from a lot of this contingent. We know that the Over the Limit Racing Blue car has just been into the pit lane. I believe Blue by TC haven't yet, nor has PPF. PPF definitely haven't either. 10/10 are the most recent one to have come in.
Good timing. Blue by TC just pitted right now, actually. So I expect Valkyrie Competition also to be coming in pretty soon, because they're on lap 47 of their stint. PPF, they are the oddballs here. They're only 33 laps into the stint. Now, they're not going to be able to get to the finish, but they do have more leeway. Again, do you want to risk that, though? Because if they pit now, then that prevents them from losing track position. And in fact, they're going to have to stay out of trouble, because we had a massive accident, Vilnius Tech, and it looks like, I think, BC Vault involved in that. Who was the 3rd one?
I didn't see. It was
Purpose.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
It was a prototype. Yeah, you're absolutely right. SRB, a motorsport by Genie.
So that actually started with Kirpus. He might get a penalty. He ran into the back of BC Vault. Jamantis kind of got shoved into Vilnius Tech innocently.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this one once more. So, I mean, you've got to say that, I think you're absolutely right. Kirpus was trying to follow the OBSP car through on the Vilnius Tech car and just misjudged it, drew straight into the back. I have seen things like that happen. I remember Casey Kerwin, a driver who is very high up in the world of esports on iRacing, did that in IMSA Esports. Just drove straight into the back of someone going into turn 7. It is a really tricky corner. Such an awkward 90 degree. It's slightly off camber. It's really awkward. I think it's one of the hardest corners. In fact, I would actually say turn 7 is the hardest corner on this circuit to nail every single time, because it doesn't seem that complicated. It's a 90 degree right-hander, but it's so important and it's so tricky.
Yeah, no, I'm fully with you on that one, because it also has a crest, so it feels sort of anti-camber as well as you're going across it, as the car just wants to track out. And if you do let it go a little bit too wide, well, then you've lost speed all the way down here to the chicane, where the drivers need that top speed as much as they can. And this battle between 4SR and SRB, G and E, well, it was with MTS Garage. Now, and SRB is actually going to be pitting in. They must have gotten a bit of damage from that incident.
Either that, or maybe it was a little bit of damage, plus maybe it's on target with their strategy. I'm trying to kind of think of when they have a look when they last pitted.
35 laps ago.
Yeah, they last pitted ages ago. So maybe he's just kind of like, yeah, well, we've got a damage. We need to make a pit stop anyway, so we might as well just come in, deal with it, and get it all done in one sweep. Kirby is going to jump out of the car and allow Stefan Vicious behind the wheel. So not too bad. Like I say, it is what it is. So I think we might see a few of those come into the pit lane fairly soon.
All right, checking back in with Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha here with Blue by TC, or Trispalve, I should say.
I've got no idea, mate. I was guessing. It sounds better, doesn't it?
Okay. I thought you sounded like you knew what you were talking about. But the 148 chasing the 22 regardless. But they're about a second and a half behind. So you'll see them try and gain a little bit here on that Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha, who's been in so much drama out there today. They would probably like to just wrap this one up, even though they're outside the top 5 and probably a little bit too far back to make their way into it at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, honestly, complete guess. I've got no idea. It sounds better, doesn't it? Sometimes it's our job to make things sound better, even if it's wrong. Like, if we say your name wrong, it's because we're trying to make you sound cooler than you are. That's my excuse from now on, and I am definitely going to stick to it. Sorry. Still plenty of time, though, left to go in this one. Valero, the race leader in the GT3 category, but of course, expectation is that we'll see Valero into the pit lane relatively soon. Last pitted on lap 151. We're currently having lap 182. Yeah, I don't... maybe... That's 30 laps. 30 laps of driving. The thing is, there's more than 20 laps to go in the stint. So they're definitely going to have to splash them down.
Yeah, so that it's just not working out, unfortunately. We're getting close to down to 30 laps to go. Yeah, it's getting to the tight end of this race. And drivers are trying to think about, how do we want to wrap this up? How is the strategy going to work out if we do this or that at this stage? But as we get more of 3 classes at once, going 3 wide down into the braking of the last chicane, they are not out of the woods, and that really shows you why, as things can so easily get a little bit complicated very quickly out here. You got to stay on your toes. That was the ATRS community car that was trying to overtake on some of our other slower classes that time through. In the meantime, number 15 of Race Onion now leads with a healthy nearly 15 seconds over OBS World by Simsa. They do still owe us a pit stop. In fact, they probably want to start thinking about coming in soon because they're on lap 41.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones you don't... I mean, maybe you do want to leave it quite late in the stint. You want to go as late as possible in these kind of conditions because, for one, track temperature's down. We're at 26 degrees Celsius now, so the track temperature's come down. And what we've seen from earlier on in the race, the cars are... Because the tyre wear's not too high around here, the cars are significantly faster towards the end of the stint than they are at the start of the stint. That's why overcuts and stuff work around here. So I think you do actually want to leave it as late as possible. On some other circuits, I'd kind of want to come in maybe a little bit early, just take the fuel, get the pit stop out of the way. Whereas right now, I want to take that fuel down as low as possible and take whatever fuel I need to keep that fuel tank as light as possible to throw it through the S's as fast as possible. That's why you might see them push until the absolute limit of the time. Well, I don't think Valero is coming in for a long time. I think we'll see that car come into the pit lane with maybe 10 laps to go, 15 laps to go, in quite a while, just to kind of make sure that they're on the lowest fuel possible for as long as possible, and maybe some of the stature of Valero can take as much of an advantage as possible of that.
And again, my counter would be, if we get a yellow, he'll get cycled back in behind a whole bunch of cars. But I think the counter to that, just to answer for myself, is it's Gale Valero. So
he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
We've seen the passes that the 227 can make. I think he can handle it, unless it's 5 laps to go or something. In that case, it'll be, well, I don't even know if he can get to 5 laps. He's probably going to have to pit before that anyways. Regardless, I think they're in a comfortable position, is I think the way that we can present it.
But when will we see Valero in the 10K camp? Currently running at 9.6K I-rated. I'm actually surprised that he's not 10K. I thought he was. There are so many drivers now that are 10K I-rated. It's disgusting.
I was just about to ask, what number are we up to? Because I remember the first driver to do it. I think it was Ty Majeski, wasn't it?
On oval, yes. I think on road it was Beneker.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He was also the first to get to 11K. I think at 10K these days. In fact, have a guess.
I'm going to guess that there's about a dozen now.
Oh, way more.
Really?
Way more.
Oh
when
my God.
When we did the Daytona 24 hour, it was 31. I'm going to say now, I think it's... I think, because I've seen a few people have crossed over it, I'm going to say 37. I'm going to go have a look.
I was very proud of myself many years ago at this stage when I was getting close to 4,000. I never reached it. I was so close. But it has since fallen way down from that because I've been more concentrating on being behind the microphone. But yeah, it's amazing how high it has gotten out there, just the level of competition since I first joined. Do you have the number?
I'm loading it up now. I was going to say that on that one, that there is also a thing called iRacing inflation, which is obviously because as we see Race Onion onto pit lanes, we'll continue our waffle. It's fine. Because iRating is a zero-sum formula, so the more people on the servers, the more iRating there is basically out there. So if you join iRacing for the first time, you basically create 1,250 extra iRating points, and then if you lose a load straight away, as the majority of people do, that then ends up basically just as a part of the pot, and it all moves around, all that kind of stuff. And so the more people on the platform, the more likely it is that you'll see people above 10K, and that's exactly where we're at. I've hold on, I'm loading the page. It's not, the website's not as quick as it used to be.
Should be quicker now because there's fewer people using it. We're down to the UI, so
it is 36.
Wow.
On road, by the way. So yeah, just to clarify on that one.
If it tells you how long I've been around on this thing too, I have a 5-number iRacing user ID. Yes,
I'm a 6 number.
So yeah, I was 2010 was my first year.
Damn.
So it's been a minute.
Definitely didn't care about motorsport back then. Although everyone says this because like being commentators and stuff like, oh yeah, you must have watched Formula 1 when you were like 6 or 7 years old. I was like, no, I started watching Formula 1 when I was 18 in 2012.
As long as you're bitten by the bug, I am all for everyone being here.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I just didn't care then. I remember coming downstairs when I was 6 years old. No, it might be not. Must have been 8. Cause it was a 2003 Malaysian Grand Prix. I remember coming downstairs at 8 o'clock in the morning, and my dad was so excited because Kimi Räikkönen had just won. And I remember thinking, you boring man. That sounds so uninteresting. You woke up at 6 o'clock for this stuff? Christ. And now I'm here like, yeah, I'm going to pull 24 hours for that. I'm going to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to watch V8 Supercars. It's crazy.
Something about racing just grabs you, and yeah, it becomes an addiction. Unfortunately, it's been my whole life for me. I can't remember a time not being interested in racing, so it was almost destined I would wind up involved in this somehow. But not as a driver, unfortunately. These drivers, though, as we take a look once again at MTS Garage, has managed to actually reach the podium now. They do still need a pit stop, but so does everybody in front of them. A&R Endurance pitted 19 laps ago. SRB GE pitted 6 laps ago. So I wonder if they're close enough. No, they are not. They're actually almost a lap down from MTS Garage, so might actually come out relatively close to one another, but I think might be still behind that 111 car. But even still, Barreca has been doing a great job picking this back up since he did about 2/3 through the race and trying to bring it home with a potential podium today.
yeah, could we be looking at a second podium of the season for the MTS Garage car? And that would be very impressive, and that would sign off what has been a very successful and an enjoyable run around the circuit. I mean, like I said, I've said before, I think Road Atlanta is one of the best circuits on the planet, but it does have the tendency to really bite, and some people just do not get good races around here. We'll take a look as to what's happened to Valkyrie. A bit of curve being taken there through the S's. Oh no, not up to T5.
A little bit off. Woo! Kept it out of the wall. I was going to say they're still in second place, so that it wasn't too bad, but boy, that would scare the bejesus out of me.
That was close. That was as close as you can get to that wall. Because the thing is with that wall, because it's a tyre barrier, if you hit it, it kind of grabs the car. You don't just bounce off of it nicely back onto the race on that such a thing. But that car will grab that. You will spin around if you go near that barrier. So they're very lucky.
Yeah, and they're still ahead of 10 tenths, but PPF has made this no longer, I think, a battle between that 177 and that 10. It is PPF Racing Team who looks like they've really got a stranglehold on this thing and have been absolutely dashing away.
But do you remember they got a pit
field.
stop?
Yes, oh, you are right. Yes, but I'm pretty certain they're sitting in a pretty good position here to try and charge their way forward. Like you said, they'll have fresh tires towards the end. They're on lap 43 of the stint, so they should be in relatively soon.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what they do strategically here, because they might not take tires if they have any, and they might not take them because it might be a very, very, I say very fast, but you know what I mean, a light splash. Try and keep that as low as possible. I don't think it's likely they'll come out ahead of Valkyrie competition or near Valkyrie competition, but if they do a splash, there might just be the hope they might come out either slightly ahead of or not that far behind 10 tenths, if the splash is fast enough. But I know pit lane's fairly long around here anyway, so I don't really see it happening like that. But either way, they'll be third, so there is that.
It was a little bit sketchy behind them. SRB Motorsport, the 245, 2 wheels in the grass down through the S's as they tried to, other cars tried to sneak through there, but they'll get away with it. Once again, this is one of those complicated clumps of traffic of multiple different classes in here, and also each class having cars on different laps on top of things. So make sure and keep your wits about you, because you don't know everybody's motivation when you're inside the cockpit.
Yeah, exactly. There's so some drivers kind of are a little calmer than others. Some of them play the long game more so than others. Some just go fully on the attack constantly. And to be fair, at this point in the race, I'm sure people kind of know what they're getting when they're coming across certain cars, being like, oh yes, this one from earlier, as we see into the pit lane, one of our LMP3s, that is the LMP3 leader in the SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega car, a leader by a lap, so I don't think there's going to be any major problems here if they've got tyres like they are. Stick those tyres on, stick the fuel in, don't worry about it, as PPF also do come into the pit lane this time by, but they haven't gone out up onto the jack, so no tyres.
Interesting. Okay, so variance in strategy of what we're seeing here at the end in terms of rubber left, which could play a bit of a part in who has pace and who does not, although as we just heard, it's kind of a moot point for the 181 team, who looks to be very, very comfortable. MTS Garage will not pit this time. They'll keep going while Beaver Grease is in. Is 4SR pitting? Yes, they are.
10 tenths, by the way, have just gone past on the start-finish straight. They are literally right side by side with PPF Racing. So Bambulis has been caught. He's 2 tenths ahead now of Gael Valero directly behind. So Valero in that PPF Racing car absolutely is looking at second place right now. Valkyrie are too far down the road. They're not going to be caught by Valero. 10 seconds over the next sort of 20 laps. I don't see it. But Valero definitely looking at second place here as he chops over the nose of the LMP3.
And we have to remember, Bumbulis is no slouch. 4,500 I rating. When you get to that level, you're talking about drivers you really want on your team. So this is going to be interesting between 10 tenths and PPF. Can Gael pass him very quickly, or will we see Justinas put up a bit of a fight?
surely Bambulis is going to put up a fight. This is, like I say, if you'd have said, what was the dealio 100 laps ago, yeah, maybe he's not going to fight. Maybe even 50 laps ago, he's not really going to fight. He's going to play the long game, trying to keep up and whatever, and play that card. Right now, we are talking just around 20 laps left to go in the race as the Icarus International car works its way onto pit lane in the background. This is the time when it matters. This is the time when you are battling for the position you are going to finish this race. It's the penultimate race of the season. You want those 18 points. Sure, 15 points sounds great, but second place, come on, you want that position. They are going to fight this as hard as they can.
I'm with you on that. That Audi probably going to try and hold on as best they can, and I'm sure they know it's going to be a tough fight with Valero in behind him. But also, I got to think that Poulet is now Justina's his biggest fan, because Valkyrie competition has a big gap. But if PPF Racing Team can manage to get by quickly, that's bad news for the 177.
Yeah, exactly. But I just even then, I just don't really see the Valero closing that gap all the way down. I think it adds pressure, but I don't think it's going to be enough to close the lap down. Not with 22 laps to go. I mean, you're at the point there where you've got to lap basically half a second a lap faster. I know Valero's quick, but to be fair, Poulet's pretty rapid himself. So I don't really see. I mean, Poulet is 8.2k. So even if you look at it from an iRacing point of view, he's not that far behind Valero realistically. So it's not going to be that on pure pace, and especially because we know that the PPF Racing car doesn't have fresh tyres on, so it's not even it's got that advantage either.
Well, I'm looking at the lap times, and it could be, some of it may depend on the traffic, because I'd say it's probably about 3 to 4 tenths difference on average. So again, I don't know. I think Gale could have a shot if he's able to get by 10 tenths quickly, but that hasn't happened yet. In fact, he's lost a little bit. Yeah. Some of that may have been that traffic I just mentioned. It
was absolutely. The traffic dived down the inside going into T3. It was the BC Volt and the Team Fordzilla car both getting their way down the inside in that third corner on the track, and it just really slowed Valero down and allowed them to clear off, and allowed Bambulis to just pull out a little bit of a gap, now out to 8 tenths of a second. Again, I personally do not believe Valkyrie are catchable unless there's drama in traffic, which again, you never know. You've got to push all the way right until the end of the race, because those things can happen. But realistically speaking, this is going to be a proper fist fight for second place and for third as well. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of which, I was just taking a look at the LMP3s. MTS Garage and Beaver Grease Plus are about half a second apart now, and both have taken their pit stops. A&R Endurance pitted 25 laps to go. Do we know if they can make it to the end, actually?
45. I think they can. We did see it a bit earlier on. I think you can do it with 45, but that's really tough.
SRB Motorsport just pit there multiple laps down, so that's inconsequential. That's probably going to be their last stop to limp this one home, unfortunately. But yeah, so it sounds like the 59 team should be able to get to the finish. They're about 4 seconds, ahead right now. So as long as they don't have to save too much fuel, I think they should be okay. But Beaver Grease Racing wants to get on the podium and see if they can demote Bareka there in third position at the dying stages. We're down to 20 laps left now.
There is not long to go. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I think the A&R Esports team, they may have to save quite a bit of fuel here. So again, we'll keep our eye on that gap as much as possible. But Mantis Amulas, who we were chatting with at the start of the race, is desperate to go and stick this Beaver Grease Racing Plus car onto a podium and really ignite their championship challenge after starting this one from pole position, after looking as strong as they have done at various points in this race. They would love to take a podium, but for the MTS Garage car, it would be their second podium this season. It would mean so much, especially in a race where they've not had particularly great pace. If you're looking at it, these two, MTS Garage and Beaver Grease Racing, they started 13 positions away from each other on the starting grid. One was at the front of the field, the other one was basically at the back of the field. That is how endurance racing really is.
And that's why I said at the start, the grid position doesn't matter as much. It is your race pace that you need to worry about. We've been watching on board there on the bottom with PPF Racing. Gail Valero still chasing on Justinas Bumbulas, and so far has been putting on a lot of pressure. In fact, using up quite a bit of the curbs. It's scared me a couple of times here. And it's taking a big look. Oh no, actually having to deal with, is that an LMP3 car off to the right-hand side? Yeah, that is. That's SRB Motorsports 245, which again is not racing for anything here, trying to wait patiently.
Yeah, just trying to, I guess, keep out of the way. I don't know, but there are quite a few cars on the track at the moment that are, when I say multiple laps down, I mean a long way back, and they're just basically driving around trying to at least finish the race. If they're in a points paying position, just trying to take those points and get out of here. Also, there is the endurance spirit, isn't there? You know, we've got 18 laps left to go in this one, so you do want to. So you always want to see the checkered flag. You don't want to have your race end before that.
My goal, whenever I get to race with a team on an endurance race, which is a lot rarer these days, is always to at least get to the checkered flag. I want the car to be running at the finish, even if we're many laps down. I always want to see the finish of the race, because that to me is, like you said, that's the spirit of it. It's an endurance race. At least getting to there can allow you that bragging rights that say that you finished that year's race at that track. Meanwhile, using a little bit of the slipstream, this is it. Gale is now going to try and use a bit of a pick, manages to get up alongside. The 10-10s car is going to try and fight it, pinching him down to the apex, and it's a drag race up and over the hill.
So good between the pair of them, but Valero just showing his quality right now and will sweep his way past Bumbulis. So a lovely move there from the PPF Racing car, but the up and under has worked in favour of 10-10s who get down the inside at T1, and Bosch, Justinas Bumbulis trying to get back through, side by side up the hill towards turn 3 once more.
This is dangerous to go wheel to wheel, and they're going to touch. Little bit of a slide there from Valero, but he'll gather it back up. He's got to regroup and try again later. We said that number 10 car was going to fight for that second place, and there you go.
The 531 directly behind them, we were talking about that LMP3 of Josh Toothman's probably sat there being like, what a show, what a great show this is. Fantastic. I don't want to pass this. This is my entertainment now for the next 15, 16 laps. Of course, the important thing to note when you're in one of the lower categories, that lap count at the top, ignore it. It's nothing to do with you. That's to do with the higher category. You're probably running maybe 13 or 14 laps left to go in this race, because you're probably going to be lapped at, a couple more times around here, courtesy of the pace differential between the higher category and you. So you're going to lose at least a lap or so of that 16.
Yeah, other thing, though, Toothman might be thinking is don't wreck in front of me. Don't wreck in front of me.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they were getting racing very hard there, and coming onto the front stretch. He's trying not to interrupt this. He doesn't want to play a part in this, but he's also racing his own races. Oh, checking back in on 4SR. They are battling with SRB by GE for 5th place. You can see quite the tussle there coming down the back stretch and going defensive. SRB has to go all the way to the inside on 4SR Racing, who's trying to pinch them down. Will that be enough? No. It looks like Stepa Siovis is going to be able to take that away through the chicane.
Yeah, and then a mistake as well, allowing Runninen to come through, and things aren't looking so ideal for the 4SR car. Lovely move there from SRB Motorsports by Gianni, so that's that one switched back up into the GT3 battle for the podium, battle for second place. 10-10s still ahead. Gal Valero behind. Has he got? Maybe it's on my end. I think he might have damage to the rear, but I think it's mine. I'm going to ignore that. What a snap he had at turn 3. In fact, there you go. Back end of the car's fine. He had an enormous snap, did Valero, but showed his quality by catching it and just getting on with it.
Yeah, has dropped a little bit, but not a lot. He's still close enough that he's a problem there for the 10-10s car. It's I don't think we've seen any gain on Valkyrie competition. It's at 15 seconds right now up to him. So yeah, you were right about that call, that was just going to be a bit too much. Even if he gets by now, this is going to be a bridge too far.
Yeah, exactly. Just not quite right for them. But yeah, like I say, you just gotta keep pushing until you see that checker flag. There's no point in lifting off now. Valero know that. So you're going to be pushing absolutely every single lap that comes by. Bambulis, I'm sure, is well aware that his time of defending is definitely not done. He's got a lot more work to do. They're just going to get lapped by Race Onion here. With 14 laps to go, they will be lapped once more. So I told you, they're going to lose a couple of laps of this race compared to where the normal race isn't, just because of the class. So it's a couple more opportunities that you're not going to get.
Earlier, we were watching a battle, just to give an update here, between MTS Garage and Beaver Grease Plus. Beaver Grease has fallen off by about 3.7 seconds. MTS looking much quicker and actually catching up to A&R Endurance. In fact, they were, and they just went off track just right now as I turned my cameras to them. So what they had gained goes right back to the A&R number 59.
Oops. Yeah, I mean, I guess that tells a story in itself, doesn't it, really? It's just easily done, I guess. I say it is quite close. I think we are going to see a very close battle for second place in the LMP3s by the time we get towards that checkered flag. Because you've got Patrick Rather, you've got Bareka, and you've got Amalis, who are all pretty close on the track, and they're all pretty close on speed as well. The question is does that 59 have to fuel save, or will it be in the pit? That's what we're asking.
Yeah, and that was exactly what I was thinking there when I saw how much MTS had caught up to them. I wondered if maybe the 59 is trying to back off the pace a little bit to get to the finish here, and how much do they have to if they are trying to fuel save, because MTS Garage could catch back up to them with plenty of laps to go.
You can fuel save with someone directly behind you as well, and quite aggressively as well, if you know what you're doing, which is to know that you don't have to fuel save on every single inch of this racetrack. And you have to know where and when to fuel save and where and when not to fuel save. Now, typically when you're driving, the easiest place to fuel save is obviously by lifting off quite early on the straights. If you do that with someone behind you, you're just going to get past. So that doesn't work. So what you have to do is you have to fuel save really aggressively through the S section where you cannot pass, and then going out of turn 7, make sure you nail turn 7, and then just drive normally into turn 10A and 10B, and then start thinking about fuel saving again. Your aim is to fuel save in the parts where it's single file, like through the S's, and you can fuel save really aggressively. Abel Torres sets the fastest lap of the race on a 107.725, so taking that one now off of Jack Badger, as we'll see this fight for second position continue. This might be it for Valero.
Yeah, Torres is still down in 8th position, unfortunately, and 3 laps away from passing another car. Will we see a change in second place? Gale Valero tried it before, and he was fought hard by Bumbulis. He's going to defend once again, coming down into the chicane. Could he maybe cut back and try and pull one over on the main straight?
Surely that was the best opportunity for it. I thought that Valero was going to fly past him, but clearly the R8, that V10 power is just about enough to keep that Porsche at bay, even with slipstream. But now running down towards turn 1, another look just to fill the mirrors, to blind the driver with those headlights going through turn 1. Out wide, Valero's going to go. Bambulis taking a slightly tighter line up the hill to make sure he can straighten the braking zone going into 3, and now begin this descent down the S's. It does feel as it's going to be a when and not if as to how Valero is going to get through. But Bambulis is just not making a mistake at the moment.
Well, that's exactly what he needs to do right now, is just be picture perfect every single corner entry, every apex, every exit, to try and prevent this 227 car from somehow sneaking by and taking second place today. But once again, he is mighty close. Will the straight line speed from the Audi be enough once again?
It was last time. Will it be this time? Obviously, you'll see as soon as we go through this curve at the apparent turn 9, you'll see that line being taken, the slightly defensive one. Again, the slipstreams being taken by Valero on the A&R endurance car, but there is no way to make that move around the outside.
Almost looked like he was trying to back it up a bit to get the run off the corner. He's still very close to him. They've now got Bareka from MTS Garage in there. Remember, he's trying to chase down second place, so he's got his own motivations. Big look up the inside there from Valero, but doesn't actually send it.
Wonder if that might have also been to the MTS Garage car to be like, don't do it. Don't ruin this now. You can get by at T5, but right now, not yet. But then obviously Bareka's dealing with the MTS Garage car's dealing with its own podium battle, because look at that LMP3 directly behind. You've got the battle for second and third in the GT3s. You've got the battle for third and fourth in the LMP3s that are trying to work their way through the middle of all this, and it could get very messy.
Whoa, and that is because he had to give room for MTS Garage around the outside, who tries to duck underneath. He's going to spin just in front of the PPF team. They'll avoid, but cost them valuable car lengths in what is proving to be quite a close battle.
Really sad there for the MTS Garage car. It was just a little bit of a half-hearted look there for the 111 of Bareka, who is able to get back going, but obviously dropped back to fourth place rather. Bit of a shame, but it is what it is. It was a silly look. It was completely on their shoulders, but you can kind of understand it considering the circumstances of having that pressure from the car behind, desperate to try and get through. Didn't work out on that scenario, and that is the only position switch for it. Bambulis is able to keep going, which I guess in that scenario is the slightly more important thing, because he is not the driver at fault in any way.
Yeah, he was obviously allowed to take the racing line on that one, so I kind of put that one on the LMP3 car there, trying to get a little aggressive on those cars. It's their responsibility to pass cleanly. Unfortunately for Bareka, that cost him what might be a podium, because he's now almost 10 seconds behind Beaver Grease Racing. Might be just as shocked to find themselves on the podium once again, and maybe trying to catch A&R since they took the place of MTS Garage.
Yeah, like I say, there is still that potential. God, could you imagine that if Beaver Grease Racing Plus, considering the day they've had, if they could work their way back up into second place? It'd be absolutely crazy. Again, I guess it really does show exactly what this championship is all about when it comes to these crazy races. They're very entertaining, must be said. I mean, we've been sat here now for 5 and a bit hours talking about this race, and it's not been particularly boring at any point. It's fascinating to see, and the fact that we've got this battle coming down to the wire. You've got this one in GT3s, you've got that one in LMP3, which is a large potential. And these are for high up positions as well. It's not as if we're just chatting about a battle for 7th place. As wow, that's scary. Is that the Beerskin car?
That might be. He's sitting there stationary a long time. Cars weaving around eventually, and I mean, he did the right thing. You don't want to be a moving target. But that was worst case scenario, prone across the track.
It was the ATRS community car. As soon as they reversed and I saw it wasn't the car I was looking for. It wasn't a Porsche. I was like, yeah, ATRS community car, the white and orange of them. Like I said, they did the right thing. Yes, of course, you'd be sat there being like, wow, you're in a dangerous position on circuit. But the thing is, it's by being stationary, you're being predictable. Once you start trying to move around, try and get out of everyone's way, you're unpredictable, because it's really hard to work out what you're trying to do. So just remained calm, didn't panic.
I'm sure he panicked.
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I would have been sat there holding the brakes, eyes closed, and just saying, please don't hit me again and again and again and again and again. And taking your hands off the wheel, especially if you've got a direct drive, because trust me, if you got hit in that scenario with a direct drive wheel, that would hurt.
I've actually called a race where someone's thumbs got broken by a direct drive wheel. So yeah, it's not as dangerous as real racing, but you gotta take some safety precautions depending on your equipment. In the meantime, checking back in, where it didn't take long for Valero to catch back up to Bambulis, but so far it's 2-0 in the 1010's favor with 2 attempts. Neither has worked yet.
Just gotta say, it's so impressive. These 2 drivers are separated by 5.1k, right? Which that 5.1k is a pretty impressive driver in their own right. But the fact that Bambulis on 4.5k is keeping a 9.6k I-rated Valero behind. It's very impressive. He's not putting a foot wrong. Yes, the R8 might be a little quicker in the straight line, and that is assisting, but he's just not making a mistake. This time it's as close as it's ever been. This could be the opportunity for Valero to get through. It's all about that straight line speed though, as they're going to have the MTS garage car directly behind them now making the pass. Can Valero follow it through?
And once again, it's traffic that's playing a part. This time, though, he manages to get to the inside, and poor Bumbulis is stuck in the middle. Now they're left to fight on their own as they go wheel to wheel. Just edges him out a little bit as another car goes through on both of them. That was fair enough to me. Valero wasn't fully alongside.
No, absolutely perfectly fine there. Valero tried getting the up and under there, but misjudged it and actually hit the rear right, the rear left rather quarter of that Audi R8. Once again, Bumbulis not getting bamboozled by the whole scenario, just playing it absolutely brilliantly. Honestly, it's fantastic driving. It's very sketchy indeed. They have the WSR Esports butt kicker car fire its way through. 4th position on the road at the moment, actually separating the two of them by just a touch.
It's not going to be for long. From what we've seen from that PPF Porsche, has very quickly managed to get back up to the Audi, but cannot get the job done. And we're down to 5 laps to go, maybe even less than that for these two cars, with them likely to be lapped. Oh, no, they might not actually have. Yeah, Onion's going to be way ahead of them at this stage, but not far enough around.
Yeah, Race Onion just coming round onto the start finish now, so 4 laps left to go in this race, which means it will be 4 laps left to go for the GT3s as well. I think they got lapped fairly recently for that second time that we were talking about earlier on. And so Race Onion, they're looking to tick off a 3rd consecutive victory in the championship, but it's about who's going to be on the podium and in what order in each of the other ones. Can A&R Endurance Esports reach the checkered flag without a splash and dash? They've only got 4 laps to save here, but I mean, if you've got 2 laps of fuel and you've got to make it go 4 laps, that's a little bit harder, as I have just seen a car off the road. The Alpha Esports red car is in a dire position because it's been absolutely written off basically on the front.
Ooh, that's not good, and you don't want to go in and be stuck in the pits repairing the car at the end. You want to try and take that checkered flag, so that's going to be unfortunate for them, especially if it's not handling well at the very end of this race. Bumbulis has now got his work cut out for him all over again, onto the back straight. Will they have more lap traffic? Beaver Grease is behind them, but that's LMP3, so that's not going to be close enough. A little bit of slipstream for the 1010's Audi as the Trispalve Esports car is in front of them. Will that help enough? He goes off to the middle of the track to try and dissuade that Porsche from attacking. Does he outbrake himself, though? He looks a little deep.
Yeah, trying to get around the outside now, going through 10B down the hill. Once again, Valero to the outside. It should be the Audi R8 though with the inside line going through the final corner. Is he going to be able to hold on to this one? It was coming down towards turn 1 a little while ago where the R8 was able to sweep one straight back through, but Valero this time is going to take over 2nd position. Jack Badger, by the way, is into pit lane with that damaged car that we were talking about in the Alpha Esports red, but with the damage repair, with 3 laps to go, they, I do not believe, will be seeing the checkered flag.
So frustrating, and they actually had to. They were ordered by race control because, again, they lacked their headlights because of the damage. So in they came, and now they're probably going to be sitting there watching as everybody else wraps up in the last few minutes of this one. It took some time, but PPF finally managed to do it. Valero is through, although with some of this traffic, you never know what could happen from here.
Yeah, indeed. This is very sketchy. Oh, the Fordzilla car going straight through the middle. Obviously, the GT3 is trying to go from one side of the circuit to the other just to try and be predictable. It's where it kind of gets a little bit more sketchy. Valero getting a little bit of slipstream, heading back over to one side, trying to get past the... it's actually the LMP3 trying to get through on them, and this is very messy.
Very messy, and that's a GT3 that's trying to let them lap him, but is in a very awkward position, and indeed, here comes Bumbulis back into the fray. Surely he's going to give it a try. Yes, he shows himself. He wasn't able to get the overlap into turn 1, though.
battle is not done. We're obviously on the penultimate lap of the race, so it's the final few opportunities for them to look at. But I will say, no chance of us calling this race one lap early. Ha ha ha! Daytona 24 Hour. We have one more lap left to go. The white flag will be in the air now.
From what I understand on that race, it was because they started the timer a bit, according to what it was supposed to start, not when it actually started. Anyways, to the racing on track, we are on the final lap now, at least for the leader. I'm keeping an eye on him as we watch this fight for second place in the GT3s. They will get another extra lap around.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, whilst it says final lap in the top, it is not the final lap for these cars. Benson Emerty in the Race Onion car coming down towards turn 7 now, as we can see. So there will be that extra opportunity for the likes of PPF Racing to drop back behind 10 tenths or maybe even fend them off. But it's been an unbelievable race for Race Onion. 3 pole positions. At one point we thought they weren't going to win this one. Well, we're quite wrong, aren't we?
Well, happy to be proven wrong on this one, because I love to see a comeback story, especially in an endurance race. The number 15 is going to make it 3 for 3, a hat trick at the end of the season for Race Onion.
Absolutely incredible. 3 races on the bounce, taking victory. It's been a complete turning point from them, and they head into the season finale as the championship leaders by 3 points. Absolutely incredible, as we'll see the others cross the line.
Yep, this is your leader in the GT3s. I know there's that battle behind Valkyrie competition. Another one that really had to come back into it, had some troubles here today, came into contact with the same team once again, but they didn't let that keep them down, as the Ferrari of Valkyrie competition will win in GT3 at Road Atlanta.
Got to say, by the way, that battle for second position in this category is set and sorted. I do believe it's a comfortable gap at the moment, as we'll now look at one team that didn't need a comeback story or anything like that. They just basically have dominated.
Yeah, this is Krasauskas in the SRP Motorsports by Lint Vega. Going to be the last one to take victory out of our 3 classes. The 181 with a full lap ahead of their next rival will take the win in the penultimate round. But what an amazing job by everybody involved. As far as we can tell, we had around 33 or 34 drivers teams finish this race today. And considering a track that tends to have high attrition, out of 43 starters, I'd say that is a pretty good strike rate. Around
here, yes, absolutely, because it's such a brutal circuit that we don't. I mean, like we were saying it before, we don't typically expect to see the higher percentages of finishes. We expect to see the higher percentage of attrition in races like this, and like to say that we've got to this point with as few, in air quotes, retirements as we had. We've had a fair few incidents, don't get me wrong, but just 3 safety cars as well. It's not too bad around here. It's not too bad.
All right, so as we watch them cool down out there, our 3 winners going to be happy about this one, especially those that managed to somehow sneak up there, and some great podium finishers as well. Beerskin by Simsa still managed to finish themselves on the podium, despite being a lap down, but everybody else around them fell by the wayside. And A&R did survive for a second place. So a great job there by the 59 team, who we thought pitted a little bit too early, did such a great job managing at the end of the race and keeping it together.
Seeing the 14, the 82 and the 148 running around for a little bit of a slow in-lap. As you can tell by the colours on the car, it's Ukrainian-style livery, the slow up there in support of Ukraine. So, great to see that. Always trying to send some form of message and the likes. They do look quite good in those liveries, I will say that.
Yeah, the blue and yellow looks fantastic. And yeah, that one, honestly, a bit personal for me. My parents did missionary work in the Ukraine back in the 90s and early 2000s. So we have family friends over there that we've been trying to keep tabs with over these past couple stressful years. And I'm sure there's many others that are like us, that have those that they love and care about been very worried, but we definitely appreciate the support from the teams here, showing it here, both with as they've been doing with the commercials and with their liveries, and as well with the various touches that they have. Now, Jonathan Poulet looks like he's going to join us in a second as we take a look at the results, with Race Onion taking the victory over OBS World by Simsa. It was about 27 seconds in the end, which is pretty typical for an endurance race, but still an impressive one considering Race Onion had to deal with a penalty at one point. Beerskin by Simsa a lap down was third, with WSR Esports butt kicker finishing P4 in the end, trying to hold on to their points lead, but they will not after slipping back towards the latter stages of the race. BC Vault by Simsa will finish P5. Alpha Esports Red didn't get to see the checkered flag, but finished 6th, ahead of Slow and Confused there in 7th, as Team Fordzilla was P8, and ATRS Community last of the finishing teams in OBSP, finishing 9th today. Of course, 10th there was SRB Motorsport by Vega, and or actually, no, there we see on screen now our results for the LMP3s here, Lewis.
Yep, absolutely. SRB Motorsport by Vega taking a 2-lap victory. Absolutely incredible. A&R Endurance Esport chucking themselves in there with a bit of fuel saving as well at the end, scratching out a pit stop and able to grab themselves second position. Beaver Grease Racing Plus from pole position onto a podium. MTS Garage, SRB Motorsports by G&E, 4SR, Locals Autosport, and the first of the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab cars with Locals Autosport behind. A whole host of retirements in the LMP3s, though. I don't even want to start going through the list. There are so many of them. But of course, in the GT3s, you can see all this. It's absolutely incredible, Joe. Valkyrie competition taking the win.
Yep, and that was over the PPF Racing team. Gail Valero there coming in second with such a fantastic battle right at the end. And 1010 should not hang their head low. They still took a third place today, and they fought valiantly to try and hold off what was an incredible competitor. Over the Limit Racing Blue was fourth, as Blue by TC finished P5. Then you get to Trispalve Esports in the sixth position. Sapphire Simsport Alpha up and down the order, wound up seventh in the end, up 5 from where they began. So not too bad. HundredForce was 8th, Icarus International 9th, and Reniverse by Tomedo was 10th. Yellow by TC, last of your finishers there in the GT3 category. Everybody else from here on down, unfortunately, a DNF. I mentioned earlier, we have our winners from GT3, Poulet and Nemeth, with us, guys. Congratulations. Just impressive stuff there at the end of the race, especially when you saw that PPF Racing Team was potentially one you had to watch out for. Did that cause any nerves?
Yeah. To be honest, when we had the restart of the safety car, we knew we had to have a gap of around 10 to 15 seconds to the PPF car, so we pushed a bit to make the gap, and then when we had the gap, we managed a bit the rest of the race.
I know, drivers like to try and be diplomatic at times on what they say about other drivers, but you guys had to fight against 10/10 again and didn't have a great history from Mugello. There was a little contact during the race once more. Were you kind of eyeing them suspiciously this race? Were you giving them an extra leeway, or was that all water under the bridge?
That was water under the bridge, to be honest. The little contact we had with them was more on our side, to be honest. So that's racing accident. We are not eyeing them for any bad sportsmanship moves. We do believe the race is fair between us, and we hope it will stay like that, to be honest.
I love to hear the positive attitude about it, and you guys kind of came back and redeemed yourself on this one. Does this make up for missing out on a potential win back in Italy?
Yeah, we'll need to check on the standings, but that give hopes to the standing overall to win the championship. So we will see at Sebring if that was enough or not. But standings overall is more important than losing or winning this race in redemption.
And Bence, you've been a little bit quiet over there. Obviously, you weren't in the car today in the race itself, but what was it like from up on the box? Oh, excuse me. No, Bence was not in that car. That was Matthew Schroeder. Bence is with the number 15 team, so we'll check in with him in a bit. Anyways, we'll wrap up here with Jonathan. Congratulations on the win, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you at Sebring.
Thank you. See you next time.
Sorry, we had a whole bunch of people in here, and I got confused as to who was with what team. Lewis, who have you caught up with, though, in the meantime?
I have Kasparis Vin here, obviously part of the SRB Motorsport Bylin Vega car. This is someone who actually wasn't in the car today, so at least that one we have corrected. But you have been in the rounds previously. But for SRB Motorsport Bylin Vega, to have taken a victory here, a first one of the season, you've really thrown yourself into championship contention. So what's it been like talking to the drivers? What's it been like behind the scenes? Kasparis, talk to us.
I mean, we're very happy to be back up competing, hopefully for the championship soon. We had some disappointing results earlier on in the season where we were hopeful for a podium, but we had fallen out because of different circumstances. But it's nice to be back in contention. Behind the scenes, it was an interesting race, but overall quite good. We're happy with the results, we're happy with the pace, and it all went pretty smoothly.
Now, this race looked pretty dominant from you lot. Were you on like the pit wall? Were you guiding their strategy through this one, or were you there kind of like just coaching them through it, just being a bit of a team cheerleader? That's what I would do.
I mean, it was a mix of both, when some driver asks for some tips, I'm there. Otherwise, I was mostly just having a look and keeping on top of all the paces, what the other teams are doing, tire changes, everything else. But yeah, mostly moral support.
Are you behind the wheel at Sebring, or are you moral support there as well?
Behind the wheel, I will be at Sebring, so hopefully I'll get to drive a bit more than this race.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed because you're looking like a team that's going to be battling for this championship. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations on an unbelievable victory.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you soon.
Which is going to take us to our overall winner, Race Onion. And now that I've got my memory sorted, Bence Nimothy ready to talk to us straight in the car with Robin Moss out there. Bence, congratulations. When you had the penalty, we talked about how drivers and teams can't give up and they have to keep racing. What was going through your head as you get kind of cycled backwards because of what happened out on track?
I mean, the incident itself, we haven't lost too much time. It was just a bit annoying because of some damage on the car, and after that the rear wasn't so nice on these curbs. I don't agree with the race control's decision on that, but at the end of the day they are the ones who are judging these kind of incidents, and thankfully we were able to not be affected so much by this penalty.
I guess ends justify the means in some form or fashion there. You talked about the ill-handling car. What exactly was happening to it after the contact?
I think we just lost a little bit of downforce on the rear, so the rear was a bit more slidey, and then I wasn't so confident on these bumps because the extra downforce makes it a bit easier to catch those slides if you bounce off a bit more unluckily off a curb. But we knew that there will be some safety cars coming for sure, so we weren't really worried about that. I just wanted to stay in as best of a track position I could with that car.
And lastly, triple wins, triple pole positions for you. You've put yourself in the lead coming into the final race. What is going through your head about the championship? One more to go. You're in the best spot you can be, leading the points. So do you focus on that in the final race, or do you just race it like any other race?
think I will need to go on some sort of diet because the car will be really heavy for the last race. But I think we will just do it as any other race. Obviously, we won't take as much unnecessary risk as at some other times where we were a bit behind on the championship. But we, still out there to win the race at the end of the day, and that's what we will try to do at Sebring as well.
Well, I have to say, you guys have really impressed us these last 3 races for sure. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
Ben Snibethy taking the win with Robin Moss out there for Race Onion, their 3rd win in a row. Lewis, this one was definitely an entertaining one, as we kept saying, but also just an overall intriguing race.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, we've not really had too many boring races in the OBS Endurance Cup, but this, I don't know, there's something about Road Atlanta, the strategy that's at play, and of course, with it being the penultimate round of the championship and the thing that it's thrown up on that side, it's building up to quite the crescendo by the time we get to Sebring, and it's leaving us with, to be fair, in a good way, more questions than we have answers, which I think is actually a good thing going into a season finale.
Absolutely. We want to be surprised. We want to get some fun out there. And if you want to get some fun for the next one, make sure and tune in for Sebring Saturday, March 9th at noon GMT, where we will wrap up the season at Sebring. It's been a long run, but we're not done yet. Make sure and tune in. And until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.
Už saugių karių, saugi Ukraina ir Europa. Radarom ir vėl kviečia vienytis, kad padėtume kiekvienam Ukrainos kariui.
Mes jau parodėm, ką galim.
Su radarom apsaugokim kiekvieną karį.
Prisidėti gali kiekvienas. Prisijunkite prie akcijos Radarom ir padėkite Ukrainos kovotojams nupirkti saugaus kario rinkinių. Skambinkite trumpuoju numeriu 1485 arba prisidėkite Radarom LT.